Good morning, folks. Welcome to Graph Day. An event 2.5 years in the making, only the second of its kind. And what about this venue, right? What a dump. San Francisco Palace of Fine Arts. It's crazy. Well, my name is Kyle Rojas. I oversee BD and partnerships for Edge and Node, and I will be your humble MC for the first half of the day until we come back from lunch. After that, the amazing Shira Lazar is going to be taken over to make sure, 1, I don't pass out, 2, I have enough energy to make it to the Interstellar Eclipse Party, which is going to be epic, by the way. If you're on the list, I'll see you there in costumes, of course, because they're required, if you didn't know. If you're not on the list, make sure you see me or someone else on the team so we can get you signed up. It's just honestly incredible to see so many faces in the crowd, many I know, many I look forward to meeting. But just so I can get a sense of how people are participating with the graph, with a show of hands, how many of you were at the first Graph Day in 2019? All right, we got a couple of OGs in the audience. Welcome back. Do I have any indexers and or curators in the house? Yeah. All right. And lastly, how many of you are delegating GRT on the Graph network? That's what I'm talking about. Beautiful. Well, no matter what, thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the Graph community. And no matter how you're participating, thank you for helping the whole core dev teams and everyone else around the world change the world, like truly change the world for the better. Today, the Graph ecosystem will be making some pretty big announcements, if you haven't heard, some pretty exciting announcements, sharing some of the tech and community alpha that we've, and people around the world have been working on, in some cases for years, and we'll be hearing from some of the sharpest minds in the Web3 space. We'll be talking about the past, present, and future of Web3 and why we believe this is the most important work that we could be doing in the world right now. And after today, we want you to leave inspired, right? We want you to leave energized and with the understanding that the idea of Web3 based on decentralized infrastructure is not a pipe dream. It is not years away. It is real, and it is fundamentally changing the way the world works. It is changing fundamentally how we as people interact, right? And every single person in this room, every single one of us can be a part, even a small part. It's exciting, it's fulfilling, and there's nothing on earth that I'd rather be doing right now. So thanks for being here with us. Yeah. And with that quick rundown of the agenda, we have an insane lineup. Throughout the day, you hear from some members of the Graph Foundation and Edge and Node teams. So Eva, Yaniv, Tegan, Brandon, Giannis, and others. We hear from some core devs. So Joseph from Figment, Sam from Semiotic Labs, Uri from the Guild, Chris Wessels from GraphOps, and more. We hear from members of the Graph community. We'll hear from Ryan Selkis from Messari, who has some pretty big news after lunch, so make sure you're back on time. There's going to be leaders from protocols such as Connext, Uniswap, LivePeer, Audius, Goldfinch, and Arweave. And we'll hear from some of the top venture capitalists in the space. And finally, we'll close the day out with Sebastian from the Graph Council, who's got some pretty big news as well, so make sure you stay at the end of the day. Now, before we begin, if you haven't already, please, please, please turn your cell phones to silent. If you need to take calls during the talks, please do so in the lobby or even outside the building. We have boatloads of coffee throughout the day, so please make sure you stay caffeinated. I know I will. And if you're tweeting today, which, let's be honest, you should be, please use the hashtag GraphDay2022. Tweet alpha you hear, tweet pictures you take of people on the stage, tweet pictures of yourselves at lunch, anything you can do. Let's reverberate this on social media with the hashtag GraphDay22. And lastly, I need to give thanks to all the people that help make this thing a reality. Right? It takes a ton of work to put on an event like this, from the producers, the volunteers, to the vendors, to the amazing list of GraphHack sponsors that reads like a list of the who's who in Web3. From the bottom of my heart, from the bottom of our hearts, thanks so much for making this thing a success. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first guest speaker. Eva Beylin started out as a management consultant. She found a way to crypto through Omise Go, then consulted across the industry with all sorts of startups, nonprofits, and institutions. She was on the initial core team of the Graph and has been the Graph Foundation director for a little over a year. Ladies and gentlemen, Eva Beylin.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Amazing GM, everyone. GM. So excited to be here. This is actually my first Graph Day, so it's not only exciting to be back at an event post-pandemic, but specifically this one. And I want to run you guys through our decentralization journey. You know, it's been a while, and we're here, and we're still continuing on. So where did we start? You all know the hosted service, at its peak in bull market excitement, we were seeing almost 850 million queries per day. Really incredible. I still remember the time where we were celebrating 1 billion queries a month, and this was just when DeFi was getting started. But part of the hosted service, we saw over 52,000 subgraphs deployed. So this is a new subgraph, maybe someone forking an existing subgraph, testing subgraphs, and this was done by over 35,000 developers. Really insane support in the community, and just goes to show that the graph was built by thousands of people, not just the initial core team. Where we continued, so we launched the network in December 2020. Leading up to the network launch, we had a very exciting testnet. Over 100 indexers, node operators were participating. We had a curator program that taught everyone what curation was, especially if you were non-technical, better understanding how you could get involved in the protocol. The GRT token launched, the council launched, and then the network launched, and here we are today. We also had the Edge and Node team launch. So originally the Graph Protocol Inc. team, the initial team of the Graph, they're now a core developer. And part of the launch was actually forming the Graph Foundation as well to be the ecosystem steward for the community to actually lead neutral items and components of the Graph ecosystem. So anything around governance, grants, core developers, you name it. I want to take you through what the next step in our decentralization roadmap looks like. So, we believe in expanding governance beyond what we have today on the council, continuing to grow the ecosystem and the network, core contributors, so continuing to expand our core developers, bringing on individuals around the world that want to build the protocol and make it a piece of their own. Network migration, so continuing to support dapps that want to migrate their subgraphs to the network and really commit to decentralization themselves. And then continuing to educate the masses, because really, this is a small group, even with up to 1,000 people here, but the impact of the graph, right, should be millions of people, and we really want to get there. So going through decentralized governance, I'll start with grants and ecosystem. So the Graph Council and the Graph Foundation, we oversee the community treasury, and I'm really excited to share that over $140 million worth of GRT in grants has been awarded in the past year and a half. So give a round of applause to all those grantees, because that's incredible. And that includes core developers, grantees, audits, and other ecosystem expenses. Next on the council, so we have a council of 10 members. They represent 5 different cohorts. That's indexers, delegators, the initial team or core devs, research, and also users. And being director of the foundation, I get to work very closely with the council members, and it's truly an honor to see their diversity and expertise, and being able to bring that to the table where every proposal is very different, whether it's a grant or a protocol roadmap update, and getting that expertise from 10 different people has been really rewarding. I'll move on to GIPs. So GIPs are graph improvement proposals. They're part of the governance process for any technical upgrades. And we've had 32 already submitted or created in the community. And what's really exciting is it's not all core developers. So as the Ethereum research community, you might have seen, has a lot of individual contributors, we do as well. And I would say, one of the highlights for me has been seeing things like subgraph transfer ownership pass. And what that is really enabling anyone to transfer the ownership of a subgraph to another member who wants to maintain it long term. And why that's so important is because the vision of the graph and even decentralizing isn't one team maintaining the infrastructure. It's the longevity plan. So for example, a developer builds a subgraph, they don't want to maintain it, a DAO should maintain it, and the DAO should be able to transfer to other developers long term as well. Last, I'll focus on DAOs. So really excited to share that we have 2 DAOs in the Graph ecosystem, which we did not have last year. The first DAO is the Graph Advocates DAO. So this launched with the Advocates program in February, which was a program similar to an ambassador program, trying to get more people involved in the community so they could also have a piece of the graph themselves. And what that blossomed into was a DAO. And so the Advocates DAO now manages the Advocates program, overseeing the onboarding, the pipeline of new members, and also community grants. So this is actually our first step as the foundation in delegating part of the grant responsibility to a DAO, to another governing community. We currently have 4 categories in grants: protocol, tooling, subgraphs, and community. And so the Advocates DAO will be taking on that community grants for the future. So far, we have 97 advocates and 39 Advocates DAO members. Really incredible. It's essentially a full-size team. And they're distributed around the world. So most predominantly is in the US, but actually Nigeria, Argentina, Ukraine, Uganda, and Germany are very close behind. So it really goes to show that we have a global community forming. And if you see below, these are the different kinds of roles you can take on in the advocates community. So whether you're a figure skater, which we did have apply to become a Web3 welcomer, you can do that and learn about Web3. Or if you want to be a subgraph expert and teach new subgraph developers and be a technical teacher, there's really space for anyone to get started. The second DAO is Subgraph DAO, and this was actually announced by the community this week, so really excited about that. And the first meeting will be kicked off at GraphHack, so I hope you can all make it there. But the goal of Subgraph DAO, very similar to Advocates DAO, is to take on the subgraph grants category. So anything from defining the requirements, the grant size, helping the teams actually match themselves. We'll often see a team come to us and say, hey, I want a subgraph, I need support, I don't have the resources, and I would love for you guys to help. And our goal is for the Subgraph DAO to take that on. So anything around PMing, creating standards, providing the actual support for subgraph developers and migration, and also educating developers, because we believe that the pipeline of subgraph developers that every project needs is massive, and the number of developers that currently exist that can be a subgraph developer in production are very few. So we want the Subgraph DAO to really own that process of bringing more subgraph developers to life. What this governance cycle creates is a self-sustaining ecosystem where people start off in the DAO, let's say at Advocates DAO, and they want to learn more about Web3. They realize where they can learn or what they can contribute, how they can maybe provide value to the protocol, and then they apply for a grant. And these often come from the idea of how do these people want to participate in the protocol easier. So some of our best grants are things like indexer tooling, making it easier for indexers to close their allocations, or subgraph tooling, to making it easier for subgraph developers to test out their schemas. And really, we find that's a great progression to the network itself, because the grants are also distributed in GRT. So the grantees get to use their GRT in the network, and often that leads to more grants, more contributions. So we've actually seen this cycle be very successful already, where many of our grantees become top contributors in the protocol, and then eventually get hired by a core dev team, become a core dev team themselves, or just dedicate themselves full-time to a DAO, which we've seen recently, some people quitting their jobs in Web 2 to join DAOs. What this self-sustaining ecosystem leads to is massive network participation growth. So we have over 165 indexers on the network, nearly 10,000 delegators. Really an incredible feat, because delegators are non-technical. They often don't know how to code at all, and they really want to contribute to the graph. So it's incredible that they're aligned with the mission, even though they're not the ones running the nodes themselves. We also have over 350 subgraphs that have migrated. Also an incredible feat, because this takes time. You know, we know these dapps are investing in their own products, their own roadmaps, but they're committed to decentralizing, and that's why they're here on the network. I'm also really excited to share that the first liquid staking solution is launching for the graph. Tenderize was a grantee last year. They will be the first to offer liquid staking GRT. This means that users that don't necessarily want to lock up for the thawing period for 28 days can do so by going through liquid staking and using the Tenderize platform. So really excited about this being the first. There are many more to come. And this one will start off with one indexer, but the goal is that all of these liquid staking providers enable a basket to make it more equal for indexers. Moving on to core contributors, so I want to share more about each of the core developers and really how we got here today. So, you know, Edge and Node was the first team. They're really dedicated and leading, you know, a lot of the graph node efforts, experts in the protocol. Protocol economics, research, and cryptography are the other areas Edge and Node's really adding value. And a year ago, we had a team called Streaming Fast join. And Streaming Fast's expertise is in efficient streaming data. You might have heard of Firehose. That component is really leveling up the graph and providing the indexing performance that our dapps need. We also had Figment join last year, also an incredible titan in Web3. Their focus is mainly on multi-blockchain. Their expertise running nodes is, you know, significant, and we've learned a lot from them already. Semiotic is really exciting, because I think before Semiotic joined, it was a largely engineering-focused protocol core developer team, but Semiotic joining solidified the cryptography research and what we know as the Snark Force today, working with Edge and Node and various grantees. And this really, you know, closes the loop on us achieving the verifiability, verifiable indexing and querying that we've been talking about. The Guild The Guild is a Web 2 GraphQL team. For those who aren't familiar, they've been veterans in GraphQL for years, and they decided to dedicate themselves full-time to the graph. So really incredible to see teams not only in Web 3, but Web 2 realize the graph vision and understand that this is the best thing they could be doing with their work. I'm also really excited to share that we're actually adding a 6th core developer, and GraphOps will be joining the graph full-time and receiving a $12 million grant as part of it. So let's give it up. For those of you that don't know, GraphOps has been contributing to the space for several years now. We're talking about Juan DeFago, who leads the subgraph development, Chris Wessels, a GigaBrain and Node infrastructure, Anna Petco. This team is stacked, and we're so excited to have them full-time contributing. They'll be focusing on protocol R&D, so anything around protocol econ, subgraph development, gossip network development for indexers, the indexer experience itself, so improving Firehose support, indexer automation tooling, anything that really helps indexers do their job better. And lastly, continuing to provide ecosystem support. So this is indexer office hours, migration support, anything else that others need. I want to touch a bit on the graph roadmap and how it relates to decentralization. So, we have 5 working groups. We have 6 teams now, and you'd think that all of them are kind of focused on their own, but they're not. And that's what's really exciting, is that this is a very multidisciplinary effort. And so each of these working groups ends up being almost its own little club, and each of them has several teams working on them. So, data and APIs has several teams, indexer experience, Snark Force, and it really goes to show that the difference between a company and a protocol is that a company, the only people who care about what you're doing are the ones that are working for it, or the shareholders. In a protocol, anyone can care, and all you have to do is stand up. And so going back to that self-sustaining ecosystem cycle, most of these core devs that are here with us today started out as a grantee or just a very excited participant. Diving a little deeper on some of the highlights, on our decentralization journey, really important to have indexing performance. This has been our #1 task we've been focusing on for, over the last year, but I would say several years, and working with the Firehose, as well as other exciting announcements that will be coming out soon, to make sure that dapps are getting that uptime and throughput that they need. The Guild is working on the Graph client, so this is encapsulating all the subgraph features, everything to improve developer experience for subgraph developers. Then we have zero-knowledge proofs, verifiable indexing and querying, so really getting that verifiable data that we need as users and that we deserve. And this one actually also touches on EIP 4444, that will remove any requirements for Ethereum clients to hold historical data. And so it actually makes the graph the reliable solution to have verifiable data processed. Lastly, protocol upgrades, so anything from scaling, improving the economics around curation, delegation. These are all really important. We want to get more people involved in the network. Creating intelligent indexer software, so anything to help indexers close their allocations, develop pricing models, basically be more efficient and provide the services they need to provide to our dapps. And lastly, multi-chain. So we're working really hard to enable support for many different chains on the network. Currently, we support Ethereum, but every chain that's supported on the hosted service, and that's 34 chains, will be on the network soon too. I wanted to highlight quickly our journey to migration as part of the decentralization story, because it's actually not only our journey. These dapps are just a few of those that have decided to migrate on their own volition. It takes only about 30 minutes to do it, but the impact is significant. And it shows that these dapps are committed to decentralization, not just for us, the graph, but for their users and for themselves. And this enables these dapps to focus on what they're good at, which is front-end development, making good products, and they don't need to ever run their own server. I want to highlight a quick anecdote here. So I don't know if everyone remembers Constitution DAO. Did anybody participate? Yeah, so at its peak, the Juicebox API actually went down. So sad. But it was centralized, so that happens. And so the Juicebox subgraph actually migrated to the network just in the nick of time, around the time of the auction, because their website kept going down. And so that's a beautiful story in how, even in emergency situations, it's very easy and worthwhile to migrate your subgraph. The subgraph survived. Auction was great. We didn't win the Constitution, but I still think it was a win. The last thing I want to touch on is education. So how do we make people go from 0 to Web3? We've got something like the Subgraph Developer course. It's a certificate that the Graph Academy, an independent community organization, created to help people learn more about subgraph development. We also have the GRTIQ podcast. Every Friday, an episode on what you need to know about Web3. This is probably the best place to learn about Web3, not only the graph, and so we're really excited to continue supporting them. The Graphtonauts community is also really exciting. They've been around since, I think, the Curator program, and their goal has always been, how do we get more non-technical people involved? How do we get delegators understanding the network? And so I would say, the nearly 10,000 delegators that we have, I would attribute a lot of that success to this community. Lastly, I want to go over GraphScan, and we've got so many indexers in our community that are dedicated not only to being good indexers, but providing services. So GraphScan, Stake Machine, Ribena, P2P, all these indexers have been not only supportive on the network, but have actually created incredible tooling to educate newbies. So I'm really excited to have indexers and members in our community that not only are focused on their core competencies, but willing to improve our ecosystem as well. I'll leave it off with a few notes from the community on what this decentralization has meant to them. So we have Beanstalk here, and by decentralizing, by migrating their subgraph, they now get to focus on their core competencies, making really good products. We have folks like Tony over here who completed the certificate. Now he's hacking at GraphHack, and we hope to see more folks like this that can get their journey started from the Subgraph DAO and the Graph Academy, and then becoming full-time employees at different teams. My favorite technology is the graph. So we see this a lot, that people use the graph as their entry point, that it's easier sometimes to learn about Web3 through a subgraph than it is learning Solidity, and we want to encourage that. The graph is a gateway drug to full-stack development. It's a gateway for many things, and definitely a gateway for Web3 development, and we hope that as we have more subgraph features, we can encapsulate more of those use cases as well. I'm going to read this one out because this one's really great. I can always appreciate a decentralized protocol, but more importantly, the protocol saved me a bunch of time and resources instead of spending time on my own server. Who would want to do that? And lastly, I can't believe how easy it is to create a subgraph. At the end of the day, this decentralization journey is all about supporting open source, permissionless data. That's really our mission, and the subgraph enables that. So I want to encourage everyone to continue learning more about subgraphs, teaching others, and testing it out yourselves. And that's it. I hope you enjoyed our decentralization journey so far, and please continue to join us on indexing all the world's data. Thank you.
So great to see everyone. Thank you all for coming. It's been a crazy few years. Those of us working on decentralization have been charting out a path for us to get back to a vibrant, exciting future. We live in a centralized world. Over the past several decades, power is accumulated into the hands of large corporations, governments, and institutions. This concentration of power has made it difficult for the average person to find their place in the world, contribute in meaningful ways, and provide for themselves and their families. In 2015, Ethereum launched the first general-purpose blockchain with smart contracts. For the first time, we had a way to get to global consensus with an expressive set of tools for programmable money and verifiable information. Much of our time is spent and coordinated on digital platforms. The web has a client-server architecture, which means whoever runs the server has complete control. They get to choose who can do what, who sees what, and even what information is considered the truth. But it doesn't have to be that way. Those of us in the crypto industry have been working on a new path forward. Web3 is a new platform for decentralized applications. By decentralizing the computing layer for applications, we can scale human coordination without giving power and control to specific companies and institutions. In 2017, a group of us saw the activity happening around Ethereum and decided to get involved. We believed in this decentralized platform vision, but we saw that developers were building normal centralized Web 2 apps that just happened to use the chain for some things. They couldn't actually build decentralized applications because somehow they needed a way to get the data from the chain and organize it in order to feed into their applications. So they ended up having to run their own servers, and that means that people needed to trust these teams. And so we weren't actually decentralizing power and control. We saw that, and that's when we started building the graph. The graph is a protocol for organizing public data and serving it in a completely decentralized way. It makes building decentralized applications easy and is a foundational layer of the Web3 stack. We've got a great set of talks throughout the day to illuminate some of the technical challenges and what's been required to create this resilient indexing and query layer. It starts with subgraphs. Data on Web3 can come from a number of different data sources like blockchains and storage networks. That data needs to be processed and indexed so it can be efficiently queried by applications. Subgraphs define a subset of data that can be queried. The subgraph developer specifies what data sources they want to listen to, how they want to process that data, and then a GraphQL schema for querying that data. The subgraph can then be published to the network where anyone can use it as a building block. There are a number of roles that make this all possible. Indexers are the ones that run the servers that process and serve the data. Anyone with experience running servers or optimizing databases can be an indexer and provide this valuable service to the network. Delegators help to secure the network by delegating GRT to indexers. That lets the indexers serve more queries in the network. This way, delegators can factor in all kinds of external signals to allocate resources to the best indexers. Anyone can publish a subgraph to the network, so curators are needed to sift through and organize the data on the graph. The curators signal on subgraphs that they believe are useful and should be indexed and used. The indexers have two sources of income: indexing rewards and query fees. The indexing rewards come from new token issuance created by the protocol. The amount of indexing rewards is proportional to the amount of curator signal on a given subgraph. That way, if a curator says that a specific subgraph is valuable, there are more incentives for indexers to come and pick it up, which creates a higher quality of service. The query fees can be paid by the end user or by the application. Delegators get a cut of the indexing rewards and the query fees, and curators get a cut of the query fees. That way, they're incentivized to find the most valuable subgraphs that they think are going to drive real query fees to the network. So with these roles, rules, and incentives, we're able to create an economy where individual actors can self-assemble, each acting in their own self-interest, and we get a dynamic network that's able to create an incredible quality of service for organizing and serving all of the world's public information in a decentralized way. The network's been live for a year and a half, and there's now 167 indexers, over 9,000 delegators, and 2.4 thousand curators. Combined, these actors have staked just under $500 million worth of GRT into the protocol. The network was built to support many billions of queries a day. The query fees are paid using state channels, which allows users to stream small micropayments with each query. In order to handle the volume of queries on the network, we had to develop a custom state channel solution called Scalar. Scalar's been in production for the past year, and it's enabled us to have high-performance micropayments for queries and other Web3 interactions. Indexers on the network compete to provide the best service at the lowest price. They choose what subgraphs they want to index, and they can set their prices for queries granularly per subgraph or for a specific query shape. Optimizing databases is hard. Tech companies have backend engineers and database administrators that fine-tune and optimize database access for their specific applications. The graph uses GraphQL, which is a flexible query language, but that does make it difficult to make sure that everything is running efficiently and with low latency. So with Agora, if an indexer can spot a slow-running query, they can go in and optimize it and then charge more, which allows them to become more profitable. Since all of the indexers are competing, consumers are always getting the best possible service. This Semiotic Labs team is working on integrating machine learning to make this process even more efficient and automated. By having an efficient query market, we can scale a network to service every kind of application and completely remove the complexity of the infrastructure away from developers. The network currently uses gateways to help facilitate connecting to indexers. There are about a dozen gateways geographically distributed around the globe. When a user issues a query, it gets routed to the nearest gateway, and from there to a nearby indexer. The gateways use an indexer selection algorithm that chooses the best indexer based on factors like price, performance, and economic security. By having a geographically distributed network, users in different countries are able to have much faster and better experience than they were before. The network has been scaling, and developers are building all kinds of amazing Web3 applications on top. ENS uses the Graph Network for their domain name registration service. Artblocks is a generative NFT project that uses the Graph for their NFT marketplace. And Yearn uses the Graph Network for their DeFi aggregation protocol, and many, many others. If you're building a decentralized application, the Graph Network is ready for you to use today. Many of you know that EdgeNode, the company I work for, has been operating a free hosted service that we actually launched at the first Graph Day in January 2019. usage on the network has been picking up as developers have been migrating their subgraphs from the hosted service to the decentralized network. Not all of the query fees make it on chain, but if we look at the billing contract on Polygon, we can see the rapid growth in query fees on the network. And this is just getting started. Performance on the network is comparable to that on the hosted service. You can see that both right now are doing around 120 milliseconds latency on average, and the decentralized network keeps getting faster. On the reliability front, they're also very comparable, sometimes with the network doing better, because it's hard to maintain a hosted service no matter how complex and geographically distributed it is. With the decentralized network and 167 indexers, there's almost always going to be someone available to service your query. And so this is pretty crazy. I mean, for years, people told us that there was no way to build a decentralized network that could be as fast and efficient as a centralized service. And we proved them wrong. The hosted service has been an incredible enabler. There have been tens of thousands of subgraphs deployed, and it's still seeing usage to the tune of billions of queries per day. From the first day that we announced the graph in 2018, we said that the hosted service would be a stepping stone to the decentralized network. We needed to make sure that we could get to the scale, performance, and reliability the developers expect before accelerating the transition. Well, today, I'm excited to say that we've met and exceeded our goals, and I'm thrilled to announce our plans for sunsetting the hosted service. It's going to be a gradual transition. The plan is to have the hosted service be sunset by the end of Q1 next year. Developers are going to continue to have access to Subgraph Studio, where they can build and test their subgraphs. And then when they're ready to go to production, that's the time to publish to the network. If you're using the hosted service today, there's nothing for you to do right now. Just keep an eye out for emails with instructions on next steps over the coming months. There's going to be engineers and support people from the foundation and the different core dev teams here to help and to make sure that you and your users don't skip a beat. We can't wait to work with all the developers in the ecosystem to help you fully decentralize your apps with the Graph Network. Yeah. I just want to take a moment to recognize every single person in this ecosystem that wakes up every day and makes a decision to contribute to this network without anyone telling them what to do. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for all of you. It's really incredible to see that a decentralized protocol and ecosystem really is the best way to scale human coordination. A single team couldn't have done all this, and we're still just getting started. We've got a bunch of exciting developments in the works. As more blockchains and layer 2s mature, there's going to be more and more data for us to index. We launched initially with Ethereum, and Near was the first non-EVM chain that we supported. By the way, if anyone could bring me some water at some point, that would be awesome, because I did not bring any on stage, and I'm going to be up here for a while. Solana, Cosmos, and Polkadot, and others, thank you so much, are going to be up next. And keep an eye out for an announcement from Figment today. We want to make using the graph as easy as possible. And the Guild has been working on Graph Client, which is a new GraphQL library that can replace alternatives is the easiest way for developers to use the graph. We're excited to announce today that we're launching Graph Client 1.0. This stable release includes features like subgraph composition, indexer fallbacks, and caching. And over time, we're going to be able to use Graph Client to help abstract away connecting to different chains, to add support for GraphQL mutations so we can handle writes to the chain as well as reads, and to add client-side cryptographic verification. So this is a really great tool, and we're excited for developers to get their hands on it. The biggest pain point that we've heard from developers has been indexing performance. Subgraphs process blocks linearly, which means that if your contract has a lot of events, like ERC20 token transfers or exchange swaps, it can take weeks or even longer to process. Well, the folks at Streaming Fast have been working on something really exciting. And today, I'm excited to announce Substreams. Substreams is a new building block for high-performance, parallelized stream processing. Using Substreams as an input data source, developers can expect indexing speedups of up to 100 times for their subgraphs. It's still early, but we're excited to make Substreams available to developers starting tomorrow at GraphHack. We're excited for people to get their hands on it and provide us feedback and to get this out. The Graph Protocol smart contracts right now are deployed on Ethereum mainnet. That makes transactions expensive for the different participants like indexers, delegators, curators, and subgraph developers. Well, we've been hard at work, and today we're going to be announcing exciting new details about our transition to Layer 2. Brandon Ramirez is going to be covering this and other protocol improvements in his talk later today. And if you want to learn more about Substreams, Sebastian, a council member, is going to be also diving into that in a talk later today. On the security front, the Graph network uses cryptoeconomic security. Every query response comes with a signed attestation that can be used to launch a dispute against an indexer. An arbitrator set by governance and fishermen are required to enforce security in the network. This works, but it can be expensive to administer. The Edge and Node team and the Semiotic Labs teams have been working together on some cutting-edge cryptographic research around zero-knowledge proofs. And today, we're going to be sharing new details about this work. You'll want to be here for a talk by Zach Burns later today to learn more. All information is relational and forms a graph. I'm a person. My name is Yaniv. I work at a company called Edge and Node. Edge and Node is a core dev at a protocol called the Graph. These are all entities with relations to other entities, or nodes with edges. And if you link all of these entities together, you can form a global graph, organized and served in a decentralized way. And that's the graph. And it's live, and it works today. But what should we do with it? What should our goal be? As a society, our goal should be to help every individual reach their full potential. I'm sure you're familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. physiological needs at the bottom, social needs, self-actualization on top. Our goal should be to get everybody here, not just in the US, not as an East versus West thing, every person on Earth. Importantly, every individual needs to decide for themselves who they want to be and when they're self-actualized. Self-determination is key. Every good society aims to improve the well-being of its people, and they do so using the technology available at the time. We've gone through several technological ages with the advancement of technology. In the agrarian age, the invention of farming allowed them to feed many more people and create the first civilizations. Agrarian societies were mostly centrally managed and controlled. The industrial age saw inventions like electricity, steam, power, steel, petrochemicals, and capital markets to scale human coordination with corporations. A tremendous amount of wealth and prosperity was created, lifting quality of life across the board, and this is still mostly the age that we're in. Now, we've started the transition to the knowledge age. And the knowledge age is going to be different. Thanks to computers, the internet, and rapid advancements in software, capital is no longer the limiting constraint. It's now human attention and deciding what it is that we want. We could transition to a post-scarcity world of abundance beyond our wildest dreams, but we've been stuck. Stuck because society is still centered around industrial age institutions. Here, I'm just going to look at the US as an example. Schools look just like assembly lines that we just push people through. In the US, the average student loan debt balance is $37,000. Many people graduate school hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Then you're supposed to join a large corporation and work your way up the corporate ladder. Hopefully you got perfect grades. You know, corporations used to be the most efficient way to scale coordination, but now these things have gotten big, slow, and bloated with red tape, bureaucracy, politics. Small teams where people have a high degree of trust and alignment is a much better way to organize. It used to be that if you wanted to go off and start a company, you could go to a bank and get capital. But as the economy's gotten more complicated, it's harder for banks to understand all the different types of businesses and underwrite risk. Even venture capital has gotten is wildly inefficient. The reality is that it's hard to get capital into the hands of people who deserve it. While all of this is going on, maybe you want to read the news to try to understand what's going on in the world. A lot has been said about the decline in journalism. Can anybody confidently say that they understand what's going on in the world and that they know the facts? And then we have religions. I respect everybody's right to practice their religions. I just want to point out that in the US, church, synagogue, and mosque attendance has declined from about 73% in 1937 to around 47% today. No doubt there's wisdom in Scripture, but it could be that some of this is because it's hard to apply texts that are thousands of years old to our modern lives. And it's clear that people need a strong moral framework, a spiritual connection to something greater than themselves, and a feeling of community and belonging. Without those things, societies quickly decay. Whether it's from one of the existing religions or from something else, we could really use a strong framework of values and a spiritual revival to support people's well-being and to help navigate difficult decisions. And finally, nation-state governments. Did you know that Congress's approval rating is 18%? That's crazy. The way that we make and vote on laws is fundamentally broken. Why is this something that happens in back rooms where they shove all kinds of unrelated items into these multi-thousand-page bills that are all or nothing? Where does the money go? And then we get to vote on representatives every few years from a limited set of parties. There's a 0% chance that if you were designing a government system today, post-internet, that this is a system you would design. So, these are the institutions. How should we organize in the knowledge age? I'm going to need some water for that. The answer is protocols. Protocols are a new organizational structure. They allow you to build internet-native institutions that are open, transparent, and fair. They create permissionless jobs, so anyone can contribute to the areas they care about. We can have protocols for every single mission, from combating climate change to ending homelessness. We believe that humanity can solve any challenge with the right incentives and coordination tools. But first, we have to fix the incentives. When you're looking for a job, you want to look at these three things: what you're good at, what you love to do, and what the market will pay you to do. And of course, you want to look for the intersection. Now, all of these take work, but the hard part is the bottom right here. Right? There are plenty of things that people would want to do that would genuinely be valuable for society, but that they can't get paid to do. We call that a market failure. Today, we use the free market to distribute products and services. And whenever there's a clear relationship between a buyer and a seller, the free market works great. But when there isn't a clear relationship, like when a lot of people can benefit from a product or service, then that thing becomes a public good. And right now, we rely on governments to distribute funding for public goods. And we also rely on governments to set public policy. And as we've just seen, governments are not incredibly effective. With protocols, we can use fees for products and services, much like query fees in the graph or transaction fees with blockchains. And then we can use rewards to administer public goods, much like indexing rewards in the graph and block rewards in blockchains. Because we have programmable money, we can build much more sophisticated mechanisms to design the incentives that we want. We can also use protocol governance to help set public policy with real-time voting systems that are cryptographically secure. Unlike shareholders with corporations or voters in governments, we can design these governance systems carefully to properly represent all of the different stakeholder groups in a given ecosystem. How would you distribute power in such a system? I would argue as broadly as possible, but based on merit. By creating open protocols that anyone can contribute to and putting power into the hands of those who've earned it, we can create a civilization that can improve the quality of life for every person on Earth. And today, I'm excited to unveil the next step. It's called Geo. Let's roll a clip. Geo is a Web3 browser built on the graph. It's a window into a new world, a decentralized world. When you land on the home page, you see a gallery of pages. These are like web pages, but they're graph pages. See, the web is fundamentally broken. If you ever want to know why you're seeing what you're seeing on the web, the answer is always because the server says so. You have to deal with trackers, ads, pop-ups, and you're always at the mercy of some corporate overlord. In Geo, the pages are open and curated by the community. If you want to know why you're seeing what you're seeing, you can inspect the query, and it's all secured by the graph. We wanted to create the best possible experience for browsing Web3, and so we made a native app that's iPad first. We can navigate to pages, and you can pinch to swipe out and navigate to your recent pages. This also works on Mac using the trackpad for multi-touch. Let's take a look at a page here for values. We can see some tables with different values, like individuality and progress. Values are now entries in a global database that anybody can reference. We can rank these, and we can reference them when we're trying to make difficult decisions. Let's take a look at another page. We'll hop over to the policy page. Here, we can set and discuss public policy decisions, starting with content moderation, a big problem on the web. Here, we can define different policy groups for jurisdictions, like the US federal government, or iOS store distribution requirements, or more restrictive set of policy groups, like respect and safety, really to people's preference. Then people can label different pages as being against specific moderation rules, and then the apps and the users can filter to just show the relevant content. But now we can put the power in people's hands in making these decisions. It's no longer something that needs to be done in back rooms where we don't understand how these decisions are being made. In Geo, every page is editable, subject to reputation-weighted voting. Let's go ahead and propose a rule that we'd like to add to the rules table here. We just hit the edit at the top and we scroll down, and we can go ahead and add a rule right into the table. Let's say that we think it's important for people to respect each other's privacy in public settings, and we can add the appropriate policy group. And now we can head over to the publish screen where we can see all of the pages that we've edited locally. Let's go ahead and publish or change here. We can add as many pages, as many edits as we want into a single proposal. We can add a name to our proposal and add a description. And then we're going to publish our change to the blockchain so that people can vote. Once we've added our description, we can hit the publish button, and boom. What you just saw there is we used Face ID to authenticate, to sign the proposal with our private key, and publish it to the blockchain. And you didn't have to know anything about crypto or blockchain in order to do that. This is truly an experience that can onboard the next billion users to crypto. Now we're here in beautiful San Francisco. It really is a beautiful city, but it has its problems. And we at Edge and Node want to use these powerful new tools to make a change. And if you want to change the world, you've got to start at home. And so we've been working with the Roote Foundation on outlining a set of goals that we can focus on to try to improve the city of San Francisco. And hopefully this is something that other people can replicate and do in their own cities. So let's jump over and take a look at some of these goals. Why don't we look at public safety? Here you can see a page. It's got some metrics and some data points. And let's go ahead and add a metric. So we can hit the edit button. We can click on one of these metric slots. And we get a data source browser, where we can pull data from any subgraph. Or people can manually enter data into tables, into Geo, and we can pull data from one of those tables. So we'll go ahead and do that. And we just added a metric to the page here. And so just like that, we can lay out different dashboards. We can add metrics, charts, galleries, all kinds of content into these beautiful pages that people can use to organize all of the world's knowledge and information in a completely decentralized way. For the voting, we've started out using a very simple reputation system. It's all on chain. And it's based on the amount of content that you add to the app. But in the future, we want people to be able to design their own reputation systems using subgraphs. See, that's exactly what subgraphs are meant for. Right? What's reputation if not a view on events that have taken place? And so if you want to have different weightings to different types of actions and design your own reputation systems, you can do that right inside of subgraphs. Let's take a look at what it looks like to vote on a proposal here. So if we go over to the vote screen, we can see a proposal that somebody else has made, and we can see the diffs with the before and an after of the change. We can review to see if this looks good, and if so, we can hit approve. Jump back over to the publish screen, where we can see our votes at the top there. You could batch as many of these up. Boom, you just hit publish, and you've submitted your vote to the chain. So just like that, we can organize all of the world's public knowledge, serve it in a decentralized way, browse it through a beautiful new interface, and organize to solve the world's biggest challenges. We're really excited for people to get their hands on this. When it becomes available to the public, it's going to be available through the App Store for $5 a month. Now, it costs money to run software. And what we've learned is that you're either the customer or you're the product. And we don't think people should be, products anymore. And so we should pay for the services that we consume. We want the users to be in control. So, $5 a month to be in control. When this goes GA, it's going to be open source, so you can run it yourself and you can modify it, remix it. It's going to be available in beta for everybody that's joining us at GraphHack tomorrow. And for everybody else, you can join the beta waitlist at edgeandnode.com/geo. I just want to give a big thank you to the Geo team and the whole Edge and Node team. They worked so hard to get this out. Let's give them a big round of applause. For those of you that are just now starting out, you're not crazy. The system is broken, but it's okay, because we can fix it. We can build a better one that better represents our values. And we can do it in the open, so it's transparent and everyone can participate. We want everyone to be able to contribute, but we should acknowledge some basic truths. It's hard to truly know anything. Those that have become knowledgeable in any domain know what it took to achieve that. We don't want to relegate truth to authorities. The truth can come from anywhere. But there is such a thing as knowledge, and there is such a thing as ignorance, and they're not the same. Love is better than hate. Knowledge is better than ignorance, and decentralization will set us free. If we follow those values, we can all live richer lives. The journey starts within. When we're young, we build up walls, defense mechanisms that protect us. But as we get older, those defenses get in the way and prevent us from seeing things clearly, the way they really are. You have to look inward and see and accept your weaknesses and disadvantages and face your fears. It's going to hurt, but when you do, you can tear down your walls and truly be present in the world. You can stop blaming other people for your hardships because you have all the power. Once you've done the work, you can go out into the world and try all kinds of things and discover your passions. Choose a mission and find like-minded people who complement you. You'll be able to work closely together and grow thanks to your inner work. You can develop skills and push yourself to always be better and better. The time between the vision you have in your head and seeing it materialize in the world will get shorter and shorter until one day you wake up in a dream of your own making. And that's self-actualization. Everyone can get there, but we have to work together. Right now, we're divided. Left and right are split down the middle and torn apart. Each side has tribal affiliations, but underneath are simple personality traits that add value in their own ways. Liberals are idealistic. They strive for a world where we care for those in need. Conservatives are practical. They understand that there are constraints to human nature, and if we're not careful about how we change things, we can cause harm. The truth is, we need each other, and if we work together, we can make things better while navigating reality. We're about to enter a period of change. There are going to be those that try to use this opportunity to exact vengeance on those they think are responsible for their pain. They'll call these people oppressors and seek revenge. When you hear those calls, be a voice of reason. We can't fix things by punishing those that came before. No, we make things right by building a better system and bringing everyone with us. There's more than enough in this world of abundance for everyone. In the pages of Geo on the graph, we can see the blueprint for a better world. But here's the thing. The pages are blank. It's up to you to fill them out. Fill them with your knowledge. Color them in with your dreams. Design the world you want to live in. And if we onboard enough people, we can make it so. There's a lot we have to unlearn. Many of the ideas of the past are no longer going to serve us where we're going. We have to be bold and view things through fresh eyes. Our only limits are our imagination, physics, and human nature. So much is possible now. So get ready. We're embarking on a journey, a wonderful adventure where the light of humanity can flourish to new heights. And it's all happening now. Thank you.
It's good, dude. Really good. What's up, everybody? We're going to take a second to reorganize the stage, so we heard about Geo, we heard about sunsetting the hosted service, we heard about layer 2s implementing on the network, we heard about Graph Client. You haven't even heard Zach's talk, which is going to blow some minds. And there's more today, right? There's a lot going on. I might take a second to set this up, so how about we push up some sweet tunes and then take 30 to 60 seconds, and then I'll come back out and introduce the panelists.
Hey everyone. Welcome to our first panel of the day. Thank you all for joining us. Our panel this morning is called How the Graph Community is Uniting People Worldwide. And I'm super excited to have the opportunity to moderate this panel with these three awesome panelists, because community is something that I've been working on a lot in Web3. So let me quickly introduce myself, and then I'll pass it on to our panelists for introductions for themselves as well. My name is Diana Chen. I'm the founder of Rehash DAO. We are a Web3 content and media DAO, and I also host the Rehash podcast, which is the first community-driven Web3 podcast where all of the guests we have on the season were nominated by and voted on by our DAO contributors. Before this, I led content at Rabbit Hole, an on-chain credentialing platform, and Unstoppable Domains, an NFT domain name product. So, Cami, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Camila Ramos. I go by Cami. I am a developer relations engineer at Node. I'm also a core team at Women Build Web3, which is a DAO focused on developing female and non-binary engineering talent in Web3.
Hi everyone, my name is Chris Ewing. I'm a delegator, and I'm a member of the Graftronauts Telegram group admin team, and I recently took on a role as community representative for Pinax, who will be providing a firehose service for the indexers.
And I'm Derek, founder of Data Nexus. We just recently upgraded our services to where we are now indexing on the mainnet, so very excited about that. I've been an admin with a curation station for a while, and I'm also a member of the Advocates DAO. So, yeah.
Thank you guys for your intros. Just to provide a little bit more context into the communities that you're part of for our audience, can each of you give a little background and context into how your specific community was originally formed and what the mission of your community is today? And Cami, you want to kick us off with yours?
Yeah, so the two communities that I'm a part of, Node and Women Build Web3, they're actually really, really closely related, and one kind of was born out of the other. So yeah, Women Build Web3 came together by accident around Web3Con, which was a virtual hackathon 2 months ago at this point. And we were just a group of women who wanted to hack, who wanted to build. For a lot of us, it was our first time participating in a Web3 hackathon. And we kind of just wanted a community to get together, have a place to learn, have a place to build together. And at this time, I had just finished coming out of like a personal research project on the graph protocol. So I got us together and was like, okay, a lot of us don't know how to build in Web3 necessarily, but as it was kind of mentioned earlier, the graph is a really good place to start because if you're coming from Web2, you're probably familiar with GraphQL. You don't have to write any Solidity code, so it's a really easy entry point. So I put together this workshop for our group, and actually Tegan and Yaniv and Nader all showed up to it and helped me lead this workshop. And yeah, that led to us participating in this hackathon, winning a bunch of prizes, and then after the hackathon was over, we kind of looked around and was like, well, now what? Like, we did the thing. What do we do now? And we kind of all just decided we should form this community and form this DAO and try to proliferate the message of what it means to build in Web3 and actually provide training to do that.
Awesome. Chris?
Thanks. Grafternauts is a Telegram group, and we're predominantly non-technical. There's a lot of different people that are represented in there, but we focus on delegation and assisting delegators with the different aspects of that process, whether they're interested in getting their wallet set up and all the different steps that go into those things. We have a bunch of different tooling and the Grafternauts app, which helps delegators track their with the different indexers that they have and the subgraphs that those indexers have allocated towards, so they can track all of their returns on those things. Like I said, we're primarily non-technical. I like to offer the disclaimer that my wife is the one that programs our TV remotes at home. We have like 10 of them. Somebody else can handle that. They don't do what I want them to do, and I'm the one that does that. But just because you may not have technical coding skills doesn't mean that you don't have something to contribute to the community. Each of us have different backgrounds, and that gives us different perspectives on what the graph can do and the different elements of Web3 and what some of the real-world applications are of some of these, the new technology that's coming out.
Yeah, and I'll speak specifically just on the curation station. So when the mainnet was launched and people could then deploy subgraphs onto the graph's mainnet, there was initially, I think, 10 subgraphs that were part of kind of the launch partners, and then there were a whole slew of other subgraphs that were deployed. And it's a curator's job to identify which subgraphs are going to receive, or which subgraphs do they expect to receive query traffic. And so due to the way that the barrier to entry as a curator is very low, and anyone can start curating. And we had a whole bunch of community members that were all trying to do the same amount of work, or they were trying to identify and verify various subgraphs, and all just kind of duplicating work. So we had the idea of, let's kind of band together, let's share our knowledge base. That way, we're acting more efficient as a protocol. And there's certain actions that a curator will do in terms of reaching out to the developers that deployed the subgraph. And we didn't want 200 people all reaching out to one person and asking the same question, and that person has to answer it 5 times or whatever. So we said, great, let's share our knowledge base. That way we can all take more intelligent actions. So so that's kind of the community that I'd be looking at there. But it started just with the launch of the mainnet and making sure that that we're acting efficiently.
Very cool. Thank you all for providing that context. I think one really cool thing that all of your communities do, Women Build Web3, Grafternauts, and Curation Station, is that you're able to attract a contributor base from all over the world. And so the reason I think this is important is because when we look back to Web 2 and some of the mistakes that we might have made with Web 2 and Silicon Valley, I would say that one of the biggest mistakes was maybe allowing too homogenous of a group of people to build Web 2, the whole, like not just the web, but really like as our lives become increasingly digital, the way that we work and live and interact all the time. And when we think forward to building Web 3, which is the future version of the web, if we really want to create a future version of the web that serves and benefits everyone globally, then I think we really have to make sure that we're taking an input from and involving people from all over the world to build this future version of the web. So I'd love to hear from each of your individual communities, what are some things that your community specifically has done to ensure that you're attracting diverse talent and also creating a space within your community that feels just safe and comfortable for everybody to be in, regardless of their background? You want to start, Cami?
Yeah. Yeah, so for Women Build Web3, so what you just mentioned is like a core part of our value system. And yeah, right, like if we're building technology that everyone's going to use, we need to make sure that everyone is represented in the building process so that we don't build things that are harmful unintentionally to certain groups of people. So that's one of our core values, is like diversity of geography, of language, of country, of skill set. And for us, kind of, we're a relatively small group, but we do have a big set of us in Nigeria. We have a few of us in South America. A lot of us are in North America. I think there's a small group in Europe. And honestly, what we kind of do to try to make sure that everyone is included and has like a space to come to is really, it sounds kind of silly, but it makes such a big impact. And it's something that we're actually dealing with now, is time zones and scheduling meetings at times that everyone can attend and not just catering to the people in North America. And that's something that myself, I've been guilty of unintentionally, where I'm like, oh yeah, let's just meet at 4 p.m. PST. I live in California, that's a great time for me. And people in the DApp will be like, oh yeah, that's like 3 in the morning for me, or 6 in the morning for me. And that's something that we as a group are trying to align ourselves better on, to make sure that we don't become guilty of this and like make this part of our culture, where we're really focused and centered on people in North America.
Yeah.
The Graftronauts mantra is, we rise by lifting others, and we endeavor to provide a space where people are encouraged and expected to learn. A lot of the people that come into the delegator community, or just as holders that come into the community initially, they have questions as to what the graph is, what it does, and the purpose of the group is to provide an informal community setting where we can work with some of these people and answer what some of them think are dumb questions, but there really aren't any dumb questions because we all started somewhere. Some of us are still down here, but we're getting there. We'll get there eventually. But we want to provide a welcoming, a space that's available for anybody. It's accessible for anybody to come into. Most of us that are here flew on an airplane to get here. I seriously doubt if there's anybody here that can give me a very detailed mechanical description of that plane. You just knew that you got on it, it got you where you needed to be, and it got you down the ground, and you're here. We don't all have to understand every single little bit of code that goes into the graph to appreciate what it does and what it can accomplish and what it enables. So the purpose of the Graftronauts is to provide a learning space for people to maybe take those first couple steps into becoming involved within the graph community.
Yeah, and with the curation station, we really try to leverage the diversity of background, especially professional background, because the graph protocol, it's a very technical protocol, but the role of a curator benefits from a lot of different professional backgrounds. So, of course, if you have developer skills, if you know how to break apart a subgraph and look at its various parts, you can easily see, like, okay, this is indexing X, Y, and Z information, and this is how it would be used. Like, that is definitely valuable. But maybe you're in marketing, and you can see, like, oh, okay, so this subgraph was deployed by this company, and and then you take a look at their website, and you know how to piece apart the marketing for the website to predict what's going to happen with their site and their application. That's equally as valuable as someone that has developer skills. So the curator role, although it is it's called the semi-technical role, we have a lot of non-technical people that also fulfill that role. And so having the multiple different points of view from within our community, we're able to get a better understanding of what the whole world will think of something when you hear the developer says this, and someone from marketing says this, and a design person says this, and you can aggregate all that information and just make better decisions. So yeah.
I love that. That's super inspirational. And I'm sure, with all of the benefits that come with having a global contributor base, there are challenges as well. Like you mentioned, Cami, with the time zones. It's really hard to coordinate with people all over the world. I'm sure there's language barriers too. I'm sure there are other issues. What are some other challenges that you guys have experienced with working with a global contributor base, and what are some of the solutions that you found to be most helpful? And I know, Derek, I think, we spoke before about how you have contributors from, countries like Syria even. What have been some of your unique experiences or learnings or challenges from working with people from different parts of the world? Do you want to kick us off? And
yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
We can go in reverse?
It's very interesting because also in the curation station, we do have a lot of people that are also subgraph developers. And so that the curator role and a subgraph developer role, there's kind of a, just a natural cohesion there. But it's interesting when you're working with people from all over the globe. Obviously, there's the time zone difference, but also just from various countries. I've worked with people from countries like Syria, which is, normally that's working from the US, that's a sanctioned country, which when you look at the censorship resistance aspect to Web3, I'm able to produce a product of value with other people that, can equally produce that product, and we build something together, and that has value to other people, and there's exchange for it. And, a lot of the times with the anonymous nature of Web3, I don't necessarily know the person's name that I'm working with or where they're located, and oftentimes you find that out after the fact type of thing. And so I wanted to comment on how interesting that is to be able to work with people regardless of their geographical location, regardless of their name, regardless of their skin color, political affiliation, religion, any of that stuff. It's just purely boiled down to, okay, well, what is it that you can do, and what is the value of the thing that you can do? And yeah, I find that to be a very interesting aspect of Web3.
I think something else that I've noticed within a lot of the different communities, any group that forms, whether it's just a bunch of friends that enjoy playing the same game, whether it's something like this, whether it's a bunch of people that enjoy going out to drink, you have a common interest. You have something that ties you together. And a community that can focus on that uniting factor and what draws them together over the different things that they have that they may disagree about. That's when a community can grow, and that's what enables a community to grow. You have to be able to focus on and pay attention to what your objective is, what your common interest is, whatever the original purpose of that foundation is. If you can do that, that's what separates the communities that grow from the communities that just fragment and evaporate over time.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of that, having clearly set core values that everybody can fall back on, and then as long as you're all aligned on that, then you can pretty much face any troubles that come your way, any disagreements. You just go back to the core values and use that as your guiding principle. Mm-hmm. Cami, did you have anything to add?
Just on the question of some challenges that come with the global contributor base, I was in Rio a few months ago at this point for ETH Rio, and it was amazing, it was exciting, so many locals were there, and I kind of just overheard a conversation asking this group of women, just curiously asking, I think the person obviously meant no harm, but they were just like, hey, why don't you have an ENS name? Like, it would make your life so much easier, you don't have to remember your address. And I was overhearing, and the women were just like, yeah, the gas fees for an ENS address right now are like half of what we make in a whole month here in Brazil. And that moment for me was like when a lot of things changed in my head, because I'm from Colombia. I was born there. I spent part of my childhood there. And I'm very aware of what it means to have a global contributor base. But that, for me, it just made everything so real when it's like, us up here, we have the privilege, and probably everyone in this room, we have the privilege of playing with like new stuff and buying ENS names and squatting on ENS names and finding cool ones that people might want in the future. When it's like people who in other countries, they don't even have the means to like play in the same way that we do. And for me, that's something that as a developer relations person for Edge and Node, as I'm trying to grow our awareness and our adoption at a global scale, that's something that I'm always trying to be conscious of and keep in mind, that we're not all at the same playing field, especially when you're talking about South America and Africa specifically, where it's like, yeah, what we spend on like gas fees just to like mint, you know, I don't know, an NFT is like, yeah, that's like half a month or even a whole month of our salary. So just being mindful of that and what we ask of our contributors, and that's why a big part for us is like making sure we have a solid treasury to support the things that we want to do, and so that it doesn't fall on our members to do personally.
Yeah, wow, that really puts things in perspective. And I think yeah. Thanks, Cami, for sharing that. We've got about 5 minutes left of this panel, and I just want to leave everybody with some actionable tips, advice that you guys have, maybe for any community builders that are in the audience, or just anybody working in Web3. I feel like whether you're a developer or a founder or a community manager, you don't have to have the community manager title in your role in order for you to be building community like you guys are every day. So to leave everybody with some actionable tips, what are some of the best pieces of advice you have for people working in Web3 who are trying to build meaningful community and a global contributor base when they go out, and things that they should keep in mind or actionable steps that they should take?
Yeah, maybe I'll start because I think I have a really great story I also want to share really quickly. So Derek, I didn't even know he had a name or a face. To me, he was just like a PFP for a very...
I do have a face, I promise.
Yeah, up until 5 minutes ago, I didn't know if he was a real person. But 7-8 months ago, when I first started playing with the Graph protocol as a developer, I don't know how, but I found Derek on Twitter. He's really active in the Graph community, and I was confused about some stuff when I was trying to make a subgraph, and I just DM'd him on Twitter. And it's just so serendipitous and amazing that now 8 months later, we're sitting on this panel together.
Yeah, we happen to share a panel now.
Yeah. And yeah, my tip is just like, don't be afraid to reach out. And I know that might seem intimidating, but truly, honestly, and I think everyone kind of feels the same way, is that like the community in Web3 is generally very welcoming, very down to help. Yeah. And he's someone like, he doesn't even follow me back on Twitter to this day, but he like answers my questions all the time. I like call him. I call him literally like once a week. I'm like, hey, how do you do this? And so yeah, don't be afraid to reach out, ask questions. Most people are down to help. And the cool thing about EduNode is we have 2 really amazing DevRel people on a team where our whole job is just to help you with your subgraph stuff.
Derek's following you right now.
Yeah, you're now being followed.
I come from a family construction company, and if any of you have ever worked closely with family, you know that you're not going to agree on everything all of the time. It's just not going to happen. Within these communities, if you have everybody that's thinking the same, or that has the same opinion on things, there's only one person in there that actually has that opinion, and the rest of them aren't thinking. So you need to be focused on, like I mentioned earlier, focus on the things that unite you, focus on the things that, like Diana mentioned with the core values. That needs to be your objective. It's not about me, it's about what we can accomplish together.
Love that. Yeah, I'll just kind of back up what you said there, because it's interesting from where I stand. I feel like I was the one that was always asking questions to people, and so I spent probably 7 or 8 months, and I apologized a lot in the Discord, just saying, hey guys, I'm gonna ask a lot of questions. One day I'll be of use and of value, but until then, just kind of bear with me, type of thing. And now, I've had the chance where I can then go and pass that education on. Mm-hmm. But I kind of took a bit of a shameless, route to that, where I was like, hey, I know I'm about to be annoying. And, constantly people were like, oh, no, not at all. Don't worry about it. And then and after a while, I was like, this just kind of feels like the normal in this space. So I would suggest that, you might feel like you're going to be annoying asking questions, but, 9 times out of 10, people that are working in this space are very passionate about this space, and they would love to talk to you about it. So I would ask your questions, make sure that you understand, and make sure that you know what it is that you're working with, and then from there you can then pass that knowledge on to other people. So I would say that that's definitely an important aspect. And then earlier you touched on making sure that you have stable agreements at the start when you're starting a community. And that goes I think that's one of the most important things, because as you go down the road, your community is going to grow and you're going to adopt new things or new practices. But as long as you're staying within your core goals, it's easy to stay on track. Once you start adopting things that kind of take things off your core goals, then at that point, it becomes a little bit nebulous, where one person thinks that that is kind of along the lines, and another person thinks that that kind of goes against what you're doing. And so just keeping to that, I would say, is very important.
It just ensures that you're having these conversations on common ground, essentially, is what it is. Yeah, and I have to echo the not being afraid to put yourself out there and learn. I got into this space through podcasting. I was hosting a crypto podcast when I knew nothing about crypto. So I wasn't just sliding into people's DMs with questions. All of my stupid questions are out there still for everybody to listen to. So, I mean, talk about learning in public. Like, that is really, truly the fastest way to learn. And everybody has been so kind and gracious, at least to me, and it sounds like to you guys as well. So thank you, panelists, so much. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on this panel. Hopefully you learned something about community, and thank you to the Graph for hosting this and for just doing such a great job of building a global community within Web3.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Yay, cool. All right, let's roll.
It's pretty crazy when you see all these core divs working together, and it's hard to fathom that it's more than just multiple teams working on this stuff in a vacuum, and you kind of forget that there's tens of thousands of people in the community working around the world and building on the Graph in real time, and that's what that last panel's about. So thanks so much to Cami, Chris, Derek, and Diana. Our next speaker probably needs no introduction whatsoever, but I'm going to give it anyway because I have the microphone. Tegan Kline began her career on Wall Street, working for organizations like Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, and Barclays. She then saw the light and joined the blockchain ecosystem working with Orchid. And finally, she joined the Graph ecosystem very early in its evolution. She co-founded Edge and Node and is now business lead for the organization. It is my sincere pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague, the one and only Tegan Kline.
Hello, thank you all for being here. A big round of applause to everyone that made it out for Graph Day. Amazing, and thank you so much for everyone that put work into this event. I know it was a huge lift, so I really appreciate all the effort that went into it. I'm really excited today to talk about meritocracy and the deeper changes that Web3 is leading. So we're going to do a little test, and this might get a little controversial, so we're going to do a little test. So how do you feel when you see this man? Raise your hands if you trust this man. Anyone? Raise your hands if you think that this man deserves $71 billion. Okay, and then let's do a little test with this man. So raise your hand if you do not trust this man. Raise your hand if you think that this man deserves $132 billion. And now this man, this might be a little more popular, but raise your hands if you trust this man. Raise your hand if you do not think that he deserves $200 billion.
Handheld or podium?
Is it not working?
It's bobbling. It's not on there good.
I'm not going to use a mic, so.
You can use the lectern. The lectern.
Can everyone hear me?
We're going for lectern.
Can you hear me now? Okay, there we go. All right. So I'm willing to bet that many of you have a negative feeling or a negative connotation associated with these faces that we saw today, as if maybe they're undeserving or somehow they've kind of taken what they have. But, and I think that that's justifiable, right? Like, look at where we are today. The wealth gap is up, home ownership is down, student debt is up, national debt to GDP is up, we have medical expenses up, inflation is at a 40-year high, homelessness is up, and Social Security is gone. And it feels like that, we're taking these feelings out on certain people that have done well in this system because this system isn't working for everyone. But I'm here to tell you, don't hate the player, hate the game. Don't hate these billionaires, hate the system that made them billionaires. They were incentivized, right? And they seized the opportunity, creating massive monopolies. In reality, they played the system the exact way that the system was designed to be played. Now, let's do another test. How do you feel when you see this man? Raise your hand if you trust this man. Raise your hand, keep your hands up if you think that this man is deserving of $1 billion. Okay, so I'm willing to bet that many of you, and your hands today kind of showed that we feel differently about this guy. We feel differently about Vitalik, because in Web3, we appreciate merit and the value that you create. And these systems, they're open, they're transparent, and Vitalik was one of the first to enable that openness. So Web3 is as much as about being a meritocracy as it is about being open source, permissionless, decentralized, and trustless. If there is no meritocracy, it should be a warning sign in the same way that when you see centralization, that is a warning sign. And that's because we need to create true value in this ecosystem, and when you create that true value, you're rewarded. So let's reflect upon the word scammer. So scammers everywhere. Where does this word come from, and what do we mean by the word scammer? We generally use the word scammer to identify lack of merit, right? And I'm not going to name names here, though it might be fun if I did, but I'm sure many of you could think of a scammer or someone you associate that word with, and oftentimes it's when projects or people have clout without creating the value for that clout. And even in our own space, it's very idealistic, and as much as it is idealistic, and as much as all of us want to create a true difference in the world, there are some that can take advantage of that. So a meritocracy gives credit where credit is due to people and things. As value is created, it is compensated. And with meritocracy, we can get much closer to the truth and to the outcomes that many of us want to see. So let's look at some examples of meritocracy in Web3. So Optimism, they recently announced their retroactive rewards for participation. Optimism is having a token, which is something that was anticipated for a very long time. And if you used Optimism, if you voted in a DAO, if you signed in a multi-sig, you are going to be rewarded retroactively for that value that you created. Another example is Jay Freeman, my former CTO. He found a bug in the Optimism contract that would have let you print as many Optimism tokens as you want, and that was a big bug. And so with this, and he was rewarded $2 million for that. And I think that one thing that's interesting here is it's not always about how hard you work. Sometimes it's about the level of impact of the value that you create or find. And then within the graph ecosystem, there's so many examples of this, but as Eva mentioned this morning, there are many grants that go out in the ecosystem. One of those were retroactive GRT grants for subgraph developers after the network went live. And then also allocating over 11 million in grants to individuals and projects across the space. This is excluding the core dev grants. And there are many grants still available today. And then the one thing that's really great about these protocols is they're permissionless. So you can participate in a permissionless way, meaning you don't have to ask permission. You don't have to ask anyone if you can. And knowledge and information within the graph is available to everyone, no matter your race, your skin color, your gender, how much money you have. And you can delegate, you can index, you can curate. So raise your hand if you're delegating, indexing, or curating on the graph network. Amazing. Yeah, thank you all for participating in this ecosystem. And I think with delegating, as an example, earning 10 to 15% APY, like that's much better than any savings account I've used, like less than 1%. And then this one's a little bit more controversial of an example, but being in and maintaining a meritocracy is hard, and it does require thought, but I'll propose this to you. Isn't a hack just a bug bounty? We have the infamous example of the DAO hacker on Ethereum. They got away with 11 billion ETH, and the Ethereum community came together in consensus and created a hard fork. But you could make the case that anytime you see a hack, that's just a bug bounty, right? They use the smart contract the exact way the smart contract was programmed. And so you could make the argument that the hacker deserves it if you believe that code is law. And then meritocracy in Web3. So one thing that's really important to look at is equality versus equity. So everyone gets an equal opportunity, but that doesn't mean that everyone gets the same amount of equity. You have to create value in Web3 to be able to earn that equity, and that there shouldn't be any entitlement or privilege in a meritocracy. The equity is really determined on the value that you create in the ecosystem. And the value that you create determines your compensation and authority, or at least it should. Now, why is merit valuable? So entrepreneurs, engineers, and creatives, they work hard to create things that we need, and merit is a high-quality unit of measurement. It gives incentives to make beautiful things, right? If there is an incentive to make beautiful things, we'll have more beautiful things in the world. And the war can't be on those that are compensated for the value that they create in Web3. So we can't bring those same attitudes towards the people that are creating value in this ecosystem. And as Yaniv mentioned, it's abundant, right? There's no limit to what we can achieve and create together. And yeah, it's not extractive, it's abundant. So how does Web3 create and achieve a meritocracy? By removing barriers and middlemen. People with a lot of merit, a lot of barriers in that old system, oftentimes get discouraged because you're not compensated commensurate to the value that you bring. Like, right? If you work at Amazon, I don't think you have anywhere near Jeff Bezos' salary or net worth. And in Web3, you lift barriers so that people are compensated peer-to-peer, right? Directly from those giving value to those receiving that value. And that's really powerful. So in Web3, you're no longer playing the game for someone else, you're playing it for yourself. Now, in summary, don't hate the player, hate the game. Our attitude towards one another in this community thrive when we value and reward merit, not when we discourage it. We can transcend by helping one another create a new game. But we can't do this alone. Community is everything. And so it's important that we do not discourage those that have merit, because that divides us, and we need to be together more now than ever. And everyone here has a special role in Web3 and the future we're creating. So look around. This is our community. This is your community. And we are working to solve the world's biggest challenges, but not just we at Edge and Node, not just the Graph Foundation, not just the other core devs, but we as a community. And we are working to make this positive impact on the world and leave it better than we came into it, but that requires one another, that requires the community. And it's not always going to be a smooth ride up to that mission. There are going to be ups and downs, so it's important we celebrate the highs together, but also that we're there for one another during the lows. And we have a big announcement today. So we're announcing the Edge and Node Geospace. So this space is for all of Web3 with merit to come and work together to foster that community. It's a 13,000 square foot building right around the corner from here. It's in the Presidio. So everyone working on problems to make the world better within the Web3 space that have merit will be welcome at this space. So give it up for this space. And now I want to say a quick personal thank you. The last couple years have been some of the best that I've had in my entire life, and it's only because of the people sitting here, because of you and the Graph community, that I can stand here and give this talk. So I just want to say thank you very much.
You're awesome. So now we have a new space to drink double espressos all day and drinks at night. I love it. How awesome is Tegan's energy, right? She's a force of nature. All right, last speaker before lunch. It's very dense, so make sure you caffeinate. I really am gonna drink my 8th double espresso for the day behind stage because I really want to hear what this guy has to say. Next speaker is Brandon Ramirez. He's a co-founder of the Graph. He's a co-founder of Edge and Node and currently research and product lead in the organization. He's been an engineer for well over a decade at places like Cisco and MuleSoft and Microsoft and more. He's honestly one of the deepest thinkers I know, and he's actually a pretty cool dude as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Brandon Ramirez.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Wow. It's good to be back. If you had told me it would be 3.5 years in a pandemic before the second graph day, I wouldn't have believed you, but here we are. And actually, at that last graph day, I gave a talk similar to this, where I posed a question to the audience, what is the graph? You know, at the time, we were just launching Edge & Node's hosted service. We had just announced the earliest iterations of our protocol design. And by looking at the answer to this question through these 3 properties, you really could have predicted the next few years of what the graph's R&D and research would look like. Now, today, I want to revisit this question through 2 new lenses. One is looking at the graph as a blockchain protocol, and the other is looking at it as a decentralized infrastructure market. And my goal is to contextualize the work that's been happening in the ecosystem for the last few years, as well as the evolution of the graph that you can expect to come. Now, you might be asking, the graph is a blockchain protocol? You don't really hear it mentioned in that light too often, right? You hear queries, you hear indexing. This is kind of a strange framing. And I want to get you there, but to do that, first we need to do a quick recap of how blockchains have been evolving over the last few years. So here's the mandatory Bitcoin slide. In the beginning, there was Bitcoin. It was good, but the problem was it only really did one thing, right? It was the money app. And it was all kind of rolled into the other innovations of blockchain around consensus and having this distributed, data availability and state machine. A few years later, projects like Ethereum came along and said, hey, what if we decouple the general compute layer and allow people to build their own purpose-built application-specific smart contracts? But it was all still bundled in the same package, right? So consensus, data availability, smart contract execution, it was all happening within the same chain. Now, in the last few years, with the advent of technologies such as rollups, as well as purpose-built chains such as Celestia or Arweave, we're seeing this great unbundling happen where these layers are starting to separate, and you're starting to see purpose-built layers in the stack that can each be optimized for their own purpose and scaled out independently. And this permits a whole new universe of design patterns represented by the columns that you see behind me, where the rows are the different layers in the modular blockchain stack that have been unbundled. And you can see that we can still do the classic monolithic architectures, we can do rollups, we can do validiums, and so on. And what I would like to pose to you is that there's actually a missing layer in the modular blockchain stack that's been underappreciated and underconsidered in the blockchain space up until this point. And to understand why I believe that's the case, I want to walk you through a few missing pieces that exist in blockchains today. The first is on the incentive layer. So we tend to think a lot about the incentives that exist in blockchains, such as the gas price auction, the block rewards. But there's also things that blockchains need to do to succeed that aren't directly incentivized, such as storing historical state, running archive nodes, doing data retrieval, right? A big part of the Ethereum and blockchain vision was being able to do light clients and warp sync, have decentralized block explorers. All of that stuff is not incentivized directly in the blockchain protocols that we have today. Furthermore, it's not possible to verifiably get all types of data off of the blockchains that we have today. If you're interested in account balances or transaction lists, great. But if you're interested in derived data or more complex filtered queries like ETH-get logs, there's actually not a verifiable way to outsource these types of queries to a full node. Now, one way that you could approach solving this problem is to spin up a bunch of centralized blockchain APIs on top of the full nodes in this blockchain data supply chain. And indeed, that's what's happened. We see things like Infura, Alchemy, the OpenSea NFT API be very successful. But we believe, in a similar spirit to the MEV researchers that are looking at the transaction supply chain and observing that centralization at one layer in that chain can infect the other layers, we believe that it's necessary for the end-to-end blockchain data supply chain to be decentralized. Otherwise, the only ones with the incentive to run these full nodes, these archive nodes, are going to be centralized companies and will all be disintermediated from the benefits hoped to get from Web3 and decentralization in the first place. Indeed, Afri, a notable Ethereum core developer, famously said that if we all end up accessing Ethereum through Infura, the vision for Ethereum has failed. So I'd like to introduce a new concept to you guys today. Since this is Graph Day, you can probably see where I'm going with this. We're going to talk about subgraphs. But in this context, I want to talk about them as read-oriented rollups. And to understand why I'm using that label in this context, let's do a quick recap of what rollups do today. They're a classic example of this unbundling, where data availability and consensus stays on layer 1, but state machine execution moves to layer 2. And specifically, it's the transactions that are stored as like call data on Ethereum. And then you can either submit fraud proofs that a block on the layer 2 is incorrect, as in the optimistic use case, or in the ZK rollup use case, you can get validity proofs that every block is correct and can be verified on layer 1 in real time. Now, read-oriented rollups support either of these patterns, the optimistic or the ZK pattern. The main difference is that whereas traditional write-oriented rollups use a transaction-oriented state machine, where the users are submitting transactions with the expectation that they'll be sequenced in a certain way on the L2, be executed in a smart contract, read-oriented rollups are all about producing the derived data that's necessary to use blockchain data for specific applications. So they can actually do arbitrary event sourcing or map-reduce logic over any sets of triggers that exist on the layer 1. But nonetheless, they still rely on layer 1 for consensus and data availability. And so the new layer of the modular blockchain stack that I want to propose is this transformation layer. And that's really where read-oriented rollups shine. It's not so much about the user a priori having an expectation of how they're going to change state in these read-oriented rollups. It's more that the users can have taken arbitrary actions in the past, and these read-oriented rollups can be designed around the data that already exists on the chain. Importantly, they can support almost all of the design patterns that we see today. So I've talked more about rollups here, but the Validium pattern, where data availability is handled on a separate layer, is likely where subgraphs will need to go to support NFT use cases in the decentralized network, where all the metadata is stored on IPFS and doesn't have layer 1 data availability guarantees. Importantly, like all rollups, these are composable and scalable. So in the same way that you can have Validium rollups verified in an optimistic rollup or in a ZK rollup, you can also have read-oriented rollups built on top of layer 1s, other layer 2s, or indeed other read-oriented rollups. The case with subgraph composition and some of the data pipelined execution models that you'll hear about later today. And this composability through sharding is what gets us the scalability benefits of rollups, right? It's that each person can focus on the small shard of computation that they're interested in and the path, back to the layer 1 base layer. And when we think about scalability, it's not just scalability in a vacuum that we care about. It's really about unlocking more use cases for Web3. So it's not surprising that the first use cases that had product market fit were the store value use cases, because you can send one transaction and store value indefinitely. And as we move along the value per transaction curve, to the far side, we get to like an individual tweet, where maybe the value per transaction is actually quite low. Everyone else's tweets, of course. Your tweets are great. The other benefit to read-oriented rollups is that they're natively provisioned and upgradable, at least as they exist in the graph. Because it's not important for the user to have an a priori mental model of how the state execution is going to happen, and it's really ex post definitions of the derived data, you can upgrade subgraphs, you can natively provision them all in the context of the graph using the curation mechanism that Yaniv walked us through earlier. But we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about verifiability, right? If we're making the argument that subgraphs, read-oriented rollups are part of the modular blockchain stack, then one of the most important things that blockchains do is they have these properties around verifiability. In the context of the graph, we like to talk about verifiable indexing, verifiable querying. For verifiable indexing, we support many of the patterns that we've seen today, with the caveat that it's a little bit more complicated, and we'll get to that in a second. And then on the other side, we want to make sure that once you've indexed a subgraph, that you can actually reach in, query the data that you're interested in, and have guarantees that that data is correct. Starting with verifiable indexing, let's look at one example of how we could approach this, which is using a ref-read game. This is a form of interactive fraud proof that's been put into production recently by layer 2s such as Arbitrum. In this model, you look at the execution paths of two different validators, and you can run a sort of binary search to figure out where they diverged in execution, and then recompute that single step of the computation on chain. So that's kind of where the scalability benefits come in, is that you really only need to process this tiny bit of computation on the layer 1 rather than the full computation. In the subgraph use case already, our WASM computation, which is the subgraph mapping, is already a little bit more complex than what you'd see in a typical WASM program. Yes, there are steps that are sort of native or endogenous to the WASM module, but there's also computational steps that are calling out for more data from another blockchain or calling out for data that had previously been computed in the store. And this is only going to get more complex as the subgraph execution model evolves to support higher performance use cases, as you're going to hear about from Sebastian of the Graph Council later today. And so what this means is that when we run this binary search to figure out where two subgraphs execution paths diverged, it might be that we're just rerunning an opcode on chain, but it could also be that we're witnessing in proofs from other systems, such as a EVM-based ref-read game, or a query proof, or a Merkle proof from an underlying blockchain. But the theory is there. This is really, at this point, an engineering challenge that our ecosystem needs to tackle together. On the verifiable query side, this is actually something that we've been thinking about for a number of years. This is a screenshot from a talk that I gave near DevCon. We weren't quite invited to speak at DevCon back then in 2018, where we presented this idea that maybe we could look at the database indexes that are in use today, the data structures that are used to power those indexes, and can we just come up with Merkleized versions of those indices? It seemed like a reasonable idea, and indeed, that actually was part of what led us to stumble upon this new line of research that's called outsourced databases. This is basically a line of research in academia that describes a setting in which consumers can safely outsource queries to a server and trust the results without having any of that data locally on their machine. And this paper, IntegraDB, actually approached this problem using authenticated data structures based on Merkle trees and traditional database data structures. But it wasn't quite as expressive and efficient as we might like. And that's kind of what led us to look at a different type of authenticated data structure called polynomial commitments. And as it turns out, with clever math, you can actually store all the data or represent all the data in a database inside of a polynomial. And these things have the nice property that they tend to be more efficient across a number of different dimensions, but they also compose nicely with arithmetic circuits, which are one of the magical building blocks that powers zero-knowledge proofs. And indeed, there's another notable paper in this line of research called vSQL that followed exactly this approach. And the exciting results, exciting experimental results that you'll be hearing about from Zach Burns later today, were partly inspired by this lineage of research into outsourced databases. Now, verifiability isn't something that we're just doing as a virtue signal. It's not just something we're doing to check the box of being a protocol in Web3. We think this is going to have a meaningful impact on the use cases that we see the subgraphs and the graph applied towards. So today, most use cases are front-end use cases, right? Whether it's a read-only app, an interactive app, some kind of DeFi front-end. But there's a host of on-chain use cases that the graph has not really yet been applied to in earnest. You could imagine a subgraph acting as a reputation oracle, as we heard from Yaniv earlier today. You could imagine it being used as a price oracle or some kind of DeFi aggregations. You could even imagine it implementing Yearn-style, automated trading strategies where the output of the strategy is bridged back onto the layer 1 or the lower level chain. And if you really trust the verifiability properties of the graph, you could even imagine using this in a cross-chain state bridging use case. So today we tend to bridge really simple state across chains like a token balance, but imagine being able to bridge any arbitrary map reduce over some other chain onto another chain. These are the types of use cases that become available to us once we take an earnest effort and focus on verifiability. Now, some people in our community have been a little ahead of the curve on testing the boundaries of what's possible. This is an experiment that Dennison, one of the subgraph developers in our ecosystem, ran last year, where he re-implemented an ERC20 token inside of a subgraph, using the subgraph as a read-oriented rollup, where basically just the call data was stored on chain, and then the state of the token contract was basically all written in assembly script. Now, this isn't something I'd recommend doing today with the security model of the graph, but this is the kind of thing that would become trivial to do once verifiable indexing and verifiable queries has been delivered. So to just recap really quickly, write-oriented read-ups, read-oriented read-ups, many of the same considerations. They have a one-of-n trust model. They have to design bridges. They take advantage of the great unbundling. But the key difference is that write-oriented read-ups are transaction-oriented state machines, whereas read-oriented roll-ups are arbitrary map-reduce operations, and they're natively provisioned and upgradable. Now, admittedly, over the last few years, viewing the graph as a blockchain has not been our core focus, although I do want to give a shout-out to Jackson Blazensky, who's really kept the torch burning on the verifiable queries research, at times by himself, and was integral to founding the cryptography working group within the graph ecosystem. Where most of our effort has been over the last few years, and rightfully so, has been viewing the graph as a decentralized infrastructure market. And the reason we started there is because the graph has had to handle incredible scale from essentially day one. And we're going to get into some of the challenges there, but before we do, because the challenges are daunting at times, let's focus on the benefits and why we're trying to overcome challenges involved in building this in a decentralized way. So all of us are familiar with Web3. I think we've heard a lot of the familiar benefits, like being able to build permanent applications. The graph in particular, I think, is a great example of open source infrastructure. So a lot of us are used to open source software where one developer solves a problem for themselves, publishes as a library, other developers can build on that, remix it. Open source infrastructure gives you all the same benefits, but for actual running software. So when someone solves a problem for themselves by building the subgraph, they've now solved that problem for everyone else that needs to use that type of data. And with the advent of subgraph composition, people will be able to keep building on and remixing with the logic that's already been published to the graph today. So over time, the network will just become this rich tapestry of open, decentralized APIs that you can interact with. Importantly, the service providers that are serving these APIs are completely open and adaptable. That means there's no centralized entity controlling them. They're responding in real time to incentives, and those incentives lead them to do things like auto-scale, provision more resources, service different geographies, add more database indices, caching layers to optimize their setup. All of that sort of happens in an uncoordinated, decentralized way to deliver a superior quality of service to the end user. And the last benefit I want to focus on today, because it's one that I think is we've had some interesting progress on over the last year or two, is just the fact that the graph is Web3 native. And I want to highlight a couple examples of what that means. We heard from a couple speakers earlier today about Constitution DAO running on Juicebox, which deployed to the decentralized network. I think it's super cool that you can actually go to the snapshot vote for the Juicebox DAO, and you can see this DAO provisioning resources to power the subgraph that they used to drive the fundraising platform that then went on to power the Constitution DAO. And a lot of us that have participated in DAOs, we may lament that most of the services that we want to use are outside of the trust boundary of the DAO. So like you might create the Advocates DAO, for example, but then that Advocates DAO needs a Twitter account, And that Twitter account needs to be owned by an individual. It can't be owned by the entire DAO. The integration points are there. It's not Web3 native. But when you're using the graph, the DAO can natively manage and control their subgraphs using the permission model and structure that's been embedded into the DAO. Another great example of Web3 native capabilities in the graph is the fact that subgraphs are just NFTs. So owning the subgraph confers a number of really important rights to the subgraph owner. You can do things like upgrade the subgraph. You can migrate the curated stake on that subgraph. And we've heard from a lot of the users that, hey, sometimes you want to have an individual start building the subgraph, then transfer it to a DAO. Sometimes you might be working with the dev shop. And so we solved that problem by just making subgraphs NFTs. And so now they're digitally native, transferable, ownable items. They can integrate with DeFi. You could use it in all sorts of DeFi composability use cases. So I think it's a fantastic use case for NFTs that are more than just a JPEG. So what does it take to make a decentralized infrastructure market successful? I would argue that there's three main pillars that are closely interrelated in subtle ways that we'll get into. And those are quality of service, cost of service, and developer experience. So let's get into it. One of the challenges with quality of service, as I noted before, is the incredible volumes that we've been processing from day one. But most recently, it's not uncommon to be over 1 billion queries per day. So that's really why we had to start from the scalability perspective and move towards verifiability. And the other big challenge with quality of service is that it's emergent. We don't control the nodes. We don't control the infrastructure, right? We get to control the incentives, the tools, and the products that we give people to respond to those incentives. We can't directly observe from the blockchain what the uptime of a given indexer is. And despite all those challenges, quality of service is pretty good. You can see here that on many days, the decentralized network keeps up just fine with Edge and Node's hosted service. There's even times when the Edge and Node hosted service has had significant outages and the decentralized network has been more robust. But pretty good's not good enough, right? We're operating in a space where people are comparing the graph to Web 2 analogs, where they're used to 5 nines of SLA, right? 5 nines of uptime. So this is something that we want to keep pushing ourselves on until the graph can be as performant and as stable as is humanly possible. A big part of the driver of quality service is the query market. So we have this automated negotiation protocol that you heard a little bit about earlier today, where there's alternating offers between the consumer and the indexer, and the indexer can communicate prices to the consumer using a domain-specific language called Agora, designed by Edge and Node's own Zach Burns. And importantly, when I talk about negotiation, I'm not talking about two humans, sitting at a table negotiating with each other. Hey, how much is this query going to cost that's worth fractions of, a fraction of a penny? That would introduce so much mental transaction overhead that it would completely obviate all the benefits that we get from a decentralized infrastructure layer. Instead, what we're talking about are automated negotiating agents on either side of that marketplace that are in real time optimizing their decisions based on preferences that have been input to them by their respective owners. On the consumer side, we have the indexer selection algorithm. On the indexer side, we have the indexer service that sets prices, and we also have the indexer agent that decides which subgraphs to even index in the first place. And I'm excited to announce that this week, we're launching 2 brand new tools for indexers, one called Automated Agora, and the other that's an allocation optimization tool. And those will be available in beta to try out at GraphHack this weekend. The other benefit to having these agents beyond just making the lives of our users better is that now we can actually run these agents in simulations called agent-based models. So this is a technique from computational social science where we can basically take all these bots, put them in different scenarios, and see what are the emergent properties that come out of that related to cost of service or quality of service. We can do that by both tweaking the behaviors of the agents, but we can also tweak the rules of the protocol and see how the existing agents lead to a different outcome for quality of service. And we have a number of improvements that are sort of on the backlog that we think are going to continue pushing the boundaries on quality of service and cost of service that we're going to validate in this way. Now, when it comes to using agents as a consumer, maybe the indexers can handle it, but most consumers, this is kind of a new pattern, right? We're not used to having robots make decisions on our behalf. In fact, quite the opposite. We're used to technology giving us information that we can then use to make decisions. But here we're flipping the script. Here we need a way of representing what users want so that agents can make automated decisions on their behalf. One way we did this with respect to performance was we looked at cognitive research to figure out where the points of diminishing returns were for responsiveness. So you can imagine that, let's say 50 milliseconds, a dapp loading feels equally instant, and maybe above 5 or 10 seconds, it feels equally terrible. And so we shaped utility curves based on these sort of notions of the value of performance. And then the trick is, how do we give the power to users to actually express how much things like performance, cost of service, data freshness, how much these things mean to them. So this is a screenshot from the Subgraph Studio where the Subgraph developer can modify an API key to decide which of these things they want to value. And then into that experience, we're building reporting tools and predictive analytics to help them understand what is the experience that they're going to get when using the decentralized network that's going to give them the quality of service that they expect. Another big driver of performance is just the number of indexers on a subgraph. As you might imagine, more indexers on a subgraph means there's more likely to be a high-quality indexer with good uptime, the data freshness you need, in the geography that you want. And so another big portion of our focus has been on how do we drive the number of indexers on a subgraph up. Interestingly, a grant from the Graph Foundation to the economic auditing firm Prism Group included equilibrium analysis that related the number of indexers on a subgraph to indexing rewards, basically the square root of indexing rewards over the fixed costs of servicing that subgraph. And so there's this inverse relationship between the fixed costs that indexers have to pay to service a subgraph and the number of indexers we'd expect to service a given subgraph. And that brings me to the next section, the next pillar of success, which is cost of service. Cost of service in the graph today has two main components. One is indexing performance, which I'm not going to spend a ton of time on in this talk because there's going to be a great talk by Sebastian later today, as we mentioned, that I highly encourage you to stick around for. The other big driver of cost is on-chain gas costs. To give you a recap of where we're at today in the network, to upgrade a subgraph, these are April averages, costs about $100. So if you're a subgraph developer, let's say upgrading your subgraph a couple times a month, that's close to $200. And then the costs, the gas cost that an indexer has to pay to service that subgraph for about a month is upwards of $100. And as we just talked about, more subgraphs, more indexers on a subgraph is better than less indexers. So if we say 4 is the magic number, well, now we're up to $420 a month. And so if you're keeping count, we're at $600 total for a subgraph upgrading twice a month. And that's all just gas, right? That's not value that's going to the bottom line of indexers. That's not value that's going into quality of service or DevOps infrastructure. That's just gas. And so it should come as no surprise that the answer here is layer 2 scaling. And today, I'm excited to announce that the graph is planning on migrating its smart contracts to Arbitrum 1. We feel that at this stage in the game, Arbitrum 1 has proven itself. It's been battle tested. It has several $billion in total value locked. It has prominent projects that have migrated to it, including projects like LivePeer that have very similar requirements and economic considerations as the graph. give you a sense of the impact that this is going to have on the network, in our initial experiments with Arbitrum, we saw about a 26x improvement in gas costs. With the planned Nitro upgrade that Arbitrum has, that's going to both start adding support for WASM, but also introduces smarter compression techniques, we predict that those gas savings will bump up to 73x. And if EIP 4488 passes, which proposes cheapening the cost of call data on Ethereum, we could see those improvements go upwards of 300x. Now, what this means for end users is that upgrading the subgraph could go from $90 on chain today to $1.25. And the cost of 4 indexers servicing a subgraph for a month would go from $420 to about $5. And what that means is using the graph as decentralized network is going to suddenly become a viable strategy for a huge long tail of independent subgraphs that were maybe too small or priced out of the network as it exists today. The other effect that this is going to have, tying back to the quality of service pillar earlier, is that if you recall, we had the cost of service servicing the subgraph in the denominator. Well, now we expect an upward shift in the number of indexers per subgraph, and we expect this to continue driving quality of service even beyond where we're at today. This is going to be split into several phases. The first phase of this is what we're calling an L2 DevNet. This is going to include an official graph to Arbitrum bridge, wrapping the native Arbitrum bridge. Initially, it's going to have indexing rewards disabled, and the intent is for this to be a place to put like experimental subgraphs and altruistic indexer allocations. And the main purpose here is for us to get comfortable with the Arbitrum model and also give the various downstream components a place to start integrating. And I highly encourage you to check out forum.com, as well as the GIPs that are hosted on Radical. This is the first of several GIPs that are going to be published to explain what that layer 2 rollout looks like. The next phase is monitoring and validation. It feels like every week we wake up to another multi-hundred of millions of dollars bridge hack, and we take the security of the protocol extremely seriously, as well as the fact that the graph is mission-critical infrastructure for dapps that are running in production. So in this next phase, we'll be rolling out new capabilities for the pause guardians in the protocol. We'll be setting up new monitoring infrastructure to make sure that the state of the bridge, as well as the state of token balances on L2 are consistent. And we're going to be rehearsing recovery strategies as an ecosystem, building a better understanding of what it feels like to fail over back to layer 1 or to a fresh layer 2 in the case of a catastrophic L2 failure. And this is also an opportunity for us to iterate on key protocol mechanisms that will benefit user experience, which we'll get to in a little bit. The next phase is migrating subgraphs from layer 1 to layer 2, or as may be the case, migrating subgraphs directly from EdgeNode's hosted service to layer 2. Importantly, state migration will be incremental, and it will be initiated by key users. So subgraph developers will be able to migrate over their own subgraphs, as well as the curation that's been received on those subgraphs. And indexers will be able to migrate their own stake, as well as the stake that's been delegated to them. And at this point in time in the core developer ecosystem, there's no intention whatsoever of moving the graph token anywhere other than where it exists today on layer 1. And phase 4, we hope, is that over time, L1 just becomes a ghost town. It'll continue to be there if we need it, but we fully expect that as the assumptions around layer 2 and people get comfortable with it from a user perspective, that all graph usage will just move to Arbitrum layer 2. To give you a quick idea of the estimated timeline, noting that it's always hard to make estimates in a decentralized open source environment, we expect L2 DevNet to launch by the end of Q3. In Q4, we expect to complete monitoring and validation, and we expect to begin migration of subgraphs from layer 1 to layer 2 by the end of the year. So let's talk about user experience. And when I say user experience, what I really mean is developer experience. And for us, developer experience really starts with the Subgraph Studio, where we do things like give you Subgraph developers tools for API key management, the preferences that I showed you earlier. We have the Subgraph Studio sandbox, where you can deploy and interact with the subgraph locally, all without first having to acquire GRT or interact with the blockchain. But there's limits to what we can do just on the front end with developer experience. At a certain point, we're constrained by the economics. And let me give you a few examples of that. One is the way that bonding curves are used to deploy subgraphs in the protocol today. You heard a little bit about the curation market. It's not as widely known that our curation market uses a 2-layer nested bonding curve construction. When users want to deploy or upgrade subgraphs, they're interacting with one or more bonding curves. And we've seen a lot of the issues you might expect with things like price slippage and also MEV. Prominent MEV researchers today basically say that some level of MEV, which is either minor or maximal extracted value, depending on who you ask, is inevitable. And it's really up to us as protocol and application designers to figure out ways to mitigate MEV at the protocol layer. So on this front, we actually have an exciting announcement. Well, exciting if you're a wonkish protocol economics type, that we call principal protected bonding curves. And without getting too much into the weeds, these are MEV-proof bonding curves that preserve some of the earlier is better dynamics of traditional bonding curves, but where the user doesn't incur any principal risk by interacting with the bonding curves. I highly recommend you check out the GIP in the forums if you're interested in learning more. This was a proposal put forward by Juan DeFago from actually one of our new core development teams that was announced today, GraphOps. One of the other pieces of feedback we hear from subgraph developers is that it's, sometimes they have a preference for modularity for performance and upgradability purposes. And when you do that in the decentralized network, that means now you've gone from interacting with 2 bonding curves to 10 bonding curves, all as a part of your normal development cycle. So part of what will be enabled by things like principal protection as well as L2 gas savings is more complex mechanisms such as signal splitting, which would allow a subgraph developer to interact with one top-level bonding curve to manage multiple lower-level subgraphs, as well as N-1 signaling, where a subgraph developer could leave some signal on the previous version and the next version to avoid any discontinuities in availability for that subgraph. Another really cool mechanism that gets unlocked by both principal protection and L2 gas savings is something that we call signal renting. So one piece of feedback that we've gotten from users today is that having to outlay a bunch of capital by signaling GRT, sometimes in the order of thousands of tokens of GRT, is kind of a unfamiliar and friction user experience compared to what they might be used to using like a SaaS product. With principal protection, it's now safe to let subgraph developers rent signal for some amount of time. And with the lower L2 gas costs, it's now cost efficient for them to top off their subscriptions on a regular basis, whether it's monthly, quarterly, annually, the same way you would expect when using a traditional SaaS or Web2 cloud infrastructure provider. And just to give you an example of just the impact that we expect this to have, there's a quote from Brandon from Pull Together, the CTO there, where he's talking about his interactions with the curation market and just saying how what he really wants is just the ability to pay GRT to have a subgraph indexed. And with all these changes that I've described, both signal renting as well as L2 scaling, we'll now have the capacity to have a single on-chain billing router on layer 2, where a subgraph developer, for all the subgraphs that they're using, can just pay a single subscription that's then intelligently routed to all the downstream places in the protocol where a subgraph developer would typically have to interact today, whether that's curating directly, signal renting, or managing state channel balances, which for us today live on Polygon. So we think this is going to be a really incredible experience that brings subgraphs to parity with what's the state of the art in Web 2 today. So let's put this all together. In the future, based on the research and R&D we've talked about today, the graph is going to be harder, better, faster, stronger. And by that, of course, I mean we're going to have harder trust guarantees as the graph becomes more and more like a blockchain protocol. We're going to have better developer experience powered by new economics enabled by layer 2s, which is then going to drive better query processing performance and better uptime guarantees and all-around quality of service. And I predict that by end of this year, maybe early next year, the graph will have the best quality of service and cost of service of any Web 2 or Web 3 infrastructure layer without sacrificing any of the benefits of decentralization. And finally, I just want to acknowledge that it's impossible to do justice to all the great work that's happening in this ecosystem in a 50-minute talk. So if you're interested in diving deeper on any of these topics, we've already heard about the 5 different working groups today. I highly recommend you checking out the roadmap that was published a few months ago. Hop on the forums, dive into these different GIPs. There's really so much incredible work happening here, and we've really just scratched the surface. And I want to give a shout out to all the new core developers that have joined our ecosystem since the last Graph Day. We really wouldn't be here without them, and I know that the future of the graph is bright because we have all of them on board. And if you're interested in rolling up your sleeves and getting to work and becoming a part of this journey, we've got a ton of open roles to fill, so please get in touch. Come find one of us during Graph Hack or at the party. Thank you guys very much.
All right. One last round of applause for enough alpha from Yaniv to kill an elephant, for layer 2 stuff from Brandon, for Tegan for being the conference's spirit animal, and everyone else. We're going to be breaking for lunch until around 1:20. You could pick up box lunches in the lobby and then walk around through the back right doors. You're going to walk along the beautiful garden area. Ushers will be there to show you the room. Make sure you're back in seats by 1:20 p.m. to hear the big news from Ryan Selkis. And for those that arrive 5 minutes early, I'm going to be doing a little trivia and swag giveaway as an incentive to get some butts back in seats. But for now, hope you enjoy your lunch, everybody. Back, everybody. Yeah. Hope you can continue to find your seats as we get ready for the next speaker, who's pretty amazing, might add. However, for the early birds, it looks like it's actually more full than it was before. I did say, and I followed through on getting some sweet, sweet swag. So I've got 3 Apple AirTags to give away. Here's how it's going to work, right? I'm going to ask a question related to the graph. And could we turn the lights up for the audience as well, just so I can see who I'm looking at? Tina, if we may. And the first person I hear answer wins. So it's going to be a shouting contest. Speed matters over quality here, okay? And I do have, and I mean it, I have really bad hearing from working on and flying in jets for over a decade, so I'm going to need you to really belt it out, because I'm way too proud to get hearing aids. First question. This is an easy one. Ever silence? That was good. First question, an easy one, hopefully. What is the name of the first Graph core developer team? I heard it right here. Stand up, kind sir. Can you say your name? And
Alex.
Alex, and what did you say it was? Edge and Node, now one of many. Give him a hand. There we go. Yuval, I'm going to need your assistance here. Oh, there you go. Wow. You're amazing. Can you pass that to that fine gentleman? Alex? Alex, the man. Great job. Let's keep up the momentum. Next question. The Graph was obviously founded by a ragtag group of crazy rebels trying to change the world. The question is, when the story first began, how many founders were there?
3.
Boom. Oh! You're so excited. I love it. What's your name?
Garrow.
The man.
Oh, thank you.
Apple AirTag to the sweet young gentleman. Round of applause for the excitement. Giving swag is tough work. Hold on. All right, one last question before I introduce the next speaker. This one, I'm actually going to have to call in a hand because it's a multi-part answer. So the first hand I see gets the first shot here, okay? There are 3 ways to participate in the Graph network. What are the names of those roles? I saw your hand first. Do you want to give it to her? Can you stand up, please, ma'am? State your name. Omoju. What are the roles? She's got it. I'm sorry, Omoju. Ma'am, what's your name? Anna. I'm going to throw it to you, okay? Give her a round of applause. So, Edge and Node was the first core dev. 3 founders, Yaniv, Brandon Ramirez, and Giannis Pullman. Indexer, curator, and delegator. You all are amazing Graph scholars. I'm so proud of you. Awesome work. So now it's time to introduce the next guest speaker. Ryan Selkis is the founder and CEO of Messari. He's held leadership roles at places like CoinDesk and DCG. He's worked in investment banking, private equity, and consulting. He's done everything. And now at Messari, he and his team are tackling the data analytics space, helping folks navigate the Web3 space with world-class tools and intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Selkis.
Yeah, all right, in the front row. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so I'm here today with an important announcement. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Ryan Selkis. I'm the founder and CEO of Messari. And I'm here today to officially announce my candidacy for the U.S. That's a different presentation. No. I'm having too much fun working with folks like Edge and Node and the Graph Foundation. So I am here today to talk about open data and an exciting new partnership that we have with the Graph that I'm going to share in just a few minutes. But first, a little bit about Messari. For those of you that don't know us, we're a data and research platform, and really we've got 2 components of the business. We've got market intelligence, which is basically just tools, analytics, data feeds that help investment funds, infrastructure companies, TradFi, come up the learning curve with crypto and actually, learn about, support these assets and get comfortable with the complexity of this new space. And then on the other side, there's the protocols themselves. We call it our protocol services division. And we've worked with hundreds of these entities over time. And what we're really trying to do is we're trying to standardize the information flows that are coming from them to their communities. And in many cases, we're almost serving like an outsourced investor relations function. So we've got market intelligence, we've got protocol services. Some people have said if you're using the X for Y comparison, it's like a Bloomberg for crypto. But when we started, we actually were going a layer more boring and uninteresting and trying to think about how could we create an Edgar for crypto, right? How could we standardize, create the equivalent of generally accepted accounting principles, quarterly filings, things that are kind of the bedrock of trust in the existing financial system. How are we going to be able to recreate that with these decentralized protocols? And from day one, we've shared a very common vision with the graph, and I know this because in the last bear market in Berlin in the summer of 2018, I met Yaniv for the first time. And the first thing that I noticed was, yeah, this guy's way smarter than me. And then after that, I realized that we had a pretty common vision for how this industry was going to build out, and particularly on the information side, how we were going to get to open, reliable, well-structured data sets. Open, reliable, well-structured. Day one, we had a common vision around that, and I think we've been working in our own ways on open data for the past 4.5 years. But if you look at the Messari platform, we've basically done almost everything except for on-chain data, which is a little bit ironic. We've been very patient in terms of building in protocol metrics and really robust on-chain data capabilities into our platform. We'll track off-chain events. We'll track markets data. We'll track all these other kind of miscellaneous building blocks that give people a composite view of what's going on with these different assets. But we haven't really kind of pierced the veil and spun up our own infrastructure yet. And one of the reasons for that is we've been waiting for other middleware, other infrastructure like the graph that are focused on just this on a full-time basis to really become a little bit more reliable and robust without creating upstream supplier risk for us and our users, right? You don't want to get rugged. You don't want suddenly a certain subset of your data set to all of a sudden end up behind a paywall. And I have to say that our team has been monitoring the graph basically since day one, since I met Yaniv in Berlin, but especially over the last year, the infrastructure investments that have been made to bring these other core developers in, and some of the things that you heard this morning and that you're going to hear this afternoon, really have 10x or 100x the reliability of the graph as a protocol. And it's something that we believe that we can build on now in a very reliable way, in an open way. The last bit is well-structured, right? So basically there's been this tension between protocols like the graph that are working to make this information publicly available and allow for anyone to build on top, and then the more private on-chain data platforms like Nansen, like Glassnode, Coinmetrics, Amber Data. These are great businesses, but they basically had to make a decision. We're incurring all of these costs to spin up these nodes. Obviously, we're going to paywall this, and we're going to charge a pretty penny for it so that enterprises can actually have on-chain insights, but then there's very limited that's left to the general public. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's just kind of how the industry has evolved right now. So we've had the open data vision. We really believe in the reliability of the graph as a protocol now. How do we get to the well-structured component to complete the trifecta? And we met with the Edge and Node team and the Graph Foundation team in February this year at ETH Denver, where we all got COVID afterwards, or at least I did and like half my team. And I guess all of you did as well from that laughter. But we were talking about, okay, are there ways that Messari could play a role here in curating subgraphs? Because right now there's a quality control issue. Because it is an open protocol, anyone can spin up a subgraph. And that's great unless you're trying to use it. And we are a power user of these data sets as a company. They need to meet certain performance standards. They need to meet certain quality standards for us to be able to pull data and ingest it into our platform and then kind of spit it back out for our end users. So we talked about, look, we've got 500 enterprise customers, the who's who on the fund side, on the exchange side, kind of throughout the industry globally. We work with hundreds of protocols already. We're very strongly incentivized to get this right and to build subgraph infrastructure, but we just want to understand how we can better collaborate, and we could do this in a sustainable, open way instead of just creating private subgraphs using the graph protocol. The other thing is, our work is going to be very visible because it's going to be something that people can access through our analytics tools, and in many cases, that's either free or a very low tier, $30 a month. This isn't an advertisement for Messari, but just to kind of show this is relatively accessible versus some of those other enterprise customers or enterprise services that I showed in the previous slide. And then finally, we've already managed communities at scale. We've done this with our analyst program. We've worked with well over 100 contract and volunteer analysts through our Messari hub that helped us right, our research capabilities and output, and then ultimately create a really, really strong alumni network that ultimately got placed at some of the big protocols, funds like Coinbase Ventures, Grayscale. And we thought, okay, if we already have these incentives to build for both sides of our customer base, we know that this is going to be very visible for like QA in terms of the outputs of the subgraphs, and we've already managed communities at scale on the analyst side. Could we do the same thing on the developer side? And for the past few months, it's exactly what we've done. So our team has worked relentlessly over the last 3 months to start to come up with a new schema for subgraphs on a per sector basis. So trying to batch like for like when you're talking about DEX subgraphs, if you're talking about lending protocol subgraphs, create a little bit of a more robust schema, or reliable schema that other people are going to be able to build on in a predictable way, and you'll be able to have consistent quality across the different subgraphs that you see in the ecosystem. We've deployed 20 subgraphs. We've got another 25 in queue, and we've got 25 active contract subgraph developers now. So this is something that we want to incentivize at scale. And the mission that we have, and that we talked about after a couple months of iterating on this project, is we want to make subgraph scaling and then quality control of the subgraphs themselves, essentially the front end of the graph community, turn it into a first-class citizen in core development. And so the real reason I'm here today is to announce something that I'm very excited about that our team's been working on, and it's really the culmination of a 4-year relationship with the folks at EdgeNode and the broader graph community. We are, at Messari, going to be the first subgraph core developer, and we'll be joining the community with a $12.5 million grant over the next several years to help build out this ecosystem. So we are extremely excited about that. It says here, 200 high-quality subgraphs. We're in a bear market, so maybe it is just 200, but we obviously think that there's going to be thousands, tens of thousands of different protocols that are going to need to be indexed, and we're going to need to create high-quality subgraphs for. So this is a starting point for us. It's a starting point for this subgraph developer community that we've been curating, and we couldn't be more excited to not only build some of the first subgraphs kind of internally and with our community, but ultimately to lead some of these working groups so that our role as a core subgraph developer itself is decentralized over time, and we can really play more of a role in creating community standards so that not only we as a company, but any data company or any consumer of on-chain data is going to be able to rely on a certain threshold of quality and know that they're getting accurate consolidated metrics, for instance, from a given protocol. So we're going to have a 10-person team going to 15-person team within Messari that's working on this, and hopefully hundreds of subgraph developers that are working with our ecosystem. So this is more than anything an invitation to work with us on this. If you're in the room and you're a developer, you want to learn a little bit more about the subgraph developer program that we have. We're looking for developers to work with us. We're looking for researchers and protocol specialists to help with some of the standard setting and the schema definitions. We're looking obviously for other data aggregators that want to dog food some of these subgraphs and really kind of scale up how much of their backend infrastructure is leveraging the graph as a network and a protocol. And then, of course, we want to engage directly with the protocol teams. We already do that to a certain extent with our protocol services division, but we really want to help kind of bridge the gap between other protocols that really should be investing heavily in increasing the reliability of their subgraphs so that anyone can build on top of them. And some of this really high-quality data is not just locked behind a paywall. The most exciting thing here is, again, it's a culmination of a long relationship that we've had with multiple members of the Graph Foundation and EdgeNode team. And I think this is going to be a really exciting, positive sum development for the rest of the industry. Anything that can be built in public should and ultimately will be built in public if the incentives are well aligned within crypto. And I think the Graph community and all the different core developers that have already received, you heard this morning, $140 million worth of grants. The incentives are there to build through the bear market. We're excited for the next 5 years and invite people to join us on that journey. To sweeten the pot a little bit, we have an upgradable credential NFT that has 5 levels. The music NFTs, they're obviously 3D art, and these can ultimately reflect how far up the leaderboard some of the subgraph developers are within our community. We are going to be incorporating this hopefully into many of our communities, whether that's on the analyst side, whether that's on the subgraph developer side in this community, but we ultimately want to be able to not only play a leading role in the subgraph developer ecosystem, but hopefully help people build credentials, even if they're just a contributor to a DAO. And this is, I think, one of the most exciting things, especially because of the music. You can tell that I picked that music that coincides with all these NFTs. But you get a cool NFT, it might be worth something someday. I'm personally very bullish on soulbound and kind of permanent on-chain credentials. So we want to make sure that folks are rewarded, even if they're anonymous. We want people to contribute and be really excited about the partnership that we have in place today. So I am way under time right now. So if people are still waiting back here, I could also take questions if there's anyone in the audience that wants to ask a question.
We're with the Cross protocol, and we desperately need a subgraph for Cross 2. It's a cross-chain bridge. The V1 did about a few hundred million. We're expecting like a few billion in volume in the next year. And we're here to try to convince somebody to do a subgraph. So
Across?
Across, yeah.
Florent? Where are you? There he is. Florent, Vincent, Messari team, just stand up real quickly. We're rolling deep this week, so they're all in the same row back here. So flag these guys down. Florent, Vincent, make sure that you find this guy after the presentation. I'm sure if there's other folks that have similar questions or concerns, make sure you try to get these guys right outside after the presentation. But we do want to get to 200, so thank you for asking that, and hopefully we can do that not only for you all, but for many other folks in this room. No one else? I'm just curious, who's your designer for the Florent, did you plant that question? I have no idea how to pronounce this guy's name. He's French, if you can't tell. So, both the speaker and the designer. But we're excited, and hopefully we can get him more business because they're really slick, and it's just the tip of the iceberg for some of the things that he can do.
So for those of us that are subgraph developers, what's the best way for us to reach out?
So it's a great question. So the question was, if you're subgraph developers, how do you reach out? First of all, go to the team or email kind of anyone on our team about this. We can certainly get in touch easily. We're not only working with subgraph developers on a contract basis, but when it comes to the groups that are setting standards, like we're not going to pretend that we're the only voice in the room that's just dictating from on high how these should be structured. So there's a couple of other kind of working groups right now that we're going to be a meaningful contributor to and help catalyze and lead. For now, if for no other reason, then we just have more personnel dedicated to this today. And then over time, we'll become a smaller part of that as other big players start to build on this common infrastructure. Are we going to work on Substreams? Yes, and that's one of the things that we were very excited about when we caught up in February. It was kind of the tipping point, to be honest, for our decision to really go all in on the graph. And again, I can't say enough. We're very patient as a company. It's killed me to not have on-chain data for years, but it's also allowed us to not go down any dry holes and just waste a ton of developer resources. So we've been patient in terms of waiting, and the infrastructure that's been built from some of the other core developers the last year, especially Substreams included, were a big reason that we've made this hard turn and have begun to go all in on this. And thank you for the help in navigating the core developer grant process. So it goes both ways. Got 4 minutes left, so I got can answer a couple more if there's anyone else.
What should I invest in?
What should you invest in?
Some investment advice.
My uncle, Gary Gensler, has told me time and again not to answer this question in public. But if you talk to me afterwards over a beer, I'll let you know what I'm holding.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
What are the standards that you are most excited about in the subgraph ecosystem?
The subgraph development standards. So I think it's developing a common schema. I'm not going to be able to give you the technical answer. It's going to be for our team up here. I'm just the monkey that they send on stage to say words. But the schema development that we're doing and some of the documentation on different types of assets, I think is really important. So you look at something like Uni v3, it's kind of the gold standard in subgraphs right now. A big reason that it's so popular and it's so valuable is because that is a core bit of what the Uniswap Labs teams maintain. So one of the things that we want to do is make this very, very easy for community subgraph developers to contribute, for us to maintain and upgrade them over time and make sure there's continuity for some of these subgraphs in terms of maintenance. That's been a big problem, is someone will create and then not maintain or not make a fix. And one of the ways that we think that we can do that really effectively is if we can onboard more of the protocols themselves to work with us, the subgraph, the original subgraph developer, and kind of who is playing an ongoing role in maintaining those different subgraphs. So the technical answer, if that's what you're looking for, is going to be something for these guys. But at a macro level, go ahead.
I guess as a follow-up, it seems that the introduction of standards unlocks, I guess for lack of a better word, a much higher degree of composability.
Yes.
So the inherent ability to kind of plug, subgraphs into these standards compliant interfaces. How are you thinking about that in the context of Messari's product lineup, but also more holistically? What is the impact that you see this bringing to Web3 data?
So the question was about composability of, based on better subgraph standards, what does that mean for composability of different applications? I won't give away too much because we do have our conference coming up in September, Mainnet, New York, 21st through 23rd of September, and we're going to have a lot of product announcements around that event. Obviously, some of them are going to be in the protocol metrics side, and some that are going to be tools that we're building on Substreams and kind of on these subgraphs that we're working on. But I think the short answer is this is going to create just a tremendous explosion of different types of applications, information and data applications that I think are going to make it easier for developers, going to make it obviously easier for end users and investors to navigate these different segments. And the one thing that we learned and heard repeatedly when we were kind of diligencing, should we really kind of go all in and is now the right time, is we love the graph, we love the graph, we love the graph, but navigating the subgraphs and making sure that when we actually use it as our back end, we can't even we can barely get to 1.9, much less like 3, 4, 5 nines in terms of reliability. So I think when we get to 1.9, 2 nines, and then ultimately this becomes as reliable as a centralized information service, that's going to unlock a ton of creativity. And just our team alone has hacked away at 2 or 3 different applications that we're excited about. And again, all of that is built on an open back end that isn't necessarily going to be locked to anyone that wants to access it or build something similar. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. See you around.
Do I just go on? Oh yeah. Oh, wait. How do you pronounce your name? It's Rhys.
Rhys, like Rhys. Yeah, Rhys is peanut butter cups.
Where is your Lindmark?
Yep, Rhys Lindmark. Perfect.
I'm following you. Not yet. I'm going to introduce you. What's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? Yeah, let's get the energy going. How's everyone doing? That feels good. So you might be wondering who I am. I'm not just an annoying person asking you to clap. I am Shira Lazar. I'm the founder of What's Trending, an Emmy-nominated host and a Web3 content creator, which is actually a job now, which is cool, as of a few months ago. And today I am really thrilled to be your MC. Let's give a round of applause to Kyle for being such an amazing MC and moderator earlier. Now, I host a ton of virtual events, Twitter Spaces, so it's so great to see all of you here in person, if I could kind of see you. And I'm happy we're at a distance. There's still COVID going around. But If you are watching live at home, I hope you're wearing something very comfortable and hello. Let's say hi to everyone watching at home. Should we say hi to them? Hey. Yes, there's some energy here. I don't think you all understand. You all are sitting amongst the world's brightest dreamers and doers. Everyone here understands the power of Web3. And unlike your Web2 friends, everyone here actually understands what you do for work. Because how many of you are sick of explaining what an NFT is or a smart contract to your friends and family? Yes, who's sick of that? Yeah, I saw one person, a few people. With that, let's get the afternoon started, shall we? Please welcome Rhys Lindmark, founder of Roote. And before he goes on stage, I want to give some context. Rhys helped found ETH Denver. Who was there this winter, by the way? Yes, I was. You know, the other winter we went through. Rhys is going to be giving us a presentation on Web3 and civic abundance. Now let's give the stage to Rhys, everyone. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay. What up, everybody? What up? What up? Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. I can stand wherever I want to stand. I'm going to stand right here. It's good to see all of you. Great to see you in person. Today, I am chatting about Web3 and civic abundance. So just get a raise of hands. Who was here during Yaniv's talk this morning? Okay, most folks. Yeah, so today we're going to be chatting about Geo, the application there, and some of the work that Roote is doing with them, and then kind of by ourselves as well. So this is the current situation in society where we have this meme where we all think, oh man, society would be amazing if just ETH gas fees were a little bit lower. But then we have the reality, which is, I'm not sure which of you were at the Civic Center BART station or things like that, which is San Francisco and many cities around the world have a lot of difficult problems. And that is a tough situation to be in. And so it leads to this question of how can we help cities thrive? And I want to talk about two different parts of this. One of them is our work with the graph and Geo, and one of them is kind of our work with Roote. And before that, I just want to share a little bit about Roote. We are a nonprofit startup studio, so we incubate nonprofits, co-building what we call the wisdom age. And we have great supporters like Yaniv himself and other crypto whales, and then the Graph Foundation supports us, and Protocol Labs and some others. And we have a bunch of these different projects that we're working on. Definitely check out Web3 and society. But today, I'm going to chat about civic abundance. And again, it's this question, how can we help cities thrive? And the first quote that I want to give you all is from Theodore Roosevelt, and he says, "The government is us. We are the government, you and I." And this is a response to what a lot of tech people do, which is they look at the badness that's happening out there in the world and go, oh God, no, I don't want to help. I want to just dunk on it on Twitter. And that's bad because we are the government. So we should help with the society that we're all co-building. The other quote that I want to give here is what gets measured gets managed from Peter Drucker. And the idea is that information is upstream of all of our problems. If you are managing your Twitter profile, then you're not going to necessarily do good governance. And as we saw this in San Francisco recently, where we kind of optimized for public performance and Twitter likes, where we changed the names of the schools, while the private policy that should have been happening about getting low-income kids back into school and helping them with their learning goals wasn't happening. So we have this kind of issue where we're measuring our Twitter likes and social media instead of the things that are really important for our cities. So to solve that, I want to talk first about the work that we're doing with the Graph and Geo. And as a note here, this is an ecosystem that is being co-built by everybody. So software is eating the world, and Web3 is going to eat cities in a positive way. And so there's great people like Oak and Cabin and Praxis and Balaji's book on the network state, where we're all kind of memeing with each other on Twitter, and then now it's going to come into the real world in a kind of a serious way. And so I want to share the work that we're doing with Geo and kind of give you a little bit more on the app that they're building and some of the policy work that we did with it. So as you can see here, this is the Geo iPad app. And this is one of the goals of San Francisco, which is public safety. And public safety in San Francisco, as you can see on the top line here, it's a much debated topic. People are like, oh my God, everything's so bad, or oh, it's so fine, or oh, should we put more people in jail or not? There's a lot of debate here, and it's just polarized kind of Twitter debate. But what we can do instead is have something like a Web3 for Wikipedia. And that is what the graph is building with Geo. And so this is a page that we made, and you can see the text up top, and you can also see some of these crucial data points up here, which is on the left is the property crime per $100,000 or 100,000 people of population, and San Francisco's pretty bad. You know, it's like 5,000 crimes per 100K people. But for violent crime, San Francisco is actually pretty good, so about 560 per 100,000 people. And so these are the kinds of information that people will be able to put into these new Web3 Wikipedias in order to help people coordinate around some of these shared goals. So you can imagine other parts of that dashboard up there at the top, violent crime per 100K, county jail population, 911 call response rate. And then you can also think about the goals for those crucial metrics. So something like getting the murders down to, 100,000 to 1 per 100,000 people instead of these higher numbers. Like for violent crime, it's 560. Then, as you're starting to work on these goals, like county jail population or violent crime or what have you, you can say, what are the underlying problems that are making these goals, that are stopping us from these goals? And some of these problems and all of these have links and database stuff, and please, debate us on this, but income inequality, poverty, stuff like that. And then there are, of course, solutions to those problems. This is like raising the dropout age is a pretty good one. Eliminating blighted housing is something that both people on the left and the right seem to agree on. Implementing some like restorative justice techniques that are really powerful here. And so there's a lot of solutions that we can use as a community in order to solve these problems. And then finally, I want to say a little bit about this final piece here, which is claims, which is someone like the district attorney, Chesa Boudin, I never know how to say his name. There's a big debate right now of whether he increased crime in San Francisco. And so this can be a place for folks to have like a slightly measured debate about that. And of course, there's outstanding questions, like how does drug use increase crime and things like that. So this is a first look at Geo, the app, and it is a way, again, I think thinking of it as a Web3 for Wikipedia, or a Web3 native Wikipedia that helps cities and other folks coordinate is the way to view it. You can also see on the left here, you can publish your changes, and so I've been doing a lot of changes, in the last couple days, and you can also vote. And so when you vote on these things, the folks come around, and then there's a reputation weighted voting system to kind of get these into the public knowledge graph. So this is how to think about a new kind of coordination and information infrastructure that will help, that is in a Web3 kind of native way, that will help cities thrive. And I want to say something about this, which is that this is just now starting to be some of the Web3 visions. I think for folks in 2009, it was like this anti-state thing, anti-government, the bank bailout at that time. And then in 2015, we were making Ethereum. And then, from then on, we've done a lot of financial engineering and DeFi and what have you. And just now, we're starting to get into Web3 kind of pushing into the real world in a powerful and positive way. In addition, I want to talk a little bit about Roote and civic abundance work more generally. And again, this is part of a great civic tech ecosystem, folks like Effective Government California, digital public infrastructure work. And again, to remind people of these two crucial ideas, the government is us, and what gets measured gets managed. And so we have, Balaji talking about, what if your community newspaper was recentered around a community dashboard? And then some folks said, hey, this is happening. This is a community dashboard in a small city in Kansas that actually is organizing around some of the key metrics for their city. And so what we decided to do is make that dashboard for San Francisco. And here it is. There we go. So this is civic-.org, and you can go, it's a live website right now. And as you can see here, it's this community-driven platform for proposing and evaluating solutions to realize civic abundance. Oh, there it is. It's still there. The screen turned off, by the way. So you can see these themes at the bottom: abundant housing, quality education, public safety, similar themes as in the Geo app. And then at the bottom are scrolling some of these crucial metrics, like the median housing sale price and the rental vacancy rate, and these really crucial things that show the city whether it's operating well, just like you want for like a company or something like that. And as you can see here, and by the way, this is all new and built in the last kind of couple months. If you want to connect with us around us, in the top left corner, there's a Discord. Join our Discord. Check us out here. But let's look at this first one, this median housing sale price. And this is actually a really bad graph. It's a really good graph if you own a house, but it's a really bad graph if you want abundant housing. A rising housing costs at this extreme rate is a sign of super constrained supply. And so there is artificially constrained supply within the ecosystem, within housing in most major cities in the United States and around the world. And that is a graph that we actually want to be flat instead. And so that's a crucial metric that we can look at that says, oh, this is not something that we want, and we can set goals around trying to make it so that graph, instead of having yearly growth of multiple percents, instead is kind of flat. Another kind of graph that you can look at is something like rental vacancy rate. And this is a kind of counterintuitive one, but you actually want a higher vacancy rate for these cities. Economists agree roughly 8% is what you want, because that's a sign that there's enough abundance in the ecosystem, so that there's a little bit of slack. And so the rental vacancy rate here, you can see in San Francisco, it's like 3%, 3.5%, which is a sign that there's just not enough housing and not enough rental options as well. And so for these crucial metrics like rental vacancy rate, and is it still going? Let's see here. Keep going, buddy. Oh, there it goes, yeah. For rental vacancy rate, we can then start to think about these solutions in the bottom right-hand corner here. And these are solutions for abundant housing. And we want people to be able to, instead of just voting once every 4 years, we want people to be able to collaborate around some of these crucial goals and these crucial metrics. And so this is actually a prediction market, currently live on Manifold Markets. And the question is, hey, are San Francisco's existing initiatives enough to bring abundant housing in 5 years? And you can see the folks right now agree, 29%, not really going to happen. And if you want to, you can go and click on the button and say, oh, let's go over to Manifold Markets and like add your prediction there. And for folks who aren't aware of prediction markets, this is a great way to do kind of policy-based predictions. If people are aware of futarchy and things like that, this is a way that us as a society, instead of just optimizing around Twitter engagement, we can optimize around the policies that will actually move the metrics that are most important for our cities. So this is the idea behind civic abundance. And again, it's just kind of another frame on this idea for how can we use technology to make our cities much, much better. If you want to, you can go, for this one again, you can join us in the Discord, or it's open source software, so you can check us out with the docs or on GitHub, and then you can log in or sign up as well in order to kind of get personalized recommendations and stuff. So for both of these applications, really encourage you all to, for the Geo application, you can, the one with the graph, if you're around for Graph Hack this weekend, go to edgeandnode.com/geo and start to download it and push back against our kind of claims there and start adding to that public database for how to coordinate infrastructure for San Francisco. And then for Civic Dash, if you are looking for a way to actually understand what's happening in your city, go to civic-org and check it out. And then feel free to also contribute to us around some of these prediction market questions and the most crucial metrics for our city. So that is the idea behind those two applications. It comes from this crucial question of how can we help cities thrive, and especially how can we help cities thrive with the new technology that we're all building. A reminder for all of us in the audience is that we are the government. A lot of us here are in the tech world, and for roughly 20 years, what a lot of us have done is just kind of ignored the government and said, oh, that's those people over there, and they're doing a bad job. But I really encourage everybody to say, no, the government is us. We all need to be part of this optimistic solarpunk future and not just build it within this little Web3 niche, but build it in this like more general way that benefits everybody. And then finally, what I want to tell you folks is that what gets measured gets managed. And so when you're out there in the world thinking about how your city is doing, thinking about how your town is doing, thinking about how your company is doing, think very crucially about your metrics and try to find good information inputs in order to make sure you're optimizing those metrics every day. As a note, if you want to chat with the Civic team, I don't code anymore, and the team did an amazing job of developing this. So Finn and Andre and Brendan, feel free to reach out to them or find them in the audience after this. We're actively looking for feedback from folks, and they'd love to chat with you about their design decisions, how they built it, and those kinds of things. So definitely reach out to us. And again, we're trying to push for this future where a society where not just ETH gas fees are lower and we're using beautiful L2s, but where society as a whole can coordinate around this infrastructure. If you have any questions about this, reach out to me on Twitter. Go to either the graph or go to edgenode.com/geo to use that new application there. Also, go to civic-.org. We're hiring a full-time engineer for this, so feel free to reach out to us for that. Or if you want to go to Roote.co and check out our Web3 in society and other initiatives, we're all ears. So thank you so much, and let's build a better solarpunk future for everybody.
Is our next guest here? What's up? Okay, I'm back. This is how it's going to work. I'm going to come back in between each guest and, get things going. So that was awesome from Rhys, right? How cool is that? He's great. And I hope you're all taking notes or at least tweeting what you're hearing in order to remember it, because, if it's not on Twitter, it doesn't exist. So moving on, we're about to get into verifiable information. And our next speaker knows a ton about that, to say the least. He has 14 years of experience creating simple solutions to complex technical problems in software and works at Edge and Node, the original team behind the graph. So, which is why we're all here. Please welcome Zach Burns to the stage. Zach.
What is the value of information? We live in the information age. Why is that important? Information is valuable when it reduces uncertainty from important decisions. The familiar pattern goes like this. You spend something for information to make a better decision to achieve an outcome that you care about. So for example, you might spend time researching local meetups to decide which one to attend, expecting friendship and fun. Or maybe you read accountability reports of nonprofits to decide where to volunteer, expecting that your contribution will one day enable a discovery that will cure your children of a disease. Thanks to low-cost information abundance and tools like the graph, we can afford to power our days with information to live happier, healthier, and more meaningful lives. But bad actors would seek to weaponize our dependence on information. If you want to control people, the easiest way is to control their flow of information. We see this happening at an alarming scale. Entities offer supposedly free information in exchange for influencing or controlling your behavior. When you perform a search and you get an ad, that's an attempt to control your behavior through selective information. And this problem goes far beyond ads and even into disinformation. Corporations fund research to support preset conclusions. Bots post on social media to sway public opinion on crucial issues. And governments capture the news to spread propaganda. There's a pernicious war for your mind waged with disinformation to get you to make choices that benefit someone else at your unwitting expense. This crisis of our time is the backdrop for Web3. Our vision for Web3 is to build efficient institutions on a solid foundation of incentives and verifiable information. So we turn to snarks as a way to provide verifiability. What are snarks? To put it succinctly, a snark is a general-purpose tool for producing proofs of correct computation. Okay, what does that mean? Without snarks, you can ask questions like, given the latest data anchored on blockchain by the National Centers for Environmental Prediction, what country will likely have the least rainfall next year? And you get the response, Egypt. Trust me. But in the context of a global society, trust me is increasingly unsatisfying. With snarks, we can replace trust with mathematics. The response can be, it is Egypt, and here is a mathematical proof that my answer is truthful. Snarks are a wonder-kind technology. So why don't we see ubiquitous use of snarks delivering on their promises? And the answer is that all snarks today, both theoretical and in production, have significant shortcomings. What those shortcomings are, we'll get into in a moment. But suffice it to say that these shortcomings are what prevented us from using any existing snark as our foundation for Web3. Taking the long view, we decided to do something about it. And today, I am thrilled to unveil an experimental snark that could forever change how snarks are built. We call it shell proofs. This work is the culmination of 3 years of research and development that started with Jackson Blazensky and has grown to become a collaboration between EdgeNode, Semiotic, and the Graph Foundation. I want to share what makes shell proofs unique and why it's a giant leap forward for this space. But before I do, we need to take a step back and take a look at some of the options that exist today and really to understand the context of shell proof's promise. Proof systems today fall into one of 2 camps. In the first camp are systems that rely on something called a trusted setup. Groth 16 and Planck's are snarks that are in this camp. This trusted setup infers that you can't easily check the math. Instead, you have to rely on the integrity of a ceremony performed by a committee. And if you happen to be a committee member who aided in the trusted setup, well, congratulations, because you can trust the snark. But for the rest of us, there's no way to audit the process after the fact. Maybe we can get in on the next round, and we just aren't comfortable with these trust requirements. So we rejected this entire category and focused exclusively on transparent proofs. Transparent proofs, like bulletproofs and Starks, carry no trust baggage. Transparent proofs are built upon open and auditable mathematics. But unfortunately, by taking this route, we're left with some less than ideal options. If you choose something like bulletproofs, you get long verifier times, and if you choose something like Starks, then you get very large proof sizes. And the problem is that blockchain is a resource-constrained environment. Slow verifiers and large proof sizes have a measurable impact on the cost of using these systems. So it seemed that we're left with the difficult choice of either compromising our values by going back to an option in the trusted setup camp, or by choosing one of these and taking an enormous hit to efficiency for our on-chain verifier. What would be great is if we had a snark that was transparent and efficient to verify on-chain. And that's what shell proofs is. If our security proof wraps up as expected, then we will have a best-in-class prover and verifier and a world record proof size among transparent snarks. The proof size is notable because we believe that proof size is the most important factor contributing to the overall efficiency of blockchain applications. To demonstrate the versatility of shell proofs, I want to share 2 potential applications within the Graph protocol. These applications are very different, but each is a perfect fit for shell proofs in its own way. The first application that will speak to the scaling of institutions, and the second is going to be on combating disinformation. The first application is dispute resolution in Scalar. So we designed the graph to support a fee for every query. When we were looking to build the graph network and seeing the growth of traffic on the hosted service, it was clear that we needed a state channel solution that could support billions of queries per day in the near term and support growth for years to come. The seemingly obvious candidate technology for this problem is state channels. State channels are a standard design pattern for moving high bandwidth communication off-chain for private parties in a way that can be settled on-chain when those parties are finished. Unfortunately, no existing state channel solution came within several orders of magnitude of the tremendous scale of the graph network. So we built Scalar, the first state channel system that was reliable, low latency, high throughput, and massively parallel. But the dirty secret of all state channels is that if cooperation breaks down and the on-chain dispute processes need to occur, things can get expensive fast. So let's say that an indexer has 1 million state channels concurrently open at a time. That number seems big, especially before Scalar, but it's not that large in the context of a high-performance, low-latency, fault-tolerant distributed system. Each Scalar state channel requires only about 100 bytes of call data to be submitted on-chain in dispute, requiring a tiny amount of gas. But it would nonetheless require a few hundreds of megabytes to settle 1 million state channels, despite Scalar being one of the most efficient available options for settling disputes. So rather than dumping all of that data on-chain, we can use shell proofs to prove that we have the data, reducing its size by more than 10,000 times, translating directly into cost savings. A number like 10,000 can seem kind of abstract, so here's a bar chart to show you what a 10,000 times reduction in size looks like. On the right, we have a bar for the value 1, and on the right is 10,000, on the left is a bar for the value 1. So you can't actually see the bar on the left because it's less than a pixel tall. And assuming that this is an HD screen, 1080p means 1080 pixels tall, we would need 10 of these screens stacked on top of each other and have the graph stretch floor through the ceiling and well into the sky before the bar on the left would occupy a single pixel on this screen. That is what a 10,000 times reduction in size looks like. Let's revisit the properties of shell proofs. Let's revisit the properties of shell proofs and see why we need shell proofs to be both efficient and trust minimized for Scalar. So let's talk about prover efficiency. When we dispute millions of state channels, we need to prove that each is cryptographically signed, each channel is only collected once, and the total value that's locked in these channels adds up to the correct amount. That's a significant workload that needs to be proven cost-effectively under time pressure. If an indexer can't collect fees until generating a proof, they're not going to be happy using a prover that, say, crashes because it runs out of RAM because you had too many state channels open. And the trust minimization of shell proofs is also essential for Scalar. Only by having a snark without a trusted ceremony can we credibly state that shell proofs inherits the security properties of the base chain. An efficient verifier is also necessary for Scalar. The technical term for this is verifier succinctness. In the context of Scalar, verifier succinctness means that the on-chain smart contract requires very little gas. We set world record lows in this area to lower costs for our indexers, which ultimately have to be passed on to consumers. And also with verifier succinctness, we're showing how to be a good citizen of Ethereum and Web3 by not crowding out other use cases that are competing for transaction space, lowering costs for everyone. So the second of many potential applications for shell proofs within the graph that I want to share today is verifiable queries, getting back to the thing that we talked about when I came up here. People rely on the integrity of information queried from the graph to power their decisions daily. So how do they know that an indexer is not lying? Today, the graph uses crypto-economic incentives to prevent fraud. And the way this works is that when you query using the graph, you can cross-check the results against other indexers, and if two of them disagree, then you know one is lying, and you can file a dispute on-chain. This process is effective, but imperfect. And after you file it on-chain, then that goes in front of arbitration, and we have to settle that using a human process, using governance, basically. So here's some downsides to this approach. First, arbitration being a human process makes it costly to scale. Second, cross-checking relies on redundancy, and that reduces the overall network capacity. And finally, incentives do not provide a 100% guarantee that liars are deterred or caught. And that means that we can minimize fraud, but never entirely eliminate it. And what we would like to do is replace those incentives with mathematics. If we can prove that a response is correct, we can remove the human element, the redundancy, and the incentives. And that is precisely what verifiable queries using shell proofs aims to do. A shell-proof verifiable query would start with a commitment to data and construct an argument showing that the response is a faithful execution of your query. The method is analogous to block hashes and Merkle proofs in Ethereum, if you happen to be familiar with that. We didn't use Merkle proofs or other standard methods for proofs because the Graph's API is expressive and powerful. Using GraphQL, you can sort and filter data, follow relations, retrieve collections of entities and their properties. And so without shell proofs, the proof system would buckle under the weight of all of this expressivity. Let's revisit again why shell proofs must be both efficient and trust minimized. Although it's still efficiency and trust minimization that we care about, the reasons are different in this context than when we considered Scalar. For verifiable queries, both prover efficiency and verifier succinctness are working toward providing an excellent user experience. A web user typically has very little patience for a page that takes a while to load. So the ultimate goal is to have an efficient prover that would serve each query with low latency, a small proof that can be sent over the wire quickly, and a fast verifier that can run in the browser. Verifiable queries also requires trust minimization, so that no privileged group of actors can even have the opportunity to lie about a query result and influence people's behavior. That was a lot to unpack. We just went over two immediate potential use cases for shell proofs within the Graph protocol. Both use cases benefit from the completeness of a snark that is efficient enough to scale to large blockchain applications while also being trust minimized. We think that many more use cases would benefit from shell proofs, and we'll be investigating those soon. And once we finish peer review of our pre-release, we'll publish multiple research papers on shell proofs and the fundamental breakthroughs that made shell proofs possible. I want to thank my colleagues at Edge and Node, Semiotic, and the Graph Foundation, who worked unrelentingly in stealth mode to bring you shell proofs. And thank you for coming on this journey with me to understand what's so neat about it and where we go from here.
Okay, we're back. Thanks for hanging out with us. We've got more coming up. And you know, I'm not a comedian, sorry. I don't think anyone has become a Web3 comedian. Actually, Leah Lamar. Do you know Leah Lamar? She's amazing. I do, though, have a joke. So I was at the, thank you. I was at AVAX at the Avalanche Summit, and we had a lot of time in between, and I had to get creative. And so my friend sent me a few jokes to share with this crowd. So I'm gonna read one to you right now. Is that okay? Like a little crypto joke? Okay. You're not giving me a lot of enthusiasm here. And you're like, all right. How does a vampire pay the mortgage? With cryptocurrency. All right. So I won't be quitting my day job anytime soon. I actually have more. I'm not even, maybe I'll give it to you later on. But let's move on with the show. What? Oh, that's good. Proof of stake. Okay. I think he's the winner. I think you're the winner. I wish I had some swag to give you. Anyone want to give him something? We'll get something from off stage and I'll bring it. You already won the air tags. Okay, well, you're like the teacher's pet here. All right, let's continue to look at how Web3 tech and specifically protocols are reshaping the internet. Please welcome a phenomenal group of people who have come together to basically make our future better. Leading this discussion is Owen Furneaux from The Defiant, a curator for the latest developments in decentralized finance. And he'll be joined by Rahul Setharam from Connext, Sarah Reynolds from Uniswap Labs, Eric Tang from LivePeer, Renelle Rumberg from Audius, and Mike Saul from Goldfinch. Give it up for them. That was a lot of names. Where are you? You're supposed to come up as I say your names.
Oh, really?
Come on.
Yeah. All right. Can you guys hear me? Sick. Okay. Hey, I'm with The Defiant. I've been covering DeFi, Web3 for the past year and a half, and still embarrassingly learning and feel woefully uninformed all the time. But I'm very excited to be here and be hosting this panel.
Hey guys, I'm Rahul. I'm filling in for Arjun. He was supposed to be here, but he's not here. I'm a co-founder of Connext. We work on interoperability and cross-blockchain bridges for a long time now. Yep.
And I'm Sarah. I'm a smart contract engineer at Uniswap Labs. Super stoked to be here with you all today.
My name is Eric Tang. I'm the co-founder and CTO at Livepeer. We're building the decentralized video streaming infrastructure for Web3.
Hey, I'm Ronil Rumberg. I'm one of the co-founders of Audius, a music distribution service that connects artists and fans directly and uses the graph, too.
I'm Mike Saul. I'm one of the co-founders of Goldfinch, which is a decentralized credit protocol bringing all of global credit markets on-chain and expanding access to capital.
Cool. All right. So first question, starting with the basics. What is a protocol? How do you think about it as opposed to a company? Where does a protocol end and a company start? Because sometimes there are two entities operating at once.
So a protocol is a standard way for a set of actors to coordinate around a shared set of resources or a system. And it's important to kind of say it like that because you don't have any concept of like smart contracts or off-chain, on-chain, anything like that. Because if you think about it, like TCP/IP is a protocol, HTTP is a protocol. Also, the graph is a protocol. Also, Uniswap is a protocol. So any of these things have to be categorized in a protocol. So it's important to have like a very generic definition.
Yeah, and I think kind of adding on there to talk about protocols in Web3 specifically, I always like to say it's sort of a series of smart contracts that enable on-chain actions. So, in Uniswap's case, the Uniswap protocol is, this sort of suite of, non-upgradable persistent contracts that together create an AMM. And the on-chain actions it allows are this sort of peer-to-peer market making and swapping. And just to kind of bring it back to Web3, that's sort of how I would describe a protocol overall.
Yeah, I definitely second to you guys' definition. I think of it as kind of a way for multiple parties to work together and align incentives so that people can be self-interested but still work together to create something that's long-term sustainable.
Yeah, I love your definition, Rahul, of that. I think that that kind of common interface through which disconnected actors can work together towards some common goal or common direction. That feels like the right way to think about it. And I think in the crypto ecosystem, like adding incentives, native incentives around the development and furtherment of that base protocol is one of the unique innovations that exists here. But yeah, I love that definition.
Yeah, I would echo a lot of the same things here. I think about it as an important thing here is having a common set of rules that everyone is agreeing to, and then you can build communities on top of it, but we all need to have this set of rules that can coordinate everything that we're doing.
And do you need a token to kind of coalesce all those incentives together? Because, yeah, I mean, I think of Bitcoin as the first time I really heard that word get thrown around, but then at the same time, HTTP and the other kind of Web 1 protocols didn't really have a token. So do you guys feel like to incentivize continuous development, you need a token, or do you need like a company or an equity-bearing organization that is kind of incentivized to push the project forward?
I think, in my opinion, a protocol is not a company. It's a public infrastructure. So it's public goods. Protocol directly should not make money. I think it should allow other actors within the protocol to make money, but I think protocols themselves shouldn't be making money. They should be public infrastructure, public goods. And because of that, I think it's very important to have a token, because I think tokens are the best mechanism that we have today to fund ongoing development of a protocol without having to charge protocol fees or something like that.
Yeah, and I think in Uniswap's case, the Uni token is a way to give power to the community and to users in the future success of the protocol. And we've seen a lot of success there with, for example, governance recently enabled the 1 BIP fee tier on V3, which in a couple of months, you saw the protocol essentially gain dominance in a lot of the stablecoin to stablecoin market share. So there is a lot of really great and positive change you can do when you have a token that governs a protocol.
Yeah, I would say the only case where you don't need a token would be if you're super confident that you got the protocol right the first shot, and then you never need to change it again, and that's just deployed, and you're done. Then you don't need a token. If you need to iterate on the protocol and continue to make changes and have this community around it and coordinate, then the token is probably the most effective way for like a coordination point.
Yeah, maybe I'll take the other side of this, which is I think tokens are a very helpful, useful solution to kind of the tragedy of the commons problem, which is what typically befalls these common goods and common utilities that are kind of in the hands of the world. But I think in Web 1 times, actually, there were centralized standard-setting bodies like W3C and others that were able to, there are multiple versions of HTTP, for example, right? And having SSL and all these other things be developed on top, for example, that required some kind of disparate parties to coordinate with one another to agree upon that standard. So you needed browser makers to support it. Then you needed, like the Apache web servers of the world to support it as well. But I think those standards have languished over time because of this tragedy of the commons problem, right? Like, what incentive do Google and Facebook and whomever have to continue to pay into those things? Their incentive is actually to make sort of their own solutions, these problems that are not open and not standards compliant, because it locks people into their systems, right? So I think it is possible, certainly, to have protocols exist and be, HTTP is testament to that, right? Like, that it's successful without a token. But I think it's worth talking about, like, what is a token solving for, and I think it is incentive alignment across these groups to kind of improve upon or make better this set of common goods.
Yeah, I agree with that too. The token is helpful for the coordination part and making decisions around changing the system. But I think for the system itself, a token shouldn't be required. In terms of the actual economics of how the system works, it shouldn't require the token to make the economics make sense. Like, the economics should make sense without any token, and then the token can be helpful for bootstrapping activity and reinforcing the incentives and then coordinating decisions to change the system. But with the system itself, it should work without any token involved.
Right, like a good example is like Uniswap, right? For years it didn't have a token and it worked great. And then the token just like adds to it, I think. So it's a good example.
And it's a mixed bag, because Bitcoin, like, at its very heart, needs the token, or else the security of the network isn't there. So, I guess it's it's a bit of everything. And all right. Just a question, like, when you guys have, we kind of touched on this already, but when you have a protocol, do you think of it as, like, are you constantly developing it based on governance or your own choices, or do you think it's like you deploy the code and then you let it go? Even Bitcoin is under continuous development, but like HTTP, I'm not sure if HTTP is still like being worked on or something like that. So what do you guys think of as decentralization? Like, does decentralization mean totally immutable code, you submitted it? Like, Sarah, I know you said that Uniswap, like V2, no one can change it even if they wanted to, whereas maybe younger protocols can be changed, or maybe they're always in a state of flux. Like, MakerDAO is very decentralized, but also the code is still being changed, as far as I know. So, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, you want to go ahead?
Go for it.
Well, in terms of our own experience with upgradability, like, we started our last version, our current version is not upgradable. And, of course, it's very hard to get things right on the first try, like you said. So then you might have some issues which end up being like huge user experience issues, where you have to move liquidity from one contract to another contract, and you have to coordinate like a decentralized set of actors to make these migrations. Like, in our case, it was hard because we have like these routers who are liquidity providers who are running software. We have to get them to pull their liquidity out of the old contract and the new contract. So with our new system, basically what we said is we want things to be fully upgradable. we will go through like DAO governance to upgrade things. And I think it can work, actually, if you use an upgradable system, but I think it's very important to have like time locks, governance, things like that. Like if you give people the chance to exit the protocol if they're not happy with the upgrade, then I think it's fair to say that upgradability can be part of the protocol.
Yeah, and I think in Uniswap's case, immutability is sort of a key feature of the suite of smart contracts. And really that's just to guarantee that something like social collusion couldn't change the code in a malicious way. I think another way to think about this is that upgradability sometimes may sacrifice the trust that a user has in the code. If somewhere down the line that code might change. And so that's been like a really key thing, I think, with the versions of the Uniswap protocol.
Yeah, for Livepeer, it's been 5 years since we've been working on it. It's always been upgradable, mostly because we knew that from the very beginning this was going to be a long-term project. We mapped out like a 7-year plan when we first started, and we knew we needed to have multiple phases. So in order to take account for that, we've always had upgradability. I do think for a project like Livepeer, where we're trying to provide video streaming infrastructure, just given that video streaming is constantly changing, the streaming protocol itself is constantly changing, the needs are constantly changing, I do think the protocol itself will also need to be upgradable over time. But of course with clear governance principles and all the things that were mentioned. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's most interesting or really different about on-chain like crypto native protocols from like a traditional protocol is that there's kind of this like singleton aspect to it. The code that is running that single incantation of the system on chain is the protocol in a sense. Whereas like when that term was created, it was actually referring to like a document, right? A document that explained how two machines could talk to one another or something like that. So upgrading the protocol meant just making a new document, and then if the two people interacting could both support that new standard, then things worked. I think so upgradability was never really a question that people, I think, in that world had to like contend with. Whereas today, obviously, it is, right? Because the code that powers these things is actually kind of indelibly part of the protocol, especially once liquidity and things are layered into that specific singleton incantation of it, right? Like if you just went and deployed your own Uniswap and well, I guess someone did that, but didn't maybe work out so well for them. It's not the same. So I think you need upgradability to be something that's thought about, and so long as there is a well understood path for how you could migrate from one version to another through the community. And our take on it at Audius has been so the network launched formally 2 years ago, and all of the on-chain bits of the network and then all the off-chain code, which is effectively the only acceptable versions of that off-chain code being run by node operators, are managed by an on-chain registry. All of that is controlled by the token holders via this DAO structure. So just simple, just a straightforward place to start, and it's worked well for us so far, but it means that upgrading requires a lot more coordination, buy-in, excitement from a lot of different parties, as mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, there are definitely trade-offs. And when I think about immutability, it's also highly affected by the kinds of activity that's happening on the protocol. So think about Uniswap, and you do a single transaction, and then you're done. It's pretty self-contained in that transaction. It doesn't matter if that code isn't changing after that fact. Then Goldfinch, which is upgradable, there are businesses in Brazil and Nigeria and Indonesia who are taking out 3 to 4 year loans through Goldfinch. And so the community is going to need to keep adding new features and making these kinds of loans work in better ways. And so the upgradability is really important because it has to evolve and change over time.
Yeah, I would say there's also like multiple types of upgradability and upgrade paths, right? Like even Uniswap's example, like the code is immutable, but there's versions of protocols, and I think that in itself is like the path for upgrading, right?
Right.
Like in LivePeer, we've actually done both types of upgrades, where we've changed the underlying logic of the smart contract via a governance process, but we've also done like the recent upgrade for the protocol is moving from layer 1 Ethereum to Arbitrum, and that was deploying a whole new set of smart contracts, then helping people migrate their stake from L1 to L2, right, where you have both protocols running, but people can kind of move between the two.
Cool. All right. And what do you think? Are there things that have stood out in terms of like since? I mean, I joined the space in 2017-ish. Like that we've learned in the past 4 years. I mean, Luna is kind of like a depressing thing that I'm like, did we learn anything? But we definitely have. So I'm just like what have you learned? What have you learned as far as protocol development in the past, and like looking forward? Are there things that you think we should do differently in terms of how we communicate with stakeholders, how we choose to deploy tokens? Yeah, just like moving forward, because I mean, obviously, it's the beginning of a bear market, and it might be a bear market for a couple of years. So
I just want to go this way.
Yeah. Let's switch it up. I hate that we're like just doing.
I don't know. I would say something that I think I've learned is how important it is that the underlying usage of the protocol should start with real needs that are being served. That's why with Goldfinch we started with going to emerging markets and providing loans in those places, because we could clearly see the need, and then how do we use the interoperable systems of DeFi and crypto to like serve that need, and that sets up a stronger foundation versus like, I don't know, other things that maybe will don't do as well afterwards. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, honestly, it's a bit frustrating, or I feel it's frustrating that we haven't yet, or it doesn't feel like as a community we've yet learned how to onboard like larger groups of users and more mainstream users to being able to use these tools, engage in these ecosystems. I think too much of what we do is like building for each other and building for this same existing set of people that have already been in things. But I think it's been really, really cool. Or what I feel like we have learned this cycle and coming out of it is, that consumer audiences are getting excited about and can get excited about the value props and utility that like decentralization can provide them. I think there's a level of cultural awareness today around data privacy, around self-sovereign kind of operation of businesses, everything else that didn't exist 4 or 5 years ago. And I would like to think that some of all of our work in this ecosystem has helped some of that. But yeah, there's a lot more to do.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely second that. I think the value of what Web3 creates is much more crisper now, right, than like years ago when we first developed. Or we're developing these protocols. Like one of the big lessons that I've learned in protocol development itself is like thinking about the pace of change and thinking about the technical choices that we make. We can't look at things from a 5-year time horizon when we're making these changes, because you just don't know what happens on the base layer infrastructure. So we always look at things from a, say, like 8 to 16 months time horizon, right, where you know that the technical choices that you make in that time frame can carry you through that period, and then you have to make new choices.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because I think I sort of have the opposite experience, where a lot of the things that we build, we really try to build them for the long term. These are things that should exist forever and live, on-chain forever, and so there's sort of that theme underlying a lot of what we build. But kind of thinking about the future, I think, something I'm more excited about, especially with the Uniswap protocol, is I think we're seeing a lot more of like a multi-chain, cross-chain world unfold, and especially with sort of the open sourcing of the protocol's deployment scripts and documentation and stuff, we'll start to see the protocol live on a lot more L2s and other chains and things like that. So that's, I think, something I'm really excited about going forward.
That's awesome, because that's where Connects lives, so I'm excited to hear that. And, to echo what you two said, I think, we always said at Connects that we are building for the next 50 years. We're not the protocol that generates the most hype right now is not the one that's going to win. It's the one that really invests in the right kinds of things so that it's going to be around forever. And I think that's the cool thing about blockchains. We can create these things that are just going to be around forever. And like, you know, even after we're gone, that's why it's really important to have this autonomous kind of infrastructure that runs itself. You know, like us all as protocol developers, we don't even want to be part of this anymore. We just want to develop it and leave it to like the decentralized like forces and you know, different incentives to like run itself forever.
Cool. All right, we hit it. That was 20 minutes? That's what that thing says. All right.
Thank you,
cool.
guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's go do some bow. I don't think we should. Good job, bro.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Wow, what an intense setup. You should see what's happening backstage. I'm so impressed with what's happening here. And I've done a lot of different events, and it's really cool. And how beautiful is this space, this venue? Have you been here before? I've never been here before. This is just incredible, including outside. I hope you took some pictures, did some selfies out there, because the architecture is just unbelievable. Well, next up, I want to welcome Kevin from Gitcoin. Before he comes on stage, we want to just give him some of his flowers, as they say. Kevin's work has been featured in some of the biggest publications, such as Inc. magazine, New York Times, and Forbes. His company Step Out was acquired, and he has a ton of experience building teams. Now he's pushing open source forward at Gitcoin, and it's the world's biggest Ethereum-based network for incentivizing open source contributions. I got to talk to him a bit backstage. He is just awesome. So now let's get to know Gitcoin Grants 2.0 with Kevin right now. Give it up for Kevin. Yes.
All right. Hello, everyone. What's up? What's up, everyone? All right, so I founded Gitcoin, which is a place where the world's leading Web3 projects are born, funded, and validated. And I want to talk about the work that we're doing with the graph. But before I do that, I want to talk about why we're here in this ecosystem, how we're going to get to where we want to be, how Gitcoin Grants 2.0 supports that, and then we're going to announce a Gitcoin Grants round with the graph. So I sent this tweet earlier this morning because I wanted to understand how people in the ecosystem think about the purpose of Web3. We could talk about immutable data structures and transparent global networks for human coordination, but what is the actual purpose that we're building towards in this space? And of course, the first response I got back was to make money. And to the surface level observer, maybe that is true. But I think that if you look a little bit deeper, we're trying to tell the story about global decentralized financial markets and how those are, the system is the primary thing that we're building and everything else is just a feature of that. And then we can get into solving systemic problems, like the core of crypto is to rethink the global political economy, make it more public and accessible. Everything else follows from that core premise. We can have open access to opportunities without bureaucracy, discrimination, identity, and permission. We could make everything more efficient, which creates more wealth, and that's good because it allows us to deal with bigger problems better. We can distribute ownership and governance of the most important information systems of the 21st century. We could change the concept of value and its distribution to make the world more human again. I think that one of the interesting perspectives is that as we moved out of the industrial age and into the information age, that we've turned a lot of the systems that we had in the 21st century have created their own problems, and Web3 provides us the tools to solve these coordination problems, which is really speaking my language. We can replace bureaucracy, and finance and record keeping can have more simple tools that offer greater power and autonomy to individuals. And I think for me, a lot of this boils down to solving coordination problems. The most espoused values in this space are cypherpunk values. Any individual advocating the widespread use of strong cryptography and sovereignty is something that was baked into the Bitcoin white paper when that became ascendant. I consider myself to be a solarpunk, someone who's envisioning how the future might be different if humanity is successful in solving its most contemporary coordination challenges with an emphasis on sustainability and solving problems such as climate change and pollution. In the middle, thanks. I could actually look at a round of applause for these values. Thank you. Since I've been espousing solarpunk values, I've been really encouraged by the conversation around the concept of lunarpunk, which is basically a combination of solarpunk and cypherpunk. Basically, the pushback against solarpunk is if we're all funding public goods and solving coordination failures in public, then that enables a data trail in which malicious actors can take advantage of that data in public. So what if we combined the sovereignty and the privacy-centric cypherpunk values with the solarpunk values? And what if we were able to fund public goods in a privacy-preserving way, in a way that preserves our autonomy and our sovereignty? And I think that that, to me, is how I boil down a lot of the things that I heard this morning when I tweeted, why are we here? What is the purpose of Web3? So how do we get there? Now that we've defined where we want to go, or at least directionally where an intersubjective consensus of community members in this space want to go, how do we get there? Using Web3, I think that we can build coordination mechanisms that leverage our collective intelligence to solve some of humanity's most pressing coordination problems. And this is what informs Gitcoin's purpose. We want to empower communities to build and fund their shared needs. And that's what we're known for, I think, with Gitcoin grants. When people get coins on Gitcoin, let's see what I did there. It creates a systemic incentive for the world's agents, right now humans, but later DAOs and AIs, to care for their shared needs. And so what we're doing here is we're maximizing coordination as a means of meeting our ability to meet our shared needs. You've got a community of agents, mostly people at this point, but eventually DAOs, that have a set of shared needs that they need to solve, and whether that is funding their community or any of the problems that we talked about at the top, they need to coordinate. They need to find a mechanism to come together in order to meet those shared needs. So we've got means and ends in this space. We've got the end, which is meeting our shared needs, solving our contemporary problems with climate change, solarpunk values, but also cypherpunk values like privacy and sovereignty. And we've got coordination mechanisms that allow us to use this transparent, immutable, global, programmable substrate as a means to solving for those ends. And I think that the real opportunity in this space is to get to maximum coordination, because that is the ability to meet our shared needs. Wait, it's all coordination? Fuck yeah, it always has been. Gitcoin's impact so far is that we have done $62 million worth of funding for coordination problems. This is a graph of the intersubjective consensus that the Gitcoin community has created in grants round 13, our most recent grants round, of the values and the things that the community wants to fund on Gitcoin. Each edge in this network is a transaction, and each node is a grant or a user. And so the funding that happens on Gitcoin is not my values or my projects as the funder of Gitcoin. We're trying to build a substrate where greater combinations of strength and intelligence can come together in order to build and fund our shared needs. We do that with Gitcoin grants by enabling community members to build their communities and their ecosystems And we do that by enabling grant owners within these ecosystems to raise money for the work that they're doing. And we do that by allowing contributors in these ecosystems to give as little of $1 and have hundreds of dollars of impact using a mechanism called quadratic funding that Vitalik Buterin and Glenn Weil and Zoe Hitzig invented. Using quadratic funding, even $1 contribution can have impact in these ecosystems because contributions are matched by contributions from large donors that have decided to delegate using the quadratic funding mechanism to the preferences of the poor and the many. I think of Gitcoin as an impact DAO. Basically, at the meta level, Gitcoin grants allows us to create an aqueduct of funding that donors in the communities can distribute at the object level to the projects that are having the most impact. And whether those values are the impact that they're having are cypherpunk, solarpunk, lunarpunk, or something else, the mechanism is completely deferential to the community. And what I think that is really an important value that has come to me as we're trying to build this more solarpunk, lunarpunk, cypherpunk world is that Gitcoin is natively interoperable with other impact networks in the world. And that's why I'm really excited to be here at the Graph Day talking about how we can have impact on the Graph's ecosystem. Because I think that one of the things that the Graph is doing is having a really strong impact on developers' ability to build tools that help create, that help with shared needs, with our shared needs as a community. So the Graph is basically allowing me as a developer to move faster in the ecosystem that I'm working in, and Gitcoin Grants is giving me funding for work that I'm doing in these ecosystems. So we're both converging on helping developers get done what they're gonna get done. We may be mostly known at Gitcoin for Grants 1.0, which was the centralized monolithic product that I built back in 2018, just trying to get Gitcoin off the ground. But we're in the middle of the build out of Grants 2.0, which is a fundamentally decentralized and modular infrastructure for funding and building public goods. At the base of that is going to be a Gitcoin Grants registry, which is a decentralized registry that powers the main Gitcoin Grants round. And that's going to be fundamentally interoperable with other grants platforms and protocols. My friend Oren at CLR Fund, my friends in the optimism space that are working on retroactive public goods, the Ethereum Foundation's grants program, and also the Edge and Node and Graph grants program. On top of that, we're going to build an ecosystem of mechanisms that help us get over the free rider problem and the coordination problem of meeting our shared needs. In Gitcoin Grants 1.0, we had pairwise quadratic funding bundled into the monolithic platform. But in Grants 2.0, we're going to have a modular approach to getting over the free rider problem, and we'll support perhaps Macy quadratic funding, or retroactive public goods funding, perhaps conviction voting, or what if we extended the Gitcoin Grants registry with a deeply liquid registry of impact certificates so we knew which Gitcoin grants were going to have the most impact. I like to think about this as a heuristic problem. It's just the engineer that worked on AI for several years. For me, we're traversing the search space of possible coordination mechanisms in the fitness landscape of how we meet and fund our shared needs, looking for the local maxima and then the eventual global maxima of how to empower communities to build and fund their shared needs. And we are trying to maximize coordination as we're looking for the ultimate coordination mechanisms that meets the values of each of these communities. So you can imagine that we're speed running our iteration towards maximum coordination by starting with our centralized pairwise quadratic funding, and then eventually iterating towards this decentralized quadratic funding. And hey, maybe decentralized society quadratic funding will be the global maxima for some communities, but maybe Macy quadratic funding, which is fundamentally privacy preserving, is the ultimate mechanism for other people. And of course, this is all towards the goal of creating maximum coordination. This guy with the SLR is taking a picture of me with ripped SpongeBob in the background, so we're just gonna sit on this moment for a second. Yeah. Great, great. I'll be remembered for this. All right. So I'm here at the Graph Day. I met Yaniv and the Graph team back in 2017, 2018. Been really proud to call them a friend. And I'm really happy that to see how much they're just helping developers in the space create the impact that the developers in the space want to create, whether they're working on DAOs, the protocol layer, NFTs, L2s. And as we look to build our web of impact, looking at how we're going to integrate with the graph and help them initially build out subgraphs. So I think the graph is such an amazing project and ecosystem, and I'm learning a lot from seeing how they coordinate. And like I said, we both converge on helping software developers build products. Yaniv and the Graph DAO are focused on helping developers query a vibrant, decentralized data set. And Gitcoin is helping software developers get funding for the work that has the most impact. So I think that Gitcoin and the Graph are helping us speedrun the finding of our purpose that I started with at the top of this talk. And I think that some of these things are really worth doing at a systemic level for humanity. And so the fact that we're helping developers move much faster, I think, is really cool. So Gitcoin Grants 2.0 is going to be built with Graph Tech. That grants registry is going to be interoperable with Everest, and we are hopefully going to get them running more Gitcoin grants rounds in order to build out their ecosystem adjacent with the Ethereum round. So that's going to start with the Gitcoin grants side round. Gitcoin grants round 14 is June 8th through the 23rd. We're going to have 50K available to people who are working on subgraphs in the graph ecosystem. And if that goes well, then we'll do more quadratic funding and Gitcoin grants with the graph ecosystem. And so I encourage you to go to gitcoin.co/grants/new in order to get involved in that round. And I want to thank the graph team, Edge and Node, for having me today and for doing this grants round with us. I think that together we can speed run towards maximum coordination with the ecosystem. We can meet our shared purpose of the Ethereum community and all of its sub-communities and hopefully build a more lunar punk world. Thank you.
Zen master of the graph, right? Can we give it up for Kevin again? That was so cool. I need to just sit here and own the room, do the whole thing like this. That would be really awesome. I don't have the balance to do that or the core. But before moving on, I want to remind you to tweet. I've been checking out the tweets backstage. A reminder that the hashtag is GraphDay2022. I'm checking it, and I'll be reading some of your tweets soon. So tweet some stuff that's entertaining. Say nice things about me, and I might retweet it, just saying. But speaking of conversations, we're about to have a very important one because it's regarding the future of the graph. It will be led by the one and only Ava Beylin, who you all got to meet this morning. And joining her on stage is a sports team, basically. It's all the engineers and devs behind it all. So please welcome on stage. And you guys could all come out as I say your names. So I'm not just saying a bunch of names and no one's coming out. Joseph Alkami from Figment. Janice Pullman from Edge and Node. Yes. Sam Green from Semiotic Labs. Yuri Goldstein from the Guild. I hope I pronounced that right. Chris Wessels from GraphOps. And is that it? I think that's it, right? Okay, I did my job. Thank you. Enjoy the panel, everyone.
Thank you so much, Shira. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes. I will say I'm surprised the stage isn't being weighed down from all the big brains sitting next to me. I want to first get started with just a quick intro. I know I gave a little bit of an overview today, but if everyone can go around, say your name, maybe what you do at your core developer team and where you work.
Yeah, sure. Should I start?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Joseph Alshami, and I am product manager at Figment. And at Figment, we recently joined like almost a year ago as a core dev team with the graph. And our focus has been majorly on integrating new chains and working on the multi-chain vision.
Hi, good to see you all. I'm Yaniv Pullman. I'm the CTO of Edge and Node, one of the founders of the Graph. Built a lot of the software that is running on the network right now.
Hey everybody, I'm Sam Green. I'm a co-founder and head of research at Semiotic Labs. Semiotic does cryptography and AI within the Graph.
Hi, I'm Uli. I'm one of the founders of a group called the Guild. We've been doing a lot of open source around GraphQL, and we've joined the Graph around 6 months ago to help with basically everything GraphQL and also developer toolings. And it's the first time in history of the Guild that everyone is here in person. So thanks for making it happen.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris Wessels, founder of GraphOps. We're the latest core development team, which was announced today. We're thrilled to join. Thank you very much. We have worked across a variety of areas, but to name a few, protocol econ, indexer experience, and subgraph development.
Amazing. So I want to set the stage a little bit and remind everyone that we have 5 working groups within the Graph core development: indexer experience, protocol economics, snark force, protocol operations and network operations, and then data and APIs. And I want to start actually with Yuri to speak a little more about what you've been doing with the Graph client and how that ties into these working groups.
Yeah, so today we announced the Graph Client 1.0, finally. So thanks for everyone who's been involved. All of the Guild is sitting here. I mentioned it's the first time we all actually met in person after 5 years of working together. The idea, so when we joined the Graph about 6 months ago, we looked at what is the developer experience of people using the Graph and using GraphQL with the Graph. And the Graph client, I think how we see the Graph client is, there was a lot of talk during the conference about, all the amazing things that the Graph and everything that everyone's building is doing. And I think for us, the Graph client comes from the idea that doing the best thing should be the easiest. So the Graph client for us, it's not just the best way to interact with the Graph. It's the best way to interact with GraphQL in general. We believe that this release of the Graph client and also the next releases after that, even for, let's say, Web 2 developers that use GraphQL, they should look at the Graph client. We integrated a lot of ideas that we learned throughout all the years in GraphQL and throughout the 6 months with the Graph into this, let's call it a framework of basically using GraphQL in your applications. So there's many things in it. I'm not going to dive into all the details now, but again, the idea is that this should be the best GraphQL client out there in general. It doesn't matter if you're a Web 2 or Web 3 developer.
To a developer or a dapp developer that's fairly new to the graph, what would you say is the benefit of the graph client to their development experience?
So there's many. I think first of all, a lot of when we started the graph working on the graph client, we basically interviewed a lot of subgraph developers and dapp developers, and we just saw the patterns that people keep doing manually, and we tried to put that into a framework. So, for example, if you now want to query multiple subgraphs, now you can basically automatically with small configurations, you can basically mention all those different subgraphs and get one GraphQL, unified GraphQL API that runs on your client that calls all these different subgraphs. So that's where it started. But then we saw more and more patterns, like how people today do pagination, for example. So the framework actually now takes care of that for you automatically. So it does automatic pagination, automatic block tracking, like all kinds of different things we saw that people are doing again and again and again, and even saw in the graph docs, and we thought maybe this could be automated by the framework. And there's many more things.
Awesome.
I don't know how much time we have to talk about.
Yeah, no, that's great. Wanted to switch over to Chris. First of all, congratulations again on your grant. Really exciting. I know your team is working closely with the core subgraph, or the graph, but wanted to hear more about your vision for the team and GraphOps joining the mission.
Sure, yeah. I can say, the team is absolutely thrilled that we have this long-term strategic alignment with the graph ecosystem. I know we're all enormously driven by the mission and values that the ecosystem is pushing forward. So we're so excited to be scaling our impact. I think it's worth talking maybe about two of the things that we'll be focusing on in the near term. The first is trying to create orchestration and automation tooling for indexers that are Kubernetes-centric. And so generally, we believe that Kubernetes is the right platform that indexers should be targeting when they deploy their indexing operation across whatever infrastructure that they leverage, whether that's public cloud or private bare metal machines. And today, the state of the graph stack on Kubernetes is okay. Certainly, some indexers run it that way. But we would like to make that the de facto choice for indexing, because we think that it is the right framework for indexers to reason about their infrastructure. And it is far more amenable to the scaling requirements that we know are coming for indexers as the graph expands across many blockchains. And also as the fire hose becomes more of a core component of the indexing stack. So that's certainly one area of focus that we think is important and will really facilitate the scaling of the indexing ecosystem. The second that I will mention is our work on the gossip network. And this is essentially going to be a mechanism that allows indexers to gossip directly with one another. And I guess I would put that in contrast to today, where effectively the protocol and the on-chain smart contracts effectively intermediate all of the coordination that happens between participants. And so if I want to send a message that helps other participants coordinate with me, I effectively need to do that on-chain, and the costs of doing so are obviously quite substantial. And we hope that L2, and we know that L2 will lower that substantially, but having the protocol intermediate all of those interactions somewhat creates like a floor for like the minimum value of a message or a signal that any participant would need to send to any other participant, right? It needs to be worth the gas. And so by introducing a gossip network and allowing initially indexers, but we do think that this could scale quite nicely across other participants too, to effectively gossip with one another over a P2P network, this really unlocks a new design space for coordination. And I would say that that doesn't replace the coordination that the protocol does today. I imagine that that would largely remain the same. But there are a lot of things that become possible when participants can coordinate at near zero cost, which is what the Gossip Network will enable. And maybe just to give one example, today, the way that indexers reconcile data integrity with other indexers, as I suggested before, is they have to look at what indexers have actually submitted on chain. And that means that this process is somewhat backward-looking, right? Because you can only compare against POIs or data that has been posted on chain. And so with the Gossip Network, indexers will be able to essentially come to real-time consensus with other indexers what the canonical proof of indexing is for a given subgraph. And that's great because it, for example, allows an indexer to opt out of serving traffic the moment that they identify that their own data may have diverged from what the consensus is.
Incredible. Really looking forward to that. As a segue, you mentioned proofs of indexing, and this is highly relevant to new chains and supporting multi-chain. Wanted to speak with Joseph here, learn a little more about your role and with Figment, and what you guys have been working on in regards to multi-chain.
Yeah, sure. So, sorry, I've drank too much coffee. So yeah, so us, Figment, as a Web3 company, we really believe in the multi-chain vision. And the reason behind it, like when you go to any new space or anything in real life, when you want to look about technology or whatever is happening you're looking at, you always want to look at the people at the frontier who's pushing this frontier, and you want to see like where they're headed. And when we looked at Web3 and we try to make the same analogy in Web3, we start looking at the builders, because the builders are the one who's pushing the frontier of Web3. And we're trying to look where are these builders going to and which frontier are they pushing towards. And it became natural to think about Web3. The natural evolution of Web3 is going to be this pushing the frontiers to be a multi-chain world. Because if we look at the builders right now, we can see that a lot of them are building a lot of applications or blockchain on different ecosystems. So if you're a builder, you know Solidity, and you want to like leverage the highest security blockchain, you will build your applications on top of Ethereum. But if you want a different language, you want something that's more flexible, less transaction cost fees, you might, let's say, go into Cosmos. And so when we start looking that the space is moving into this multi-chain future, we start being a lot, as a Web3 company, agnostic chain. So we believe in all chains. Everything has something to offer to the table. And then when we joined the Graph, that was our mission. Our mission was that we want to take this precious technology, like the awesome technology that everyone loves to use, and we want to start integrating with other chains and push the boundaries of the Graph to keep up with this natural evolution of Web3. And the reason why also we did it is that when we think about like what we're really doing here is that we want to empower these people who's pushing the frontier of Web3, which are the builders. And when we talk to the builders, a lot of them are building like many cool, awesome applications, but their main problem is how they're going to get the data out of the blockchain. And so a lot of them are wasting their talent, wasting their effort, trying to build indexers, trying to run nodes, and it's not working for them. They're wasting resources to figure it out. And so they're losing a lot of advantage in the space. Some of them are using centralized data services. And us, like as everyone here, we believe in decentralization, and we want to push the limits of decentralization as well. So I think it's our duty to bring this decentralized indexing and querying protocol to all these builders. So if we identify builders in many different chains building, and they are using a centralized service, it's our job and our duty to bring decentralization to them. And so that's what we've been trying to do. And the first network we started with is Cosmos. And 9 months ago, we announced that we're going to be integrating Cosmos, so we started researching Cosmos. And Cosmos is like a really innovative idea. Like the way it works in the Cosmos ecosystem, you have the Tendermint, which is the consensus and the networking layer. And everyone could just come and use it. Everyone could just come and use it to build applications on top of it. And so when we started researching it, we wanted to know like how could the graph make the most impact. And so instead of starting integrating the application layers, we went all the way down and we integrated Tendermint, so we can have all the applications layers built on top of Tendermint easily and rapidly enough. And I'm so excited today to share the news that we finally completed the integration of Cosmos Hub network. And now all the Cosmos developers, they can use the graph to get their decentralized blockchain data using the graph. And thanks to the beautiful team that we have over here, to your efforts, to our partnerships with Edge and Node, Yaniv, and Streaming Fast, we made this possible. Oh, and one more announcement. 5 minutes ago or something like that, we released the Osmosis GIP, and we have a beta version of the integration of Osmosis.
Wow, amazing. Really excited to hear. I would say Cosmos has been one of the more requested chains. Wanted to flip it over to Yaniv and hear a little more about the GraphNode team and what you've been doing to improve indexing performance. This is one of the things the dapps look out for the most. And Substreams was mentioned, but would love to hear a little more about that and how that impacts dapp developers.
Yeah, I'm going to try not to spill the beans too much because we have Sebastian's talk still coming up in, I think, a couple of hours. Was meant to be earlier, but he missed one of his planes. So yeah, the GraphNode team has been working on a number of performance improvements. That goes all the way to making changes to Postgres itself and trying to upstream index, database index performance improvements into Postgres, which would be pretty huge. I think we have reached sort of the limits of what sequential processing can provide in terms of performance, which is why the whole, part of the reason why we're having the Substreams conversation, why Substreams have been worked on. And the key to kind of pushing beyond that and not just achieving incremental performance improvements like we have been the last few years, I think is to parallelize processing a lot. And this is part of what Substreams is about. It's about parallelizing transformations that don't have data dependencies, whereas in subgraphs, unless users draw specific boundaries for data dependencies, which they currently can't do, it's hard to do anything in parallel. And Substreams, yeah, the parallel processing is one aspect. Composition at indexing time is something we've wanted to do in GraphNode and subgraphs for a while. But kind of the flexibility and modularity of Substreams make that a little easier. And yeah, there's a lot more. Essentially, Substreams do allow use cases that are not currently possible with the GraphQL API that GraphNode is providing. GraphQL is very well suited for web applications, mobile applications. Less so for analytics use cases or consuming subgraph data and kind of pulling it into other databases. Usually requires kind of scraping and paginating through data in subgraphs, which a lot of teams are doing. That's not fun and not very efficient. So yeah, we'll prove a lot on that.
Amazing. And kind of on the same track, one of the components of the network and improving indexing performance is verifiability. So I wanted to pass it on to Sam. Hear a little more about, what is the snark force? What is the path to verifiability? And also, why of all problems did you guys choose to solve the graph's verifiability problems?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the snark force is a team that is it's composed of cryptographers that are at Edge and Node, and cryptographers and a cryptographic engineer at Semiotic. And so this team works very closely together and has for the past year. And I should give credit that the seed of all of these cryptographic efforts were started 3 years ago at Edge and Node, which was previously called the Graph. And so this work that is basically being unveiled today by Zach is 3 years in the making. So what this team is doing is these guys basically had to comb the previous literature and all the previous available solutions for techniques for zero-knowledge proofs and verifiable computing, and there were no techniques that satisfied all of the needs of the graph, and then they basically had to come up, of course, building on top of existing techniques, they had to come up with new techniques. And so this team has moved the state-of-the-art forward in that process. And So our goals with the Snark Force are to remove all trust requirements, all requirements for credible neutrality within the graph. And we want cryptographic security for everything we do within the protocol. We don't want any you may not have heard this word today, but we don't want any human arbitration when there are problems with various participants in the protocol. We want everything to be provable on-chain, and it needs to be provable efficiently on-chain. And that's what Snarks let us do. And I guess one of the big things that we're going to get out of verifiable queries is it's going to unlock other applications for Ethereum itself, like EIP 4.4s. This is the history expiry problem. This will make it possible for people to run full nodes without having to have SSDs that can be 10 plus terabytes in size. It will allow people to run full nodes are the things that actually are providing security within Ethereum. And how can we get rid of this requirement? Well, with this state expiry problem, it can let the graph potentially be used for users to query historical data, which is currently done by full nodes. So our work for verifiable queries could lead to a solution for Ethereum itself. And the question of why are we working on this? So if you look across the Snark team, there are people that have been, in our team, there are people who have been working on cryptography for 25 years, and there are people who have been working on cryptography for 1 year across the team. And so if you look way back in the past, it was actually cryptography that enabled e-commerce in the original internet. And there was this original explosion, and then there was an explosion of advancements in cryptography. And over time, those advancements got matured and they became commodity ideas. And currently, ZK Snarks, we're currently experiencing another explosion, which is being motivated by the need for offloading computing from the EVM to a verifiable method like what Snarks provide. And this is going to give us this, we don't really know how, it's going to be huge, I think, just like e-commerce was huge, and we're going to see something else huge starting within the graph from these techniques.
Amazing. So it sounds like you all work on very different things, and yet we're all the same team, we're all working the same protocol. So maybe to all of you, what is it like working on such a multidisciplinary team across 5 working groups that are quite different?
I mean, I can say from our side, we kind of like we just, in our own private Slack, we just called ourselves like the Web 2 boomers around here. And the thing is, we came from maintaining and building a lot of tools for the Web 2 world, and then came here. And for us, actually, this transition, not only that we learned so much, but also, I think in order to improve a lot of things in the graph, we actually took it back to, let's say, the GraphQL protocol itself. And we are now using a lot of ideas and a lot of needs that we have in the graph to basically push forward things in the GraphQL spec, in the GraphQL infrastructure, like defer, stream, live queries, all kinds of real-time stuff. So I think it's huge for us, and for us also, if we're looking at the graph client, the idea that we can have a client that could be shared and could be the same methods of building an app, whether it is a Web 2 app, a Web 3 app, and even let's say a hybrid app, right? Some of the graph client is basically based on mesh, which is, I just want to mention one person, only one person from the guild that couldn't come here, but a lot of the demos, a lot of the announcements today were thanks to his very hard work. It's Arda from Turkey. And he couldn't come here for visa. Yeah. So I think for us, it's been just I think we're kind of building here the gateway drug for a lot of Web 2, even existing applications and existing developers to very easily move into Web 3, and also for Web 3 developers to very easily, let's say, integrate Web 2 APIs just to kind of bring on more and more use cases to gradually move people in. So, yeah.
Can I add something? Yeah. So to me, kind of this extension of the original team with the core devs is kind of a necessity. If you think about the number of developers that have worked on, for instance, GraphNode, like all the indexing, talking about 5, 6 engineers, and a team that small cannot have kind of the broad kind of expertise that the core devs are providing. Like you've heard it in the overview that Eva gave earlier, that every team brings kind of their own superpowers, their own expertise, areas of expertise that we all had. Like the original team had like a part of this here and there. Like we had GraphQL experience, obviously. It's why the graph is called the graph and why it uses GraphQL. But we don't have like the level of experience that the guild has, for instance. We don't have level of cryptography experience and AI experience that Semiotic have, and not the multi-blockchain experience. The graph has been Ethereum only for a long time. Well, it hasn't been for a while, thanks to the work that you've been doing and the work that Streaming Fast have been doing. So I think it's a necessity, and it's very, very good. Together we can achieve a lot more than we could with Edge and Node. Even if Edge and Node were to grow the engineering team, I think it's good and refreshing to have these different perspectives added into the mix.
Now, another layer of this is not only that there's multiple teams, but we're building in public. Yeah. So maybe, Johannes, to come back to you, do you want to share a bit more about what your experience has been as we've built more in public?
Yeah, I mean, obviously brings its own challenges, especially in terms of governance and coordination. To me personally, I mean, for me, kind of working in the open is a very personal thing. I've been doing open source for almost 20 years now. Since like 2004 or something, and whenever I didn't, I wasn't happy. So to me, like working in the open, working on software that other people can contribute to, can inspect, is just very, very important, kind of ingrained in my personality, and very, very much got a lot to do with the values I have, and yeah, so that's to me that's really important. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to add something. It touches on the prior question as well, and I just want to say something about the culture of the graph, because I think that is so seminal to this being possible. And in great companies, you tend to see a culture where the best idea wins. It doesn't matter where it comes from. The intern could bring the game-changing idea to a giant tech org, and the culture of that organization will allow that idea to flourish. And I think that what we're seeing here is that on a scale, much beyond any single company. And without that culture, what we see here would not be possible. So that's one really amazing thing about working in this environment. And I think you also have this cross-pollination of ideas, right? And that is great for coming to the kind of best technical solution, which I feel is like a lot of what we've spoken about so far. But I think that we, across the core developer group, and the core developer group is certainly not the only contributors to the protocol. We have loads of independent contributors, and these are people that come from every continent on the planet. And the perspectives, the life experiences, the relationships that these individuals have with their governments, their institutions, they help perhaps less in a technical context, but they're enormously valuable in a product context. Because ultimately, we're building products for people. And I think that's, just something that's really struck me working in the ecosystem. Such a broad diversity of personal experience really brings something special to our prioritization processes and what we decide to build.
That's a really great point.
Yeah, if I might jump in. And for me, just to provide like a different angle, it's very challenging and very innovative. Like it's something that you really want to look at from close perspective. Like I think a lot of people here today are building their own startups and they want to scale their own startups. And like as you start hiring a lot of people, you start having multiple departments, and the challenge becomes a lot like how should the marketing team talk and prioritize with the sales team, with the product team, with the engineering team, and you start seeing a lot of this type of communications that becomes like one of the biggest challenge as for you to scale your own startup. But in startups, it's easy because like it all falls under one leadership. You have like our leaders, the execs, they are thinking, they are giving us like an objectives, roadmaps, we can make it work. But like imagine an open source world where like you have 5 different companies or 6 different companies, and we want to work together in a decentralized way, on a decentralized roadmap. Like the amount of communications and like we have to do on organizations for us to be able to pull this up, it's going to be a lot. And what's going to differentiate like one core devs ecosystem from another is if they actually can be brought up by something that brings everyone together, which is the protocol that are working on. Like in startups, if they have like a weak mission, the startup is going to fall unless like they really have something that they look forward to. I think here it was so easy with all the other core devs is because we were looking at the graph and we know how much the graph is important for the entire ecosystem. And I think that brought the entire core devs together, and it was easy actually to start working with all these great minds over here.
So almost like the roadmap united all of these teams.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know we've been pretty public and transparent about our roadmap, but it's also a little convoluted sometimes. So Sam, I'd love to hear from you. You know, what's one thing that you wish dapps or end users better understood about the roadmap? And you know, something that's really impactful to them that maybe they're not grasping.
I think on this topic, we're starting to unify a lot of the agent-based modeling methods that we've been working on the past year. And we're starting to release tools that have come out of these efforts. For example, just this week we released a tool for indexer allocation optimization. This is going to make it easier for indexers to choose which subgraphs to index in order to maximize their profits. And we also released a tool for indexers it's called AutoAgora. It's a tool for indexers to automatically adjust prices to be competitive in the market. And we see this is the beginning of the tools that we're going to be releasing. And over the next year, we're going to really, I think we're going to start releasing tools for all participants in the graph to help them so that they can basically express what their priorities are, what they need to these tools, and then these tools can help them automate things on their behalf.
Sounds good. I want to switch gears just a little bit, back to the announcement earlier today that the hosted service is sunsetting in Q1 2023. Very exciting. And wanted to hear from Yaniv. You know, this milestone is massive. You've been here since the hosted service started. What does this mean to you, and what are you most excited about on this journey?
It's been inevitable. I hope it doesn't come as a shock to anyone. There's still, a lot of months. The hosted service will be there for you. For us, and as part of our vision, it's always been a step in the process of what we've called progressive decentralization. The way we started is we wanted to provide first a standalone indexing solution that would be flexible enough for anyone to use it, with less effort than like building one from scratch. That's where subgraphs came from. That's where GraphNode. That's how GraphNode was developed. The hosted service was then the quickest way to then get that to kind of a hosted experience where people wouldn't have to run their own infrastructure. For consumers, for developers, very, very similar to the network now, where they don't have to worry about the infrastructure themselves. But it was never going to be the end game. And so for me, it's a natural next step. I'm glad we're making it. I think the team that's been running the hosted service has been amazing at keeping it up, and you've seen the numbers of kind of the traffic it's seen. So would like you all to give them a round of applause. Don't see where they are sitting at the moment. I see Leo over there. I'm not sure where David is. Perhaps we can give them a round of applause. But yes, like I said, I'm also glad that we're making this next step of focusing entirely on the network. because that is the future and was always meant to be. And I think we're now in a good place to really move in that direction and make the network the main point of focus.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that I'm really excited about for the next few months is building out the network, kind of especially the number of chains that the network supports. Like we've seen the hosted service is supporting something like 34 different chains right now, whereas the network supports Ethereum mainnet, and that's it. I'm very much looking forward to the work that's already underway, which will enable indexing rewards for other chains, and then that'll enable, that'll incentivize indexers to support subgraphs for these other chains as well, and then we'll slowly move things over from the hosted service, provide more and more networks, more and more chains on the network. That's something really looking forward to.
Yeah, really incredible, that we're finally at the point of adding new chains. I know, Joseph, this is very close to your heart. What advice maybe can you share with indexers who not only need to now run Ethereum mainnet to support the network, but will now start to run that of different chains, and they'll even choose which chains they want to run. So anything you could share?
Yeah, so I would say like one of the most things when you want to start supporting like new networks, familiarize yourself with these ecosystems. So let's say like right now we're going to be integrating Cosmos Hub chain and next Osmosis and maybe like other few chains in the Cosmos ecosystem. So like if you were already someone building indexers and developer in this ecosystem, it's going to be easier for you to start building it. But if not and you're interested, like I really suggest that first you start familiarizing yourself with the entire ecosystem, the mission, see if that's something that you would love to be part of or not, if it aligns with your objectives, principles, and all these type of things. And then we, on our side, we're going to be, like when we're integrating new chains, we're going to do our best to create as much possible as learning materials. So like as an indexer, you want to be in this new ecosystem, expect from us that we're going to be sharing a lot of learning material. And one, I think the most important advice is don't be shy, reach out. There's a lot of people ready to help. And we're going to be really, like I think today, announcement from Messari that they're going to be building subgraphs. That's going to be something huge. So every time we integrate a chain, now we have at least someone who's going to be building subgraphs for it and creating the schema and set the right way. So reach out to them, reach out to the core devs, and let's build this stuff together.
Amazing.
What's great is that we now have sort of a repeated and a repeatedly proven process for adding support for new chains that are not EVM, for instance. And now it's just a question of enabling the rewards to have the incentivization in place for these chains to be supported on the network, and then just need to do that work repeatedly to support these new chains in general.
Now, a big part of this, of supporting new chains and indexing performance, is Firehose. We don't have the Streaming Fast team here, but Chris, I'm looking at you. I know that GraphOps has been getting dirty with Firehose. Would love to hear from you a little more about Firehose, maybe for the group that doesn't know, and what you think the impact is of Firehose on sunsetting the hosted service.
Sure, yeah. First of all, really all credit due to the Streaming Fast team. Honestly, I think they deserve a round of applause. They've done incredible work. I think, particularly channeling Alex from Streaming Fast, I could probably talk about Firehose all day, so I've got to try and keep it short. I think for me, something that really stands out about the Firehose is, I guess I kind of see it as like the application of the modular blockchain thesis to the problem in some respects, in the sense that if you look at how indexing works today, for each subgraph that you add, for each subgraph that you index, you add some amount of load onto the blockchain node that you're pulling the data out of in order to index the subgraph. And so this creates this kind of relationship where the more subgraphs you want to index, the greater the load that you exert on your blockchain nodes. And that compromises their ability to stay in sync. And we see this problem being particularly bad for high throughput chains. And so what the Firehose does is effectively, when the blockchain node is operating, it streams all of the changes that are happening to the blockchain state out of the node and into this separate system called the Firehose. And what's great about this is it effectively creates a constant load, a constant kind of workload for the blockchain node to essentially export all of the data and state about that network out of the node. And that effectively decouples these two things, right? You have the blockchain node that continues to talk to the other peers in the network and stay in sync and move forward with the chain. And then you have this other separate layer, the firehose, which is effectively your interface for streaming data about that chain out into downstream applications like GraphNode and Substreams. So that alone, I think, is a pretty big deal and kind of goes to the modularization of the stack. But I guess the architecture of the firehose and the flat files-based approach also unlocks a lot of advantages. I guess maybe just touching on three, although, again, could be here all day. First of all, whereas today, GraphNode and generally workloads that are attempting to pull information out of the blockchain, they effectively have this request-response lifecycle via RPC. So I have to ask a question, I get back a response, and then I can ask the next question. Whereas with the firehose, data can actually be pushed proactively from its source, the chain, and then through firehose, directly into downstream applications. And you can imagine that is great for efficiency and performance. So although it's early days and there's still a lot of work being done on that. The second thing is that because of the way Firehose is designed, it's possible to parallelize the workloads that sit on top of it to a massive degree, to an extent that isn't really possible with the approach today. And for processing or reprocessing historical data, that is a game changer and is really at the core of that 100x speed up that was mentioned earlier today. The third thing, well, I got to pick one. I think the third thing that is super interesting is that because we've moved all of the data into its own layer, right? We've done that, we've executed that decoupling, and all of that data is fully deterministic. It's possible to share that data between participants, and in this case, indexers. So what we will see in the future is the ability for new indexers to rapidly bootstrap their own operations by synchronizing the flat files underlying the Firehose from other indexers. And so just in terms of the ability for indexers to get up to speed with new chains or data sets, this is a real game changer.
Thank you for that thorough explanation. We have time for one more question, and I think this is for all, but I want to start off with Yuri because you are the Web 2 boomer on stage. And sunsetting the hosted service is really the final match for us with Web 2. And I want to know everyone's vision for how do we actually get more of Web 2 developers into Web 3? What does that process look like? And maybe Yuri, you can go first.
Yeah, I think it's related to what I said at the beginning. I think for us, we came in and we looked, first of all, from both sides. We started, first of all, contributing to the graph node itself and exploring the code base and exploring the API, and then looking, when we started into Graph Client, we did what we usually do, which is just interviewing developers. And we interview Web 2 developers and Web 3 developers. And I think what we came to realize is that the best way to make people use a new thing and use the right thing, let's say the decentralized network, is to make it just easier and better for them. It's like, not because it's, because it's good for the society or anything like that, but because it's just better. And I think, you asked, one of your previous questions was, what would you wish everyone to know about the roadmap and everything? I think in some ways, we're already there. Like in some ways today, we're getting into the point where it's easier if you want to start an app with all the tools that were announced today. Like it might be already in some cases easier to start doing a decentralized app using all these tools than setting up the regular hosted Web 2 services. So we are for sure very excited about everything, and it has to do with everything that was being talked about here. Also, the way that all of the teams here are working together. Like, we are part of many foundations, the Linux foundations, the GraphQL foundations, many others, and the way that things progress here and collaborate here, and like someone said, I think you said, like, the best idea wins. I think that's what brought us here. So, yeah.
I'm going to quote you on that once, that it's easier now to build a dapp with the graph than without the graph.
And also, if not, like, talk to us. Like, that's why we're all here. Like, we're just waiting for feedback. And I think, just on the Graph client, every feedback that we got just in the last month, two months, we integrated into the framework. So try it out and just, everything that was being revealed here, and just let us know how could we do better. Because for sure we can, but we also can execute on that. So, yeah.
Joseph, your vision to get more Web 2 devs in?
Yeah, sure. So I guess, as a lot of us know here in Web3, incentives shapes behavior. So I think like something interesting is the more we are creating incentives for Web2 developers to move into Web3, the more we are getting out of them. And so I think we at Figment, at some point, we launched something called Figment Learned. And Figment Learn was actually free tutorials, free courses for developers to start learning how to build in Web3. And we started seeing the big migration of Web2 developers into Web3. And that also was coupled with incentives. And I think like the grants, like the total grants was something around $500,000, like in total, that was given to developers. And it's not just about incentives. It's like something that are attracting Web2 developers. And we're telling them, hey, just learn, and you're going to get a reward for learning. And this small reward might be, an opportunity for you to start building something. You have like small funding. And then at the end, it's about the community. When they start asking questions and they get involved in the communities, this is where they start meeting other people, and they start like realizing how interesting this space is. Like something a lot that I do, like when I go to Web3 conferences, meetups, and when we do some interviews, I talk to a lot of people and ask them, how did you get into Web3? And I was shocked that a lot of them got in because of like financial reasons, like they were buying Bitcoin or Ether back at the days, and they're like, oh, that's like something interesting, I want to buy it to just like, I don't know, like they thought the token's going to go up. And once they start learning about it, they start realizing it's not about just the token or about the price, there's something much bigger behind it, right? And I think it's almost the same idea or the same vision with developers. Maybe they are coming for the incentives to start learning, to start building, but soon enough they are realizing that what's behind is just like much, much, much bigger than what they saw at the beginning.
Absolutely. Giannis, any thoughts?
Yeah, I would split it up in sort of consumers and developers. So from a consumer perspective, I think both cases, like Uri said, in both cases you need to provide something that's better. Better can mean a lot of different things for different people. Some people may care about privacy, some people may care about censorship resistance, openness, collaboration, and like we've seen a good example with Geo, where collaboration around like global information, factual information that's curated together and is more is true rather than from questionable sources that are hard to trace back to anything. I think that's one aspect. Provide applications that people need, that offer something that the traditional web doesn't offer, censorship resistance, for instance. For developers, I think I think a lot has to do with, okay, what do I need to build what I want to build? And sure, it's definitely easier, I think, if you don't need to spin up, familiarize yourself with like a cloud provider, learn how to write a server application, host that somewhere, learn how to scale it. All of these things become unnecessary through the graph, especially. So I think that's a big leap already. But I think there's more. I don't think it's easier to write like a smart contract compared to writing necessarily compared to writing like a simple JavaScript application, for instance. But yeah, I think we're getting there, step by step.
Sam?
Yeah, so in my opinion, I think we need to continue what we're doing. The Snark Force is going to be, so I'm going to be coming at this question from a research and development perspective. Snark Force is going to be publishing multiple papers, academic peer-reviewed cryptography papers in the coming year. In the AI work, as far as I know, we in the Graph protocol have released the first reinforcement learning agent in Web3. If anybody knows different, please let me know. But these are pretty big deals, and I'm starting to see some. I think that we're going to be attracting a lot of top talent. I'm having people cold contact me that are in Web2 or in industry. People that went to MIT, Oxford, TU Darmstadt, like people from these that are like doing these great things that are in more traditional roles right now. And the stuff that we're doing, we're really pushing the limits of these technologies that we're working on, not just the AI and R&D, but just the whole way we're building it. We're really pushing the limits, and that's going to attract top talent. And just speaking from semiotics perspective, we're getting top talent coming to us, just saying, "Hey, really what I want to do is Web3 plus AI," and we're going to get some of these people, and then we're going to also we'll be able to be in a better position to attract really good engineers that want to also see these R&D ideas instantiated in reality, in real systems. So I think we just need to keep doing what we're doing.
Let's definitely poach all those people.
Yeah.
Chris, to end it off.
Sure. I certainly want to echo everything that's been said so far. I definitely agree. I think another major driver will be business efficiencies. And I think for me, a lot of what Web3 is about is less about the technology and more about the business models that the technology unlock. And I think DeFi is a particularly great example of this, where we see that companies like Uniswap, who have, relatively speaking, small teams, are rivaling companies like Coinbase with respect to the utility that they provide to customers, the volumes that they facilitate, and I think there are countless examples, right? Like today on Ethereum, the cost of deploying a new index fund, right, an ETF equivalent, is 1,000x lower than what you would need to spend in order to achieve this in a more traditional setting. And I think there are countless examples where the technology unlocks fundamentally more efficient business models. And I think that will be a lot of what drives developers, because they will follow the business opportunity. And the ability for Web3 native businesses to compete is very strong.
Yeah, I would echo that. What really takes it home for me as a non-developer is, we should not have dapp developers focusing on their back end. Really, they should focus on their core competencies, building good products, front-end development, and let the hard stuff be taken care of by a network. Any final comments before we head off? Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And please round of applause for all our core devs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pitch media, this is the panel you want to listen to. You want to get press for your startup, for your work, this is the panel you're going to want to listen to. And this conversation is actually very near and dear to my heart, because I've been in the media space for almost 2 decades, specifically around digital culture. And so I've seen the whole Web 2 era, and now, of course, Web 3, and being someone that's more, I would say, on the pop culture side, consumer-facing side, bridging that gap. figuring out how to use it to educate and onboard people. But our panelists are doing all different things in this space. So I'm really excited to bring on right now, well, you're already here. I'm so used to saying that, bring on. Sam Kessler, a reporter at CoinDesk. Give it up for Sam. Matt Leising co-founded Decentral Media in 2021 and was previously with Bloomberg News, where he covered market structure and crypto. Give it up for Matt. And of course, Allison McCauley, Chief Advocacy and Engagement Officer at Unfinished. Well, let's get into this convo. We don't have a lot of time. We know they'll kick the media off much more quickly than they'll kick the techies off, right? The developers. Okay, so I guess how has coverage changed for each of you between Web 2 and Web 3 from your stance, Allison?
So I think what's really interesting is that if you look at what these technologies do, so Web 2 was obviously super Silicon Valley focused, right? All the innovation was coming out of a specific place. The way the infrastructure was built and the applications on top of it, all of this was obviously centralized. And what's really interesting now is that you have communities that are involved in the building, communities that are involved in this in new ways, and so it's a little bit chaotic. It's a little bit hard to track. Yeah. And the other piece is that it also is so, we've got 30 years of experience now with the web under our belts. So our ability to project and understand how we're going to use these new technologies is so vast and so rich. So more people are getting involved, and it makes it pretty chaotic to understand how to navigate through it. So it's extremely complex, difficult to navigate through.
But yet you're here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're not going anywhere. What about you, Sam?
Yeah, so I come at this, I think, from a pretty unique or weird angle where I've only been reporting on crypto for about the past 6 months. Before this, I was actually doing product at Google. I studied CS. I was probably like most of the people in this audience, honestly. Obviously, it was more Web 2 than Web 3. But I think something that I noticed, so I graduated from college in 2019, and over the course of my time in college, I did notice that perception around tech, as we've all probably experienced, has changed. It definitely soured in a certain way. Even between the time I accepted my offer to work in a big tech company and the time that I started working at that big tech company, there was like a 2-year period, I think, between 2017 and 2019 when things really started to kind of decline in the eyes of the public in terms of their public perception of these companies. And I think crypto has experienced a big piece of that recently.
Okay, and I want to get into like how do you, I guess, tell us the stories of the media, because like you're obviously excited about it, even though, exactly. What about you, Matt?
So at Bloomberg, I started my career there in 2004, and I was covering Wall Street for years. And you had to build up sources. You had to like get to know people. You had to take people out for drinks. You had to like get information from them to try to get a scoop, because that's really how you kind of made a name for yourself. So that's what I was used to that. And then when I started covering crypto in 2015, it was so different. Like founders were just putting out like what they were doing on Twitter. There would be like a group of 3 people who knew what was going on, and it was impossible to get to them. So it's really hard to get a scoop in crypto for that reason, I think, to this day. And it moves so fast that it really is, I think people do take to heart this kind of transparency and this sort of like distributed, like ethos. And they're just like, I want you to hear it from me. I'm not going to go to a reporter. So I found that to be quite striking.
But that's still, there's an importance of your perspective and being still like published somewhere, right? So do you think you still have to schmooze with them? I feel like the schmoozing sometimes does help still, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think being at Bloomberg definitely got me in the door at a lot of places. But then now I'm not there anymore, but I sort of have those contacts that have, come with me, so to speak. But, it's not easy to understand a lot of this stuff. It takes a lot of work to kind of know what you're talking about, and then it's really important to know how it works so that you can know when somebody's trying to pull the wool over your eyes. And so there is that legitimacy, I think, that comes with it, or from being a good reporter who, you can balance a story out with like, hey, these guys are really excited about their project, but, it's tough. And here are some other things that have blown up that have been just like this. So I find that context very key.
Definitely. I want to know from each of your perspective where you're at right now, how you are covering the space and like looking to put that information out there. Allison, at Unfinished.
Yeah, so I think my focus really is educating in space and helping people to understand. And so what I have a lot of concern about is the fact that we have in front of us possibly one of the largest digital transformations ever. When you think about the potential to shift power that's in this technology, and you think about its ability to galvanize community in new ways, it's extremely powerful, but so few people understand it because it is so complex, because it takes such a hands-on experience to be able to even start to understand how it works. And so I think we're about to experience an incredible stark new kind of digital divide, where there's the insiders who get it, who are starting to take advantage of these new technologies and use them and leverage them, and those who don't understand. So I do a lot of talks with people who are brand new to the space, and it's incredibly shocking to me still. I did a talk recently with 300 executives, and in the audience, there were 3 people who were so curious early on. They were Bitcoin miners. That was a little atypical. But then I also had people who, before I talked, were coming up to me and saying, hey, look, what's the difference between Bitcoin and blockchain? That's still happening. So I'm really concerned about that. So my focus is really trying to educate beyond the exciting headlines and things that are all very easy to captivate us and write a story around, because it's very there's a lot of interesting headlines, a lot of interesting news.
Yep.
I'm trying to focus on what are the fundamentals of change that are underlying this and help people understand it.
It's a lot. What about you, Sam? Like, how are you approaching reporting this space right now?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think schmoozing looks a lot different in crypto than I imagine it does in other industries, or it even would have just a couple of years ago. My life is spent in Discord, on Twitter DMs, in not Twitter DMs, just on Twitter. It's wild out there, but I think one of the things that's helped me as a reporter starting out in this space has just been the fact that I have a tech background.
Yeah,
and I think that there's this perception among builders in the space that a lot of people in media just don't understand it, like Allison was talking about, and that's true. Like, a lot of people truly don't understand it. So I've found, I by no means know as much about specific technologies as probably most of the builders in this room. It gets pretty niche depending on what you're looking at.
Yeah.
But I've gotten stories shared with me exclusively because people understand that I'll try my best to actually cover it with a full understanding compared to another outlet, which will conflate Bitcoin, Ethereum, and whatever else.
Yeah, it's almost like you need a partner with like more of that life, like, a me to like be like, and together we like, because I cover it more from how are we actually like using these technologies, the cultural perspective. But like, I do talk to technologists, and I wish I was more like them, but it's hard. And then I need to go to my tech friends and be like, can you just break that down for me, what I just heard, to try to explain that. So I totally get that. Yeah. That's really interesting. Yeah. What about you?
So what we're doing at Decentral is really focusing on the people and trying to make them like full-fledged human beings. And I think telling their stories, their backstories, what they did before they were in crypto, how they came into it. Because I think like when you show somebody a good character and an interesting person, then you can bring them along. You can bring a reader along to what they're doing, and it's easier to explain.
Yeah.
And the other part is, I really want to write about the culture, because this is a new culture, and I think what we say is, this is like being here in San Francisco in 1969. You might not have known what was going on, but you knew something was going on. And so that's a huge part of what we're trying to do, and just to humanize it so that it's not so scary, and that you can then bring more people in and just sort of like, plus I think a lot of mainstream disdain for crypto really pisses me off, and I think it totally it's a negative for the people who are making all this stuff, and it kind of like, it's a disservice to them. And I mean, coming from Wall Street to the group of people I cover now, the folks in crypto and Web3 are like the most interesting, the wackiest, the craziest, the funniest, the weirdest people I've ever met. And
are some of you those people? I don't
fascinating.
know. Are like,
yeah.
They're like, are you going to the space party tonight?
Come talk to me. So I just think it's a disservice because you're kind of dismissing all of those people and the amazing things that are being built right now.
I'd love to highlight the importance of that too, because it goes further, I think, than this mission. I mean, this is so essential to adoption, to be able to understand what were the drivers behind motivating somebody to come into this space, and what do they hope for in the future, and tell those stories as real people. And I think that we're going to really need this in the next phase. So as infrastructure is built, and now people will get a chance where they can touch and feel this technology. Okay, UX isn't going to be as great to start. There's friction. It can be a little more costly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What will motivate somebody to try? Maybe they heard a story. Maybe they heard a story about somebody and they relate and resonate to the intent and the purpose behind that story. So I think what you're doing is so necessary and extraordinary.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, I love that too, because like I'll do a Twitter Spaces, and like there could be someone with not such a good product, but they just, one, as we know, are charming and a great storyteller, and like they have a good story about their life to share, and you'll right away like maybe want to support that, or at least follow what they're doing because you were intrigued by them as a person. Versus, unfortunately, you might say like, okay, this is a great product, but like they didn't get me enrolled in what they were doing. Like I don't know if I care enough. Which is why like that pitch matters. And like you, even if you have a company like, or an idea, like talking to your friends, like when I tell the story of this and who I am and the person behind it, like, do you feel like you're connecting with me? That matters, right?
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of work to do. I've just still been digesting this crazy letter that was sent to Congress today by a bunch of people who claim to be, tech, computer, science people.
What happened? I missed that.
There's this letter to a bunch of Congress people like Chuck Schumer, and they're basically saying that crypto is full of scams, and it should be like basically. TLDR is like they kind of want it to be regulated out of existence because they think that it's that retail people are going to get hurt, and it's just like it's so full of just misinformation and just outright willful ignorance that that comes up quite often. And so that's something that just happened this week, and I'm kind of digesting it for a spicy editorial that I'm planning to put out tomorrow. So you can check Decentral for it then. But so I think there is there is we have work to do to just like, because there are a lot of people who don't like this whole world and they're threatened by it. They don't understand it, and I think they like kind of maintain their willful ignorance just so that they can make these arguments that really don't hold water.
I think it's important to remember too, like a confused mind says no. And so as long as people are confused, they're going to do that. And these can be people that are making really important decisions.
Well, I mean, I will say in the space there are, and we've talked about this, like there are bad actors in crypto in a way that you find that across industries, all over the place. But you do have that. They get most of the coverage, honestly, which is probably not great. But one of the things that I've found that's been really heartening for me has been talking, I talked backstage about Terra. I've kind of been like all in just covering that story recently. Yeah. But I talked to a lot of like ex-employees who are idealistic and will, whether they'll go on the record or not, they will talk to me and tell me their stories and tell me what they thought Terra was going to be, what it became, and they want to speak to media is basically what I'm saying. I don't know if you find that if you cover the oil industry or something like that. Like here, people actually want to get the story out because they care about the bigger picture, and that's something that I think is lost. Like the reason why you get these stories is because there are so many idealists still.
Yeah, and so that says a lot about the community and the culture as well. If anything, if that's an entryway. I guess, what tips would you give to people pitching you? There is so much happening right now, so many companies, which is great. While the economy is, where it is, there's still a booming industry, as we know for now, at least. Like we'll see if that lags. But how do you deal with all the pitches and like what you should be covering? How do you deal with the breaking news, but then also making sure you're like having your eyes and ears on upcoming projects and people to cover and everything?
I think for me, it's just the obvious couple things is read the site, know what I'm doing, actually know what I like to cover because it's what I'm covering, listen to the podcast, you'd figure out pretty quickly that I'm interested in telling stories about people. So don't pitch me on your protocol, don't pitch me on your new index investment, like unless there's somebody behind it who's really interesting and I can use that to get into the story. And yeah, so that, I mean, that's always been, and get my name right, that's another thing.
I mean, from my perspective, on one hand, I look at this through the technology lens, and I think that some people try to brush over the technology for media, which is fine, but in some cases, you'll get pitched a DAO, and that DAO is just a Telegram group, and they vote on something, and basically the rest is supposed to figure itself out. So I feel like kind of trying to differentiate your company and what you're actually bringing to the table that couldn't be done in Web 2, between that and a lot of these pitches that I'm sure we all get where people are just following the culture. And
that's what I was saying before. That's why it's so important to know how this stuff works.
Exactly.
So that you can separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, yeah. And it probably works for them too. I'm sure there's other journalists who don't understand it, who pick up those stories, and for sure, people learn bad lessons.
Yeah, Allison?
So I read about downstream impacts. So what's going to happen? How is this technology going to change us years from now? Individuals, cultural, social, how we organize, how we collaborate, that's the stuff that I find so fascinating, blows my mind. I will never get bored in a decade focused on that. And I think it was really interesting how when you started off, Sherry, you talked about how your focus has been around digital culture. And I think that's also a piece of the story that tends to get missed, of what is that underlying impact. This is ultimately about people, how people interface, people interact, how they collaborate. It's about how communities work together. And that's what I'd like to see more discussion, more stories coming to the surface around.
Yeah. We have a few minutes. We're not going to try to go that much over here, steal the stage. But I guess, where do you see the future of Web3 and media right now? Moving forward, where do you see it the next few years going?
I saw you were looking at me, so I'll try this. It's the hard question. CoinDesk just released their desk token for consensus next month, so I'm sure you'll actually see these media organizations trying to integrate with Web3 on one level. You see a lot of DAOs that are coming where people are pitching stories to the DAOs, and there's this distributed editing thing. So I guess on that level, the media will evolve. In terms of how it actually views the industry, I think maybe to summarize it, you're going to see a lot more journalists who actually know how to use Etherscan. And you're going to see a lot more journalists who are comfortable citing anons as sources. My DMs are just filled with anonymous people with 50,000 Twitter followers who the New York Times would never dare quote as an actual authoritative source. But we understand as people who cover this space that these are influential, knowledgeable people within this domain. So I think that you're going to see that kind of cultural shift within journalism and the skills develop for this to be covered more like a traditional industry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with Sam. I think there are new funding models that can be applied here. You don't necessarily need to rely on ad revenue anymore.
The traditional publishing industry is not the best industry to be in.
No, it's very hard.
Yeah.
And then again, to echo Sam, I think reporters should be getting their hands dirty here. They should be playing with this stuff.
Yeah.
And doing it themselves. You have to toe the line here, though, because you don't want to become invested in something that becomes a conflict of interest if you're reporting about it. But you should know how to use Etherscan. You should know how to kind of look at the comments on a smart contract, or you should have used Uniswap or whatever it is, because it's right there, and you can go into Decentraland and play around and see what it's like. And I think that was always very frowned upon in the traditional media, but I think in this space, it is important because it gets back to what we've been saying about you need to know how this works so that you can be a better informed reporter.
What about you, Allison?
Yeah, I actually think it's imperative. I mean, we all know that you learn so much by getting your hands in this for a bit, and so I think that's going to be really important. And what I'm really interested and excited about is, imagine in 2023, we will be able to talk more about actual applications that everyday people can touch and feel, right? It goes beyond infrastructure, and so I'm really excited about when that opens up, and I think that will be a really interesting moment. For the entire space.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see like what are the new media companies to come out of this space and like to be built on a decentralized platform. Like how do you democratize media in that way? Were we talking about? No, I was talking about it backstage with someone else, with Tegan. How like what's the future Twitter, right? What's the future TikTok? What's the future Discord? And like how can platforms like yours better monetize using these communities? Right, and this tech, which is like such a way to inspire all of you, a lot of developers and builders. Like, how can you help the media do better, build better, and make money so we can continue doing what we're doing?
Also, the role of media is really weird when it comes to crypto. I mean, maybe it's like this in other spaces too, but I found it really difficult as a reporter in this space, especially working at a publication like CoinDesk that's not as trade publication as certain publications. Like it still gets picked up on Google by a lot of people, but it's, you know, it's not the New York Times. Like people are more familiar with crypto if they're reading CoinDesk. So you have to walk this line. So I guess it's difficult for journalists, just like from, I guess, like the art of journalism standpoint, to figure out how you're supposed to write articles even. Like, are you supposed to get into the weeds? Like, are you supposed to actually show code? Because the story is the code in a lot of cases, and that's not something that you would find if you're covering Facebook or Meta, I guess now, where the user experience is the entire story.
True, and we're wrapping up, but I did have this question, like when news is happening so quickly, like that balance of covering something first, but then really having to do the research to make sure that it's not a scam, that these people are real, like are you finding that to be a challenge in this space as well?
Yeah, I mean, the space is so accelerated. That's one of the things is how can you do that? And I don't necessarily think there's a solve for the constraints of time and space. I don't know how to solve for that.
Yeah, we went through this at Bloomberg in 2017 with the ICO craze because there was just projects coming out of the woodwork and, oh, that's a plagiarized white paper and they just raised $50 million in 10 minutes. And so we just kind of basically stayed away from it all because to me, it's not a reporter's job to kind of pick and choose or to have that ability to kind of go through a white paper and have that technical acumen to really be the one. That's where you have to rely on your sources and you have to go out and talk to people you trust and say, hey, what do you think? And then, because it is hard, you know, like there has to be a balance because at the end of the day, we're writers, you know, and we like to talk to people. We're not super in the weeds kind of like techies, so.
But you could get called out if you're covering something that ends up being not real, even though you like everyone else was believing it. I don't know, that's hard, yeah.
Also, it's like, people are vicious on crypto Twitter. Part of it's actually kind of fun, but you know, I'll write an article that I don't think is even gonna get picked up about some blockchain that I'd only heard of a couple weeks ago. The article will be correct, but I will have people in my mentions just attacking me. So I think that there is this interesting kind of cultural element as a reporter in this space, where you do have people who are extraordinarily passionate and, you know, tearing apart every single word, and you have to make sure that you are, you know, accurate, representing things properly. And also as a reporter, you have to make certain value calls in this space that you probably wouldn't have to in traditional finance because the regulations aren't as clear. Yeah, I mean, you look at the NFT thing with Coinbase recently. It's like, was that insider trading? Was it not insider trading? There's like... Because
you know people that are going to be launching things and like, you're like, yeah, I want to support you. Yeah, it's really hard to know.
So as a journalist, you have to make that call in your head on whether this is weird or not if the government doesn't really know either.
Yeah, definitely. Well, what a great conversation. Give it up for our panelists today. That was really awesome. Sam Kessler from CoinDesk, Matt Leising, Decentral Media, check it out. And of course, Alison McCauley from Unfinished. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
And you could get, I still have to be on the stage because I have to make the next intro. Thank you, that was awesome. Thank you. I hope you liked that conversation. Okay, hey. I'm gonna start doing like a Lizzo, hey. No, you do not want to see me doing that. So I know it can be hard for a lot of us, but can we remember a time before Web3? Does people remember that time? If you can't, please go outside and breathe. Or just can we do this? You might think it's cheesy, but it actually helps. Does everyone want to take 3 deep breaths together before we just move on to our next panelist? Anyone want to do that? You don't have a choice, no. All right, we're going to do 3 deep breaths, and then it's going to feel really good. It actually changes your nervous system. This is real, y'all. I see you leaving. You're scared of taking the 3 deep breaths. All right. Let it out. In through your nose. And out. And one last one. Let it out say a noise. I was the only one to do that, but you should do it alone if you didn't do it here. It really helps you. It's my favorite thing to do. Because actually, if you check out my stuff, I do bring wellness to Web3, which is so needed right now. I mean, our mental health is at stake with all of this. So I just encourage you all to think about your mental health and take a moment to breathe during all of this crazy stuff, and of course, go outside. But we're gonna get into our next speaker right now, who's gonna walk us through Web3 before the gold rush. Please welcome Sam Williams, CEO and co-founder of Arweave. And I think they need to take oh, he's on the screen. Hey, Sam, is it working? We don't hear your audio. Still no audio.
Before the gold rush. So there's a little bit of a funny story to the talk title here. Back when we first planned this talk was when the market was in a much nicer situation. And now, as we can see, we've seen quite a lot of fall off from the peaks in the crypto markets. But actually, in fact, this graph is not from recently. This is from 2013, 2014. And again, we saw the same pattern in 2017, 2018. In fact, that first graph we were looking at is now just this tiny portion down on the bottom left-hand corner. And here is the latest crypto boom and bust cycle. I guess I would argue, and my reason for showing this, is that we've seen this type of movement in the markets around crypto many times before. And really what appears to pay off is focusing on the fundamentals and filtering the noise. The argument goes something like, markets love new technology, but they're extremely noisy and they tend to over-index on the short term and under-index on the long term. So there's something that the VCs really like called the Perez adoption cycle, where basically she observed in, I think this was 2003, 2004, that most major new technologies come with a phase at the beginning of sort of productive experimentation, followed secondly by hyper growth and explosion of the markets around these innovations, which then comes a bust moment where that market fails. And essentially, we saw the same thing in .com, in the internet era. And she also makes interesting observations about, I think it was the start of the steel industry as well as railways, interestingly, like a very long way back. Saw the same thing. So there's innovation led by huge speculative market growth, followed by a bust in those markets, followed by, as she says, the third phase, expansion of the innovations created in the first phase into fully fledged products, and then phase 4 when those products mature. And so what I'm really trying to say is that we've seen this cycle not just in crypto, but elsewhere in technology many times before. I would argue that really what we should be doing is focusing on what is Web3 anyway? Like, why are we all here? And let's assess the fundamentals of this new industry and this new movement and see whether we think it's worth our time. I would argue, of course, that it is, but we'll see. So, what is Web3? Well, fundamentally, it is protocolization of web services. That is, turning things that are normally run by a company on the internet into a protocol. A protocol, in essence, is a mechanism for computers to talk to each other and agree on a set of rules that are enforced. This sort of protocolization of web services makes them trustless. Now, that's important because essentially it means that you do not need to rely on a company to operate the service for you in order for that service to continue existing in its present form. So an example of trustless protocol is, of course, something like Bitcoin. The core utility of that system is that there simply are 21 million Bitcoins, or will never be more than 21 million Bitcoins, and you don't need to trust anyone in order for that to be true. Those are the rules of the protocol. And essentially what we've seen in the Web3 space is the expansion of that idea away from just, would you say, financial products, and I would argue that that even was an evolution of the ideas that made the web in the first place, in Web v1, which was, trustless access to knowledge. Well, we then got trustless financialization, and I think that we're now seeing, yes, the provision of trustless web apps, things like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, all of the things that, Gmail, all the things that we use on the web today can be rebuilt now in a fashion that doesn't require you to trust the company that first built the product to continue provisioning it in its current form. These systems are permissionless. So if you have access to them today, you have access to them in that form tomorrow and any day in the future. There is no requirement to abide by the will of the people that originally made the service in the first place. This is a really big deal because it means that you can trust these systems to build businesses on top of. You don't need to worry that Arweave or the graph is going to change something about their API tomorrow that bans you from accessing it. You can build a company on top with fundamental knowledge that the offering will be consistent. That's a really, really big change than Web 2. In Web 2, at the beginning, we saw a lot of companies that were created, like billion-dollar companies like Zynga, I think one of them was called, was making games on top of Facebook. And then one day, Facebook just came along and changed the API access requirements. And sure enough, now you can't get the games anymore. Or rather, you couldn't sell them in the same way. And so they were completely beholden to the platform. Well, in a protocolized web service world, that just isn't a question anymore. Another component is that these services are composable. So in the same way that you might use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, sort of programming languages built or layered on top of a protocol like HTTP, which is layered on top of a protocol like TCP/IP, and so on. You can compose these services together in a permissionless way. So if someone is building an application that's producing interesting, I don't know, maybe it's a social media tweet-like things, posts. Well, you can build an application on top that uses that data permissionlessly inside your new application. And you have guaranteed access to that data set. So this is a really powerful new way of building systems that combine with one another to create, to create services that are greater than any individual subcomponent. We saw this first play in crypto in decentralized finance. So in DeFi, people would build simple systems, like, not a great time to mention them, but decentralized stablecoins, things like DAI that actually work. And then others would build things like Compound on top of DAI, which provide different services, and they can permissionlessly and composably do this. But we think that you can do exactly the same thing, but with data and web services, not just finance. And of course, as I'm sure many of you are aware, you can financialize the assets inside web applications using Web3 technologies in a way that you couldn't really do in Web 2. Simple example of this is the NFT market that we've all seen boom over the last couple of years. So in this paradigm, if you will, you can program value as part of your application, and subsequently you can apportion it in different ways, and you can permissionlessly combine it with other things people are building to make your products better, which is just something that you can't really do in Web 2. So these properties can be used to improve, we would argue, almost all web service offerings, particularly this first component of trustlessness. There's really no web service in the world that is made better by the fact that you must trust a third party, a centralized party. There might be services where you want a third party to be able to do certain things inside the application, but you don't want to have to trust them. You want to be able to limit their power to editing certain parts of the system over time. Well, with Web3, we can completely change that. And it applies, I would say, it has different levels of value depending on the system that you are looking at, but largely there's no system that wouldn't be made better in some small way, at least, and in many systems a very, very large way, by having these properties. Interestingly, for you guys, I think, the Web3 stack has only recently reached production-ready status, I would say. There's been a lot of experimenting over the last few years, but really it's only in the last 9 to 12 months that we've actually got to the point where you can build an end-to-end decentralized web application that imparts these properties to its users in a reliable fashion. And so that means, and one example of this, and we're very happy to announce this today at Graph Day, is Arweave and the Graph are now integrated. So you can query information from Arweave using the Graph now in a totally, or at least a progressively decentralized way. So the infrastructure is really just emerging right now, which means that all of the opportunities enabled in this, as the Perez cycle showed, in this innovation, I guess cycle is the right word, in this innovative cycle, all of these opportunities are really only just coming to the fore where people can actually go and address them. And so we think that's an extremely exciting time to be operating, hence before the gold rush. It's essentially an enormous greenfield. There's so much that can be built. And that presents a few challenges as well, which is, frankly, there aren't too many big Web3 applications we can look at this point. So if you're a builder in this space, you really need to have a little bit of imagination and I would say gusto to go and address some of these open questions and open opportunities and put the sticks in the ground and say, hey, this is how we should build stuff in this new arena. It's I would say, extremely exciting as an opportunity. So, well, I come from Arweave. I'm the, core architect of that system, and now I run the company most responsible in some sense, or most concentrated on making that protocol successful. Arweave is essentially the sort of base data storage layer for this Web3 stack. It allows you to store arbitrary amounts of data on the chain itself, so you get permanence of that data and also decentralization and trustlessness. It's how you can impart those properties that we were talking about when we discussed Web3 to your data, not just your smart contracts. The idea behind Arweave originally was to create this Library of Alexandria asterisk that doesn't burn down. In fact, precisely that doesn't burn down is really the key point. It replicates data all around the world, and it backs that data with an endowment which pays out over time and generates interest, which can use to continue paying out over time to store data. The idea being that you just can't lose the information stored inside it. But it also can be used, and this is in use by the community to store all sorts of content from all over the world, basically to build an immutable ledger of history. But it can also be used to store web applications and the data inside them. So this, for example, is, you can't actually see it, it's cut off unfortunately, but a system called Metaweave. Metaweave is essentially a decentralized Twitter where the data that represents the application and the user's data is all stored inside the permaweb, which is essentially the data inside Arweave exposed to web browsers. You can go to this address in any Arweave gateway and you will see the same contents. And then you can transact with that essentially, so you can send transactions to the network from any of these places and they show up everywhere else. It is decentralized, and as the creators of Metaweave, they don't ever have to touch this again. It just continues to run in an open, permissionless way, replacing where one of the areas I would say where trust is highest in relation to data, which is social media. If you build a social media following, it takes time, and that is an investment. And then if that is in the hands of a centralized party, you don't know that you're going to have access to that in the future. You're completely at their whim. Well, a decentralized system like this takes that cost of trust and destroys it. It completely removes it. You can sovereignly own your identity and your ability to speak to your audience using a system like this. Why is that important? Well, we all know in 2015 even, Jack, founder of Twitter, says that Twitter stands for freedom of expression, we stand for speaking truth to power, we stand for empowering dialogue. Well, we all saw how that turned out. Not 6 years down the line, they were busy censoring almost anything that was against what is essentially the party line of the Twitter Corporation, which is a really big deal. We want applications where you don't have to trust a company not to become corrupted one way or another. We want systems that are open, fair, and transparent, and the rules are set in stone from the start. Or something like ArcLight, for example, where it's, again, a perma-web application, and it's kind of like Bandcamp, except they've financialized the revenue streams that you gain from people buying your albums. It's very simple. You build what we call on Arweave a profit-sharing token. You associate it with the album, and you say, instead of sending the tip when someone buys an album to the original creator, what we can do is send that tip proportionately to ownership of this other token. And you as the creator of that album can then sell rights essentially to the future revenue stream from that piece of data. And this is a very simple system, but allows the artist to be much more efficient, because they can take the money that they get from selling, say, a 20% stake of one album and reinvest that into building better studio for the next album and so on, and increasing the quality of their output in a way that you couldn't really do in the traditional Bandcamp system, where all of the royalties go to one person. You have to wait for them to accrue. This is a sort of financial innovation enabled by Web3 that we're extremely excited about. Okay, so that's an outline of what Web3 is, what Arweave is, where it fits into the stack. Here are 3 simple ideas just to get your, minds running on all of the things that can be built in this new web that we're collectively working on. So, decentralized source control. This sounds strange, but it's, again, one of those areas where the cost of trust is extremely high. That is, when you store your data on GitHub, your code, well, you and all of your users that are depending on that code are trusting that GitHub won't just decide tomorrow, actually, no, you're not going to be hosted here, which has happened numerous times. One of the most dangerous times that happened wasn't quite GitHub, but it was NPM. So a developer created this library, I think it was called leftpad, which removed or added, I forget, a simple padding to a string on the left, specifically the left, not the right. It's like 11 lines of JavaScript and thousands of modules depended on this in a tree. So it was only like, I think 250 modules that depended on it directly, but then other things depended on those modules. And in the end, it was like half of the NPM and Node ecosystem. Well, the developer comes along one day and says, what if we change it, lol? And it breaks like everything. It's a complete disaster. And it really shows that, well, we need permanent storage of the information in this system. When other people are going to depend on it. If you're going to depend on a piece of code, you need to make sure that piece of code isn't going to change and isn't going to disappear. Well, with Web3 systems and with Arweave as a base layer, we can do that. And you could easily build, using the graph, the querying layer on top to put together the UI that shows to the users what's inside this repository, just like github.com. Okay, another thing that would be really exciting to see is self-sovereign matrix networks. So Matrix is essentially a chat protocol, kind of in the vein of Slack, but peer-to-peer, or at least distributed, but not decentralized at the moment. This is a problem and an opportunity, you could say. The problem is that, you can't see because of where my face is, but this says, well, Slack leaks are the new email leaks. I think it's a reasonable way to sum it up. When we store all of our companies and our projects' information inside a centralized service like Slack in an unencrypted way, it is essentially inevitable that someone is going to hack Slack one day and release that information, and it's going to cause carnage. It's going to be an absolute mess in the business sector of essentially all across the world, actually. Well, I say that it's a smart idea for someone to try and front run this inevitable catastrophe and build on top of the Matrix protocol, which is fairly well developed and has lots of clients, but requires users to run their own server in the end, which no one is going to do. Well, you could build a decentralized network that runs these servers for people, enable end-to-end encryption inside it so that people running the servers can't see what's going on, and then you can have the companies and the projects using this messaging platform be sovereign in their own, would you say, environment. So no one can take their office from them, no one can look inside their office, because Slack is basically offices in cyberspace, right? No one can look inside it, and they have a higher degree of safety. I think this is a, obvious opportunity someone could pursue. Forkable, trustless knowledge bases. So we have Wikipedia on the centralized web. It's one of the only remnants remaining really from the Web 1 era. But the problem is that it's governed in this fashion that is far from transparent, and also, it turns out, it is poor positioning. But it is censored across the world in many places. Well, using a decentralized network like Arweave, we can store the data in many places and make it accessible across the world through many different access points, making it much, much harder to remove access in whole countries. But there's other problems, which is that, for example, as one of the co-founders of Wikipedia describes, there's essentially censorship of the information being stored on the platform itself. And that's just a result of the fact that ultimately someone owns the servers somewhere in the world. It's not a trustless web service. You have to trust the people that are running Wikipedia not to censor information that they don't like. Well, that happens, and we can do better. There's actually an example of this on Arweave. So here is Owocki, a decentralized, community-moderated and operated wiki running on top of Arweave. So anyone can suggest an edit to a page, and then moderators can look at it, and they can decide whether they want to accept the edits, but they also give some tokens to people when they do so. And in doing so, they distribute the tokens that are used to elect the moderators themselves to contributors to the platform. And over time, there gains a sort of community governance system that keeps the platform ultimately in check. And everything is open and verifiable. The log is clear and transparent. You can see who is doing what at what point. People can be elected and they can be removed from office at will if the community decides. But this is only just a starting point. Like, this is what already exists. I think there's a ton of different things that you can do building on top of the system, making the knowledge kind of more like a GitHub repo. So you can take an article and say, well, I don't quite agree that it's this way. Actually, I'm going to fork it and make, I'm not sure, the article is about socialism over there or something, a different angle on the socialism article, and that too can live alongside the original, and people can just decide which is the one that they think is most appropriate. There's so much experimentation that can be done in this area of running trustless web services. So if this is something that you're interested in, we at Arweave run the system that we call the Open Web Foundry, which is essentially a startup incubator for people getting started building Web3 projects. And we would love to welcome you and help you through the process from zero to your MVP, and then helping you raise money and get your product into the market. We would love to help. Go to owf.dev to find out more. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you have a fantastic day.
Okay, well, our afternoon is almost ending, but not quite. I know a lot of you are excited to talk about money. Raise your hand if I could see you, if you have ever raised money. Okay, we got some raisers here. Raise your hand if you're trying to raise money. Oh, so a lot of people now are trying to raise money, so now you know who to go to for advice, because they all put up their hands. So you're gonna definitely also wanna get advice from our next panel, because it's all about venture capital in the age of Web3. There's so much going on now, even during this market. And please welcome our moderator, Shango. Shango is the executive director at DWeb Foundation, a longstanding cryptocurrency evangelist, community builder, and technologist. Shango, welcome, and check out this outfit. She's getting ready for the party tonight. Joining her on stage is Ali Sheikh from Reciprocal Ventures. There you go. The Walk. Jeff Morris Jr. from Chapter 1. Jake Bruckman from Coin Fund. And Jen Chow from Republic. There you go. Enjoy. You got some fans.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for being here. We are talking about venture capital in the age of Web3. It should be a very interesting panel. I'm with a bunch of veterans who have also invested in projects like the Graph. I am Chango, and I'm part of the Cosmos ecosystem and an early contributor of Cosmos, building the community back in the day. I'm now working on Osmosis, which is the Cosmos DEX. So if you guys have any questions about that, you could ask me about that. Yeah, and also run a podcast and validator called Interchain FM. You should listen to that if you want Web3 Alpha. And yeah, and I run a foundation called the Decentralized Web Foundation. So, but please, let's do intros from left to right.
Sure. So my name is Ali Sheikh. I work for Reciprocal Ventures. We are the Graph's favorite investor, so I've heard. Yeah, so we are a venture firm focused on crypto, and we invest across the stack for crypto.
Great. Jeff founded Chapter 1 Ventures. We also were investors in the Graph early on, and our mission is to make crypto more usable and user-friendly. So we invest a lot at the application layer, but really excited to be here, and thank you for all joining us.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Jake Bruckman. I'm the founder and CEO of Coin Fund. We're a blockchain-focused investment firm since 2015. Have something like 150 crypto portfolio projects, and super excited about where we are today in the space.
Hey guys, this is Jen from Republic. I was advisor since 2018, and we are actually an equity crowdfunding platform. We started from there, and then we also devoted ourselves into initial coin offering and in a regulated way. The mission is, of course, like empower individuals financially and yeah, ideology-wise as well. So yes, we are a supporter of like layer 1, layer 2, privacy stacks, and pretty much everything, and also dapps and stuff. But yeah, I'm a gaming-focused person, so yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys. So I think what we can all agree on is there's no single cohesive definition for what Web3 is, and the word has been sort of diluted to mean just general crypto. So I think, we should create a baseline, right? How do you guys define Web3?
Yeah, sure. So for us, like as you said, the definition of Web3 has really changed throughout the year. And so when we think about Web3, really what we focus on is really, we believe it's the infrastructure that's really building this decentralized web. So whether that's protocols, whether that's standards, whether it's the tech stack that all enable Web3. And really the end goal of that is, one of the end goals of this is, and why it's so powerful is that we see this as like the unbundling of the centralized like cloud services that we have today. And so that's where it becomes like super fascinating, because if you've looked at the past 15 years, we have seen this situation where there's like this oligopoly of these like centralized cloud services that a lot initially what it offered was cloud and compute, but now you're seeing these this oligopoly like basically seep into like every single Web 2 primitive that exists today. And where we see Web3 coming in is really, again, the unbundling of this oligopoly that exists and really making things more decentralized. And whether it's rebuilding or just focusing on like these individual protocols. And the benefit of that is two things, right? Kind of breaks the price controls that exist in an oligopolistic nature. But more importantly, it also reduces platform risk. And so that's why we're so bullish on Web3 and really excited about what the future holds for this industry.
Great definition. I think for us, we really think about the end user and incentive structures. So just the Web 2, as you mentioned, was basically dominated by 5 companies, and now we have finally an internet that's owned by the users. So all of your on-chain contributions can create actual value to the networks and applications that you care most about. And we think a lot about the user lifecycle, and in Web 2, when you churn as a user, there's zero value accrued to you if you were a valuable contributor for years and years. Whereas in Web 3, like, we think of like happy churn, like you churn and you added value to the network, and ideally you are able to profit from that in terms of your contributions. So yeah, it's a really exciting time. I think of it as being more of an upgrade to the internet, unless I think it's very divisive when we're like Web 2 versus Web 3. It's definitely the most exciting place to invest right now.
As an engineer and an investor, I tend to think of Web 3 in a technical sense. To me, Web 3 is the stack of protocols and frameworks and standards that allow people to build decentralized applications. And at the bottom of the stack, there tends to be kind of the core services. Those are storage and computation. In the middle of the stack, there tends to be middleware. Kind of, I think of the graph as middleware. It's helping developers to index data on chain. There are other networks as well, like the Ceramic network, which is middleware that helps people store kind of business level data in a decentralized way. There's many other services that you can think of in that area. And a little bit further up the stack, there's kind of an aggregation layer. You guys mentioned AWS, right? If you open up an AWS panel, you see storage, you see computation, you see a database service, you see a Lambda service, and so forth. And I think like over time, Web3 services will also start to compete with every level of those kinds of services. I call that like DWS, Decentralized Web Services. And then of course on top of that whole stack, you can build dapps. This is the original sort of vision of Ethereum from 2015. And we're just starting now to see applications that are truly decentralized. We're starting to see things like Mirror.xyz, which is creating kind of a Substack, but where all the data lives in a decentralized network. Recently, we might have seen Orbis.club, which is kind of a decentralized Twitter built on the Ceramic network. And so full decentralization means it's not just that your smart contracts live on a blockchain somewhere, but it's also that your website and interface are launched to a decentralized network. The domain name upon which it lives is also a decentralized network. And the payment system that everybody uses to interact with this app lives in Web3 as well. So that's kind of my technical definition of what it is.
Yeah, for sure. I think the composability part is the most fascinating on the Web3. And for me, my favorite way to put it together, like what is Web3 is, Web 1 is you platform create content, platform earn money. And Web 2 is you create content, like normal people as mass create content and platform earn money. But then Web 3 is the mass create content, the mass earn money. So that's like more straightforward. And this is more from the social economic standpoint, but that's my understanding.
Mm-hmm. And just to add to Jake's definition of Web3, decentralized naming would be at a primitive of that entire stack. And so, if you think that your unique identifier, if you think of it as an NFT, then why couldn't your NFT act as your social handle in the future that gives you access into this Web3 world? Anyway, that would just be my thought. Given this framework about what Web3 is, how does this inform how you guys invest as VCs?
Yeah, so for reciprocal ventures, so we're a thesis and research-driven firm. So a lot of times what we'll do is, debate and figure out what are the most interesting trends that we really align with and believe will be the future for Web3. As a whole, we believe that, Web3 will be the next internet paradigm, so we're super excited about it. We invest across the stack, so everything from layer 1, sometimes some people also have layer 0, but everything from layer 1s all the way up until applications is really open to us. But some of the categories that we focus on include infrastructure, decentralized finance, as well as Web3 applications. Companies like the Graph become super exciting and relevant for us. We were a seed investor in the Graph, and we're continuously supporting it as well. So for us, we've made a bet on Web3 early on, back in 2016, 2017, and we've held that thesis. And so for us, it's just a lot about coming up with new thesis that we see developing throughout the ecosystem, and then finding opportunities that fit with our thesis, and then being able to invest in those theses. So that's a lot how we express our really our interest in Web3 is through making investments that we believe will really help grow this ecosystem.
Yeah, for us, I mentioned accessibility is the main focus, and we find it pretty shocking how little we do on our phones to interact with crypto. So I would say a huge focus for us is just things that make crypto a larger part of our everyday lives, and knowing there are a lot of applications being built, but most of them are desktop. So we're trying to figure out what, I guess the current stats in crypto are pretty, we're still very early when you look at daily or monthly active traders on OpenSea being 500,000 monthly active traders. I think MetaMask has about 30 million active wallets. We're very, very early, so we're kind of searching for those next breakthroughs that will really take crypto to the mass market. I think we're seeing hints of that right now, but I think we'll look back on this day, hopefully in a couple of years, and this will all feel very early still. And if you've worked in kind of mass market consumer social, these numbers are very small still.
Yeah, I would say, just following up on my stack analogy, I would say the lower parts of the stack, they tend to have, storage computation tends to be fewer players, tend to be more stable. IPFS is a routing protocol for decentralized storage. The middleware layer tends to be more diverse and varied, and there's more players. And then the application layer on top is really diverse, because this is where founders are taking applications to market. There's many founders that work on the same problem, for example, whatever it might be, NFT, indexing, or metadata, or a decentralized social networking app. And so kind of the higher you go up in the stack, the more almost challenging it becomes as an investor to pick the right winning things, and the things that are lower in the stack are more foundational. They're less likely to kind of wholesale get wiped out. But what is the overall thesis that we're investing in here? Well, I think it's at Coin Fund we think of it as a thesis built around the decentralized network. This idea that you can create applications that live on services that are open, public, permissionless, global, and probably most importantly, owned by the users, right? Really think of decentralized networks as a new model for sustainable, corruption-resistant public goods. And Yaniv talked a lot about that in his keynote. And I think that's, when people ask me, what is it about blockchain that you think is really transformative? It's not really payments, and it's not really bank settlement technology. It's our ability to create new models of coordination.
Yeah, inspired by you, actually. We actually did support all the layer ones, like Solana, Avalanche, and so we are chain agnostic, and we want to be as open as possible because diversity is always the focus for Republic. We want to give more opportunity for founders in color, women founder, and founder in those minor, far areas. And so that's also the whole thesis about crypto, right? Giving access, the openness, and that's the foundational drive for us. And of course, everything we do, we all want to support when we invest in a wallet and we have millions of users, and we want that wallet to plug in our website to actually onboard the user on the product. So that's the thesis driving around us. We focus on adoption, and our product is a gateway for those newer projects as the 0 to 1 adoption cases. And then, yeah, for sure, later on, we actually supported TikTok of India, like Chingari, and I invested in StepN, which is, I always wanted a running app, right? Because we, at the end of the day, just as you said, Ethereum, the intention is for making dapps. And now after XC step in, we see that the adoption is actually happening versus in 2017-18, there's a lot of speculation and intention of the founder were not right. But now we see many experienced Web 2 founders are coming in the space, especially in China as well. It's so interesting because I was physically in China past 2 years. And so normally monopolies are taking the whole market share, right? It's so hard for a Web 2 company to build like groundbreaking, like TikTok is like, or TikTok or Snapchat, they break through out of all those monopolies. It's like not easy, but I guess like I was hoping there's more and more Web3 social apps and dapps can come out in this way because of the breakthrough monopoly thing, and also same with the game licensing situation in China. No one will get licensed outside of Tencent and NetEase, so that's why a lot of game developers, they have to get into Web3. So really exciting times, yeah.
Very cool, using technology to circumvent the man. I love it. This is what blockchain technology is about. It's about subversion and giving power back to the people. Okay, we've got 5 minutes left, and I'm gonna spend it asking you guys about what sorts of advice do you have as investors to give to people, given that it is a bear market, because there's lots of people who are in pain. They don't know what to do, given that a lot of their money has gone down, like 50%. So what's your all-weather strategy? Like, look, if we weren't in a bear market, guys, this auditorium would be full. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so for us, we've been through bear markets before, not only in the crypto bear markets, but also like the financial bear markets. So for us, it's a very exciting time because, we are seeing builders in the space continuing to build. We are seeing the crypto traction. We are seeing people starting to adopt more and more crypto. And so it's a very exciting time for us, and we're doubling down. So we haven't slowed down investments. If anything, we've actually started picking up, making seed investments in Series A, seed rounds. It's something like, we're very excited about. We're also helping a lot of our founders and portfolio companies navigate this bear market, given our, experience with previous bear markets and really what to focus on. And I'll add another tidbit is like our Deca unicorn investments that are part of our fund were actually found in previous bear markets. So that includes the Graph, Blockdaemon, Solana. Like these were all companies that we invested in during bear markets, and we didn't find them during the bull market. We didn't find them during the hype. It's really times like this where you find founders, you find builders, you find companies and teams who are heads down building, trying to like take out the noise and not focusing on really what's going on, but really focusing on what the future can hold. And that's what makes us like super excited about finding people who are able to do that, finding people who, are just passionate about what they're building and really believe in their vision. And so for us, it's like super exciting. We are continuously investing, we're doubling down, and really excited about what companies we get to meet during this time period.
Yeah, I would also echo it. So a lot of the companies that you look at today raised bridge rounds in 2018, and a lot of really smart investors did not participate in those bridge rounds and regret it today. So I think a lot of us have learned that lesson firsthand. As a builder, I would just say have a really flexible mindset in regards to fundraising. I'm seeing a lot of founders kind of adjust their fundraising plans, and you go into a process with some number in mind or valuation. So I'd say just be open-minded and really figure out ways to control your own destiny. All this like company building, while complicated, is often more simple than we think. It's really about finding a customer problem and solving a problem for an end user, and really finding actual traction. And I think traction right now, as mentioned, is real in crypto. Like we have usable applications, we have excited end users. So really just focus on building great products, and yeah, we're super active right now too.
Yeah, at CoinFund, we talk to our institutional investors like almost every day, and it's certainly true that institutional folks are prognosticating, kind of a lot of volatility in the macro environment, and they're also sort of mapping that to crypto because they see kind of correlations between some of the macro environment and high cap crypto assets. But actually, like if you look at NFT volume hasn't really gone down that much. It's been pretty resilient. If you look around the space, I'm sure you can find a portfolio of assets that's still pretty uncorrelated with macro. And the other thing to say is I work mostly on the early stage venture side. We just did permissionless. We're all here at Graph Day, right? It doesn't really feel like a bear market. There's more investors than ever. There's more founders than ever. There's more infrastructure than ever to start taking things to market. As you mentioned, there's a lot of Web 2 founders coming in for sure. And some of the reasons that they're comfortable coming in now is because they're seeing sort of new and traditional like venture capital start to take the crypto space a lot more seriously. So I don't see like valuations going down in private equity markets and early stage. And I see like a lot of opportunity to start taking some of these Web3 products to market.
Yeah, it might take some time to let the valuation go down, and there's still mismatch of the secondary and the primary market. And yes, for sure, that's how we met, right, during bear market, like 2018, 19. And yeah, like back then, Axie folks and Sandbox folks and OpenSea folks, right? We were just all together and talk about play to earn, and that was 2019 early. So fancy things happen in bear market. Yeah.
Yeah, and we are out of time. Thank you guys so much for your insights. It was wonderful. And all of you are going to be the next crypto millionaires of the next bull market because of all of the alpha that you're receiving today. You guys are doing your homework right now. You guys are the true believers, so may the force be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are almost wrapped for the night, but not so quite. I can't believe it's already nighttime. I don't even know what time it is. I guess it's still light out, right? Yeah, it's 6 here. Summertime in the city, love it. So this is my last break of this whole event. So I want to thank you all for being an amazing audience. Give it up for all of you. Thank you. And I have one last cheesy crypto joke. Are you ready? Okay, mixing it up. I gotta write more of these or just like steal them from the internet, whatever. All right, so my dog found my purse and chewed on everything in it. Now what do I have a lot of? Bitcoin. These are like dad jokes, I know. So horrible. Someone told me to do that one and back, so I'm gonna blame it on him. Misha, my friend back there. Anyway, well, we have 2 more little sessions here to wrap this whole thing up. And we're about to get into something I would only say to this crowd that you might find juicy: data. I would say juicy and sexy data, right? And here to tell us more about a solution for the next generation of blockchain applications is Sebastian Siemssen from the Graph Council. Give it up for Sebastian. Enjoy. It's his first time back since COVID speaking. Come on, give it up for him. You see, I did it for you.
Thank you very much.
I did it for you.
All right, everyone. I can't actually see you. It's quite bright up here. So, indexing improvements. I hear that the beans have already been spilled by Yaniv earlier and also in follow-up presentations. My talk got rescheduled, so here we are at the end of the day talking about indexing improvements that are about to land and come to a decentralized network near you. I am a subgraph developer, and let me tell you something about data-heavy applications. They are hard, always, but especially on the blockchain. For the blockchain, it's just not a primary concern to make data access convenience. Access at all, to be quite frank. So we have been in this struggle, me and my team, to solve this problem. And we have been in this struggle, and it was painful. Let's call it the dark ages. We experienced this firsthand before subgraphs were a thing, and because by default, data access on the blockchain is slow, because you have to do multiple round trips if you want to fetch data. It is complex, because you need really intricate knowledge about the smart contracts that encode this information on the blockchain to be able to do something with it, to extract it, and then make sense of it. But also, it is just really inaccessible. So let me emphasize on this last point, complexity. Subgraphs actually don't just index data, they also encode and enrich that data with the knowledge and the context from the very smart contract developers who build these smart contracts from which we are extracting that information. That is a very important aspect that I think is underappreciated. So smart contract developers and subgraph developers make this data accessible by exposing it in a manner through the subgraphs that is more digestible in its format. And so application developers, but also third-party consumers can now use that data without requiring them to study the intrinsic details of these smart contracts. Oops. So subgraphs empowered us. They gave us a second wind. They made the data accessible to us. They made it fast, now exposing that data through a single, simple HTTP interface through which we could fetch the data in a single round trip from the server, from the decentralized network. And they also made it simple, because now you have a simple, self-explanatory data format with which you can work. But we realize that there's still work to do, and we have heard you. So we want to support alternative use cases in the future. Alternative use cases could include, for instance, streaming real-time data. We want to enable and further foster reusability and composability of subgraphs, and we want to make data indexing more performant. So this is a subgraph. This is your perfect case study of a traditional ETL pipeline. You extract data from the blockchain, E, you transform it, and then you load it into a database. This is currently all done in a single monolithic unit of computation, your subgraph, your mapping code in the subgraph. This is where that happens. And because it is a single unit of computation, and because it is a constant read and write operation on the shared database which holds the state, it has to be done linearly. And linearity doesn't scale, especially as the blockchain and the data that has to be indexed grows. So it becomes clear we have to parallelize this process. Furthermore, for alternative use cases, in order to cater for them, we have to enable other consumer interfaces. Other consumer interfaces for instance, real-time applications like notifications, alerts, maybe something that could be like an on-chain relay, centralized network of the graph, reading data and indexing the data in a subgraph, and then pushing it back onto the network. So currently, as I mentioned, these ETL pipelines work in an isolated manner. They are connected at the consumer level, so you can consume data from multiple of these subgraphs, and then display that in your application and join them together at the end of the pipeline. But there's no way at the moment, and it has been attempted, to connect the data at the indexing layer. So if you build a subgraph, let's say, to show pricing information that's coming from a Uniswap TWAP, and you are aggregating that from the Uniswap subgraph, there's no way currently in your own subgraph to read that data and make use of it within your indexing operation. So how can we get to a point where that becomes possible and we can share these subgraphs at a much lower level than we currently can? And the answer to this, in my opinion, is to create this universe of interconnected and, also of intragalactical and intergalactical connections between these smart contracts and the subgraphs that they represent, and enable communication with all of them in this universe that is the graph. And that is something that is, in my opinion, very true to the vision of the graph. The graph means one unified data source, not multiple individual subgraphs in isolation, but this entirety of all of these subgraphs combined. And within that lies the real power of the graph. So today, we have already introduced it before, but we're introducing the Substreams to a decentralized network near you soon. Substreams are fully parallelizable, infinitely composable, and highly reusable and cacheable data units. This is how you define such a substream. So a substream is essentially also, just like a subgraph, a YAML manifest with which you define the other substream modules from other developers, in-house, or maybe from other protocols even, or from the subgraph DAO, and then define and declare how that subgraph is supposed to work with those. You also, if you are reading this now, can see that there are protobuf files in there. So you declare the data schema for the data in motion within these substreams using protobuf. Furthermore, you'll also see that there's Rust referenced in there. So these substreams will be built using Rust. There's a command line interface through which you'll be able to package, build, and redistribute these substreams and share them with the community, just as you can also reuse substreams that have been developed by the community. This modularity of the individual substreams and the modules within these substreams enables us to fully parallelize the indexing of individual data streams within such a module, and any other substream can inherit them, and it makes it possible for us going forward to also enable substreams like, for instance, a fully generic ERC20 token substream. Currently unthinkable. So you define your protobuf schemas for the data that you're handling within a stream. And then in your substream code, in your module, you expose that data and return that data for others to consume. These other modules can then also read that information using the same protobuf schemas and further refine it within their own subgraph or substream. And that leads me to the next question. How does this fit with the current model? So substreams are not a replacement for subgraphs. In fact, they are what is going to feed subgraphs. So in the future, when you are building a subgraph, you will consider that as the final indexing and aggregation layer around a series of substreams, combining the flow of the data from all of these different sources into a human digestible format that can then be consumed by your end user application. So as you can see here, this gigantic network that I see will manifest itself with generic substreams maintained by the subgraph DAO, or very specific substreams maintained by individual protocol development teams, will be exposed to you, and you can reuse all of that conveniently. So tomorrow there's a session by Alex from Streaming Fest. It's in the Connects breakout room at 10:30, at 3:30 in the afternoon. And there you'll learn exactly how these subgraphs are supposed to work, how you can build a substream, and how you can use it in your application. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. Everyone give it up for Substreams. What an incredible talk. Amazing. Well, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for being with us until the end of this day. What an incredible, incredible day filled with so many amazing announcements. We're kind of getting Web3 ready for mass scale with so many of these founders and partners within the ecosystem, within the Web3 space. And with Substreams, it's making it so much easier for developers that are building dapps using complex data. So that's very exciting. So the amount that we can do in this space is so beyond what we could do without them. So very exciting. Thank you all so much for coming. I'm Tegan Kline. I'm a co-founder of Edge and Node, and I head up business. And yeah, so many announcements. So sunsetting the hosted service has been something we wanted to do for so long. It was really a piece that we launched to prove product market fit, but it was always meant to be a temporary solution. And it's exciting that we now have a date that it will be sunset. So round of applause for decentralization. Geo is another massive announcement. So Geo launched, the beta launched today, which is the browser for Web3, the first browser that exists for the Web3 space, the new web. And that's built on the graph, and the GRT works in the background. So really excited about that. We're excited for so many people around the world that are not technical to start adding data into the Web3 space. Messari joining the graph as a core subgraph developer is huge. One of the first analytics companies building on the graph, and that see the positive sum of contributing towards open data, as well as Graph Ops. So really excited to welcome everyone to the family. So many more people are building on the graph full time. So very exciting. And then I hope that you leave today inspired. And I also hope that you leave having made so many new friends in this space. This is your community. This is our community. And we're excited for tonight. There's an interstellar eclipse party. If you're on the list, I will see you there. If you're not on the list, come find me. So we can, shake out and dance and have a good time tonight. Thank you all for being here. Cheers.